is up, everybody? My name is James D. Fiore, and this is Casual Friday. I wonder how many people have experienced the following. You really, 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 really like somebody, like a celebrity, famous person, or whatever, and then years and years later, they do something that makes you feel validated for liking them in the first place. And you're like, I knew there was something about that person I liked. I fucking knew it. Well, sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, the opposite is true. I don't think, as a hip-hop head, I have hated somebody since the moment I laid eyes on him more than I have hated Puff Daddy. I can't tell you what exactly it was. He had a je ne sais nah or something, where it was just like he'd be in, like, the one thing that Suge Knight got right was when he was at was it the BET Awards, wherever it was, or the Source Awards, and he's like, he stands on stage and he's like, if there's any artists out there that don't want a producer, that needs to be all in the video and all kind of like hanging on your fame, come to Death Row Records. And I was just like, I hate Suge Knight, but he's got a point. The amount of ridiculous accusations and insinuations and potential wrongdoing and criminal activity that has surfaced in the last 2 weeks or whatever it's been regarding Puff Daddy. I refuse to call him P Diddy because Puff sounds so lame that I'd rather just call him that. Is just astronomical. It's like Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Cosby had a baby, and that was Puff Daddy. So I want to talk about that tonight, both because I'm a hip-hop head and because I'm just fascinated as where all this is going. And here with me to unpack that and many more delicious morsels of facts and news and just general shit is Mr. Ryan Lindley and his lovely better half, Miss Ashley Lindley. Ryan, Ashley, how are you guys?
Not too shabby. How about you?
I'm good.
What's a Puff Daddy? We're off to a good start in the comments, I see.
Oh, I didn't even look. Don't make me look at the comments. Say something already. What's a Puff Daddy? Yeah, well, good.
Well, just sit tight.
You're about to learn.
You're about to find out. It's amazing what I've learned, and like I can't even keep up with the type of shit that's like coming out about this guy. But the most like heinous stuff is the easiest shit to believe. I just want to open with this, and I'll throw it to you, Ryan, because back in the day, like when Biggie was still alive, and Puff Daddy signed Mace, and I never liked Mace. I always thought he was kind of a garbage MC. That's just me. But there was a rumor that went around, and I heard it from someone that was in Michie Me's entourage. Michie Me is a very talented Canadian hip-hop pioneer. She's a dope MC. Who's like, we were at the concert hall, and they were like, yeah, did you hear what Puff Daddy did? And I was like, no. It's like, he made Mace to get his contract go down on him.
Stop hitting your desk. That's all I can hear.
In a room full of people. He made Mace go down on, and I was like, really? And you don't know what to believe because there's all these like rumors now. But now,
That's pretty crazy.
it's pretty easy. But that wouldn't even make the top 10 of the things that we've heard
Okay.
from this guy over the last.
It's crazy. Like the last 2 days, I'm not a huge hip hop guy like you are, right? I do enjoy it. I love the music, but I'm not into the scene. I'm not. Everything I learn about hip hop usually comes from your podcast. So it's like, yeah, and it's gross. Like, it's gross. I think about that. I think about the R. Kelly shit.
Yeah.
You and I had a conversation before the show started today about what the culture breeds, and I think you're right. I think that anti-homoerotic, the anti.
Hold on.
Oh,
Not-
are we? We're right out of the gate.
it's just like, and by the way, I haven't done blow in 3 months, but I do notice though that I sometimes do this, like on camera, like I do that a little bit. But for
Yeah.
me, that's not coke job. Coke job for me is this. Like I get like it's a lot more
This.
pronounced.
It's always
But I do that with Red Bull now too. So anyway, so whoever Chrissy is.
All right.
off.
Well, Chrissy, whatever.
Appreciate the concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Anyways, go on.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, but the anti, like the homophobic vibe is almost like a projection. It seems everywhere we turn when some allegations come out. Like I watched a thing today at Law and Crime podcast or whatever, and it was wild. Like it was like I didn't even think about the connection with Justin Bieber. And there's like a video that's going around of Diddy and Bieber when Bieber was 15.
Is he the new Macaulay Culkin?
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm wondering, right? And I'm wondering if, like, because you just don't know. And like these are all allegations at this point, 100%. We're not saying any of this is like proven in court, but at the same time, it's like if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably sucking a 15-year-old's dick, right? So I don't know, but
Oh God.
you know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. It's every time you turn a corner, it's like somebody's touching a kid, and it's like, what are you guys doing? And it kind of it adds to that whole pedophilia trope that ultra right wingers like to throw at everybody. Like you're a pedophile, it's pedophile Hollywood. Well, you know what?
Tom Hanks somehow.
They
is a
might be
pedophile.
right in certain aspects. You know,
I'll believe that Puff's daddy is before Tom Hanks, though.
same. Yeah, I don't believe I don't believe Tom Hanks is a pedophile, but I don't have that same tenacity and fervor when it comes to defending P Diddy.
How old is P Diddy? Let's find out. Hold on.
That's a good question.
Because 30 years ago, he was 24 years old. So, you know, like when Biggie was doing his thing and blowing up, he was 24.
Yeah.
And by the way, Diddy's one of those producers. Like, you know, there's producers like Quincy Jones who can play instruments. He can conduct an orchestra.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's a musician.
Yeah.
Puff Daddy was never that producer. He sat behind the engineer and the beat programmers and producers. Excuse me. I just inhaled jerk chicken rice.
Breathe.
Yeah, it was good.
Not the right rice to inhale.
No, I just made the most spiciest jerk chicken ever. But anyways, and he sat behind the guys with the talent and was like, move that there. I want to hear that there, which is a talent in and of itself.
Valid. Sure.
But he's not like, you're not going to go to Puff Daddy and be like, hey, can you make me a beat? And he'd be like, no, but I can stand over the shoulder of somebody else who can, like, you know.
Yeah, he's no Kanye, you know what I mean? And I'm not a Kanye fan of the human Kanye, but I do respect the art that Kanye was able to produce. And I'm not, I keep going back to sucking dick, but I'm not sucking his dick. But at the same time, I'm not. I can't say that he didn't revolutionize certain aspects of the genre. You know what I mean? So I'll give him credit there. But I don't think Diddy was the same. But you would know better than me, so I defer to you.
I didn't like to give him credit for anything. I always thought that he.
Who, Kanye?
No, Kanye. I think Kanye is dope. He's in my top 10 as an all around hip hop talent because he's a good producer and he's a good rapper. He takes risks. I don't always think that the risks are good. I actually don't think he's a bad human being. I think he's got mental health issues, and I think that he is largely misunderstood. And when he goes on rants, he doesn't do himself any favors. But you know what's funny? I watched Bill Maher's podcast when he had Sheryl Crow on, and do I keep on doing that?
That's what you're doing, and it's driving me fucking nuts. Stop hitting your desk.
My desk is clean for once, so I'm like, I feel like this
I have area.
Yeah. And Sheryl Crow said something that I was like, yeah, you're right. She's friends with she's very progressive, but she's friends with Kid Rock.
Yeah.
And when Kid Rock put out that video, like where he's shooting the Bud Light or whatever, she called him. She's like, I need to understand what the fuck you're doing, like, and like, you know, where you're coming from. So apparently he went over there, and he was like, you know, sometimes like I just do shit just to see what other people will do. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think that's what Kanye is, but I think like we need to stop like this, like when you say something controversial, you're not always on repeat saying it over and over again on the top of the mountain forever. But social media makes people feel like that. Like,
Yeah, because retweeting, you're retweeting quote like tweets from fucking 9 months ago,
and they
thinking
never
that
let
the
you
guy said
forget
it
it.
yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, I've said so many stupid fucking things on Twitter. It's unbelievable. Like last night, like
Yeah.
that Taylor Swift tweet will come back to haunt me in 6 months. Like somebody's going to be like, "Oh, look at this."
Dude, I still get a tweet that I did in
I thought it was wholesome.
2018. In 2018,
Call people
about
fucktards.
the Justin Trudeau rumors about the high school NDA settlement
Yeah.
rumor. I tweeted out, this is what the rumor is. I don't know if it's true, but here you are. The very next day, I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. It just gave traction to a rumor that I didn't know was true.
Right.
To this day. I
Yeah,
get
people still bring
like,
that up on you. I know.
it's-
Yeah,
like,
you still get called out on that. I know.
oh my God. Like, what's that? What's the lawyer's name there over at Crier?
Mark
Mark
Burry.
Burry,
Yeah, Burry.
Like he brought it up to me like a year ago, and I'm like, dude, I'm so over that. Like, why are you doing that? Like, can I dig up an old tweet of yours and then judge you for the rest of your life? Like, people need to chill. Anyways, I know Kanye said some pretty ridiculous things, but I think he's largely misunderstood. He said once, he was talking about Jesus. And it was right around the time that he made comments that sounded anti-Semitic. I don't even remember what the comments were. And he's like, you got to beat Jesus. I love Hitler. And what he was trying to say was, Jesus said, love your enemy.
Yeah.
But it came out like, I love Hitler.
That was the sound clip. Yeah.
That was the clip. And so, he ran back to TMZ apparently and was like, that's not what I meant.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah,
and again, I'm not defending him. And you're right. He's got some. Let's like he's dealing with some mental health things, right? But the one thing that he's not been accused of at this point in time, anyway, is diddling kids or beating his wife or was he? I didn't know. Was Kanye
He was
with kids?
I've heard the word grooming.
Grooming, yeah,
A few
maybe.
times.
Yeah, well, that's
Like
just
this
that's
Usher,
another
I
one of
don't know,
those.
Usher was like 14 or something.
Yeah, well, he was under Usher. Like Usher was under his, and this was that video with Bieber, where he brought it up, saying that I know you're with Usher, but I've got custody. He kept using the word custody. I got custody of you for the next 48 hours. You're mine for the next 48 hours. And there's Justin Bieber, like back when he was a cherubic faced little 15-year-old, just sitting there going, yeah. It looked like a hostage video from Hamas. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it was
and
fucked
the
up.
bangs didn't help him.
Yeah,
Like he
yeah.
looked so vulnerable.
And he did, like, he looked so innocent and like so like but if you look at the projection or like how and it's hard to gauge because like Bieber was such a phenom, right?
Yeah.
And his success was so fucking explosive. It's hard to gauge why people turn out the way they turn out. But you look at the way he lashed out against everything in the world. It was almost like he was like lashing out at his own success.
You talking about Bieber?
And you wonder if it had something to do with those upbringings. Like he didn't have, like, what was it, Scooter Braun, his dad or whatever, or whoever was managing him at the time. It was like
his dad was such a bad influence.
Yeah,
like
but
an enabler,
So you just wonder. You're like, holy shit, man! Like, is this why you are the way you are now when it comes to? Like, remember all that shit when he was living in Calabasas and he was like egging his neighbor's house and like it's like, buddy, you're a. I thought it was funny, like to a certain extent, but it's like, what are you doing, man? Like.
I used to think like you got to give the kid a little bit of grace in that sense because when you're that age, and your life just like explodes all of a sudden, and you've got more money than you know what to do with, like you're gonna get stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd be dead.
That's what.
No doubt in my mind.
That's what
Oh
I
my
used
God,
to say.
for sure.
If it had happened to me, I don't think I would have made it through. So it's like, yeah, he caused some shit, but like nothing he didn't at least pay for, and it's over now.
Yeah.
Like, it's like there wasn't any serious damage caused. Nobody was harmed.
Yeah, that's true. And it's so weird. Like, so I want to talk a bit about the ridiculousness of the internet because now, one of the things that I think it was Diddy's old security guard said is that Diddy has evidence that Jay-Z offed his side piece after Beyonce found out that his side piece existed.
Yeah.
Kathy White or something like that.
Yeah, Catherine White, I think it was. Yeah,
And
I was just hearing about this tonight too.
And we live in such a fucked up world that like this is why the internet is such a paradox. Like it's like Bill Cosby, America's #1 dad, became the most prolific rapist of all time. If someone told you that
Yeah, no
in
shit.
1987 or 88 or something, we'd all just be like,
You're crazy.
What are you on? He's the
Yep.
greatest guy
Nobody
ever.
would have
Like,
bought that.
Yeah, you're nuts.
he loves kids.
Yeah.
Nope,
Yeah.
nope. He loves to drug women and have sex with their lifeless bodies. Like, it's crazy. So
Yeah.
I don't know what's real or not anymore. And this bodes well for the computer simulation argument that
We're in a sim.
honestly. But you know that like I don't know if it was an AI thing or some mathematician that when they I can't remember what all the options were, but one of them was like we're created by a god, or there's several dimensions and this and that or whatever. That computer simulation came up the most probable because we would never know. And it is completely possible in our lifetimes to create a sim.
You know what? It's just a bunch of bored people that aren't important enough. So they need to find a way to feel important in the world. So they think they're a fucking character in a Tom Clancy novel. And that's all we are. We are literally the most boring fucking individuals in the world. There's a reason why we do 4-hour fucking marathon podcasts on Fridays because we got nothing better to do today. You know what I mean? Like, stop. We got to stop pretending that we're so fucking important because we're not.
It's called main character energy. That's what you're giving.
Yeah.
It's like you think that the
what is
entire
main
fucking
character. What is
you
main
think the whole
character?
fucking world is like revolving around you somehow. Like you are the main character, and obviously you are to you and in your mind, but like when you go out, look around, like everybody else is living their own life and shit has nothing to do with you. You know,
That's fair.
Things
Yeah,
are only.
I've never heard that term before.
Yeah, things are only as important to you as they are to you. Like nobody else gives a shit typically what you're going through, you know, unless you pay them to.
Interesting, because when you pair that with the idea that we're in the age of indulgence, you know what I mean? Like, COVID taught me something about people. Like there were people that handled COVID no problem.
Yeah.
Because their life before COVID was exactly like COVID. They didn't
Yeah.
leave the house. They just watched Netflix. And I'm guilty of this too. I live in the middle of nowhere and I work from home. You know, like I spend an inordinate amount of time just watching content on my laptop as it rests on my belly and I fall asleep in the middle of the day. like that happens a lot. So you add that to like, imagine that, the laptop's on my belly and I'm sitting there like, I'm so important. You know, like I'm not important at all.
Nobody else but me.
Yeah.
I understand. Like it's super normal to feel that way. Like obviously your life is the most important thing to you. It's just not a thing. Sorry.
Do you have an air conditioning going?
Just a fan.
Okay.
It pulls the smoke. No.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
No.
My podcast has to suffer because you guys.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's
Case
talk
match.
about things.
Just gonna get you a gavel.
Let's talk about sounds in the background.
But a constant humming, really?
That's not-
Let's do a poll with the
There.
chatters.
Watch. You know what's funny? We'll do this. Is that better?
That is so much better. Of
I know. It's
course
because it's Ashley's mic. Actually, we should just move you to the other couch. We have like the podcast studio that like Ashley's sitting directly across from me. The only reason why we've set it up this way is just because it was convenient. But I totally could just put you on that couch. We can move the camera.
Yeah, put her there.
I mean, we'll do
Actually,
that for
you
the
don't
next
have to
one.
say
I'm trying not to say anything right now.
Oh, you know what? There is a way I can fix that too. Keep going. Sorry, I'm gonna do some.
So if
some
I
things
mute
here.
one of you, both of you get muted. Is that the idea?
Yeah, but I can mute. I can mute too, though. So hang on. I can put a noise filter on for hers.
So anyway, yeah, you're not that fucking important, is
No.
what we were saying.
That's kind of it.
You're totally right. I'm
Sorry.
not- if it wasn't for my kids, I'd literally be worthless. Like,
And I don't mean you. I mean
I mean
all
me.
of you
I mean, me.
out there. Sorry.
I found menthol cigarettes on the reserve.
Oh, ew, it's like you're smoking and brushing your teeth at the same time.
Yeah.
No.
2 in 1.
That's not cool, man.
Is that better?
No.
No.
All right. Well,
Eh.
fuck you. You're gonna. This thing's been on the entire time we've ever fucking done podcasts
Yeah, like
down
every
here. So
show ever.
yeah. So just so you know. I don't know why you're on it today, but
So also, just want to get back to the Diddy thing for a second. And Sage Francis is going to join us in about 10 minutes.
nice.
And we'll rehash some of the Diddy stuff. But I was guilty of being one of those guys that was like, I bought in for like 6 months into like the East Coast, West Coast thing. Like, I didn't like West Coast hip hop because I was just an idiot who followed the trend at the time because I was from Toronto and we all liked New York MCs. And that did not stop me from hating the shit out of this man. When Biggie died, and he put out that song "I'll Be Missing You," like purists like me who really love lyricism and like good rapping and stuff, we're just like, wow. Like I couldn't think of a worse homage to pay to your dead friend than the monotone, sloppy, boring rip-off sampling of a Sting song ever in my life. Have I explained to you how much I hate Puff Daddy yet?
Tell me how you really feel.
We've only spent 21 minutes on it, but
Oh my
that's
God.
please.
So I have a bit of Schadenfreude in me right now, but like I don't at the same time because all the like shrapnel that hit all these innocent people, it seems like,
Yeah.
is endless. Like he's the kind of guy that like would rip off artists. Like, and this is documented shit before this scandal. He would rip off artists like where their royalties were supposed to be X amount. Like say they got 10 points from his label Bad Boy. By the time he was done, like with saddling them with like advanced clawbacks and marketing budgets and things that he didn't spend money on that he claimed he spent money on, they were getting like 1.5 points on their own album, like making like literally like 50 cents an album or something like that. Like it was crazy.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
The I just like how it's funny how, and don't get me wrong, I know these are like long-term investigations. Obviously, if Homeland Security is the one that's enacting raids on your home, these have been going on for a while. But tell me, I want to know what Cat Williams knows, because I have a feeling that Cat Williams saw this coming and said, I'm gonna jump on this and I'm gonna start actually like going on the offensive to talk about it. I'm not saying that I actually think Cat Williams is kind of genius when it comes to this. But he's literally called.
He's got like 24% Kanye.
Kanye energy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I totally agree. Yeah, like that. But I think he was pissed off because he became successful without. This is going to be the tagline of the show: without sucking dick. You know what I mean?
Ryan selected a theme for
I kind of did, but he's the one that keeps on like prevailing and doing well. In the face of it, but he called it out, and then sure enough, he does that what is that Shay podcast or whatever it's called. I can't remember what it
Shannon
is.
Sharp's podcast.
Yeah, but I think it's
Club
Shay
Shay?
Club
Whatever it's
Shay
called.
Club Shay. And fucking
He only needs one Shay, really.
he obliterated everybody, right? And now all of a sudden, everybody he obliterated, shit's going down with them, and it's like, oh boy.
There's also something, and I'm going to bring in Sage Francis in a second because he's in the green room. But there's also something to be said, and I'm going to try to word this as like delicately as I can. Like if you found out, and maybe we did find out, and I just forget that Mick Jagger like blew Jim Morrison one time or something like that, people would forget about it in like a day.
Oh, for sure.
But in hip hop, and I'm a hip hop head, but like you gotta like own your bullshit. In hip hop, the homophobia is so pronounced that if you're a guy like, say, it sounds like Puff Daddy might be a bisexual. If you were to take away all the fame and the money and everything like that, and you just, he was in like a clinical office and they were talking to a therapist or whatever, and he was sharing his truth, that he might admit that.
The saloon door goes both ways.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's fine.
There's nothing wrong with that, but in hip hop,
don't hurt other
It's a
people.
non-starter to this day, I would say.
You're
I
not
don't know-
marketable. You're not marketable.
I don't know
usually.
any gay rappers or bisexual rap. Frank Ocean might be. I don't know.
What's that one guy? That one guy.
I don't know.
He's the cowboy thing.
Oh,
the
Lil
cowboy
Nas?
thing.
Lil
Yeah,
Nas.
yeah,
Yeah,
Lil Nas.
right. So Lil Nas, right? So
Right, but how many rappers are there? And you named one.
yeah, well, and that's what I mean. No, you're.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with your point. You're absolutely correct.
So
And
that probably creates a lot of really dark places for people that need to fulfill whatever they need
an
to
outlet.
fulfill.
Yeah. And when you have unlimited resources and that God complex on top
Yeah.
of it, it's like,
Yeah.
fuck, that's just a disaster. That's a recipe waiting to explode, right? Powder keg.
I'd like to welcome to the show one of the greatest indie hip hop artists of all time. I found out the last time that actually 2 times ago when I interviewed him, that I think it was Questlove from The Roots was tasked.
Drummer.
Yeah, was tasked with giving the Grammys a list of names that they could sort of put on a mural of a lot of it. I think if I'm not mistaken, the focus they wanted him to focus on like indie talented lyricists that never won a Grammy, and Sage Francis' name was on there. So please welcome to the show. His name is Sage Francis. Sage, how are you,
Hey,
buddy?
what up? I'm doing
How are
good.
you,
Hey, Sage, how you doing?
I'm all right. Do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound good, buddy.
Yeah, you sound good.
Cool.
So
You sound
listen,
incredible.
what is first of all when like I don't know if you've been listening for a while, but when the '90s were happening and I was like, my backpack was really tight and all I cared about was lyrics and everything like that. I just hated Puff Daddy from the beginning. I don't even remember why exactly, but I just hated him. I didn't like to see him with his champagne bottle in the Big Papa video. I just wanted to punch him in the face.
Yeah, because it was the antithesis of everything that we had been kind of taught to believe hip hop was about. So it stuck out like a sore thumb, and it was a clear, like hard right turn for the path of hip hop that now was trying to be, or not only just have a seat at the table, but be accepted and become mainstream and be, everything that we had kind of been like proud to not be before that. So I'm obviously a white MC. I'm a white person in the black art form. So I always have to be careful, and I tiptoe around these kind of topics because I don't want to speak for as an authority on a culture that is not wholly mine, but
You're a guest. You're
Yeah.
a welcome guest in. Yeah, I get that.
as a
Well,
participant
Sage
for as
Francis
long as I've
built
been.
a good attic bedroom in hip hop. Like he's the guy on the couch at least, not just
Yeah.
Sage, just so you know, and I get it, but if I was in a coffee shop and somebody said, take a look at everybody in the room, and I want you to ask, you're going to ask questions about hip hop and you're going to ask mortgage advice, I'd probably have picked you for the mortgage advice. Just so
That's
you
Oh,
know.
classic.
good, because I just got a book about investing. It's really
Yeah,
good.
see, I knew it.
Multi-talented.
Multi talents. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no one picks me to be the hip hop guy, but that's been actually a cool way to navigate through hip hop for the past
Yeah,
40 years. Yeah.
for sure.
What does it say? Have you ever had experience as an artist sitting across the table from somebody, not like maybe not Puff Daddy, but like where you felt like if you took this deal, a part of your soul would be gone?
Oh yeah, absolutely, but not in the big way. But even as a young up and coming artist, operating in the Boston scene, there was some very, not just that scene, but there were some very sketchy cats that were, you could tell like they might be able to offer you more money than you had access to in the moment, but it would come at a great cost, and your affiliation with them would be a mark on your soul.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine what that was like with P Diddy and all the ways that he kind of put his tentacles on several artists and in different scenes and infected those things in the way that he did. I'm sorry, guys. I got to take a victory lap. I'm just so fucking happy that this guy is being called out for all the shit that he is. And it's not even for what I would like, but at least it's something. I just hate what he did to hip hop. I don't care. Like, people would clown me up for it. It's like, oh man, give it up. Oh, it's not all supposed to be about smart. Like, no, it's not. But that dude was not an artist. He was not dope.
Yeah.
He fucking sucked. He worked with really talented artists. He ruined really talented artists. And now this motherfucker is flying to Neptune. I don't know where he's going, but he's being assisted in the process.
Yeah.
He has enough clout. He knows enough people. He's definitely got some very important evidence on some very important people that could fuck with them. And I believe this, I don't think this is too far-fetched of a conspiracy theory, but this is why he was not arrested. He was raided. Material was probably gathered from those raids.
Oh, yeah.
And
on those things that he has
Yep.
dirt on.
Yeah.
You mean, that's
My favorite
that's
conspiracy
crazy.
theory so far is that the SWAT team went in there to erase the incriminating evidence.
yeah, so
Yeah,
this
okay.
is part, we're on the surface right now. This is part one of what we know about. Everything after this is going to be speculation until he pops up and then he Epstein's himself or whatever. But so all I like to focus on is what we actually know, and what we actually know is like that motherfucker couldn't rap, he couldn't dance, he was all up in your video.
You sound like Suge Knight right now.
I was gonna say,
But is he
All
lying?
up in the videos.
it's like he was like the DJ Khaled of the '90s.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, in a
that's
lot
the
of
thing.
ways, yeah.
That's the thing. I was saying
Nice.
this before you got here, Sage, that the idea that he's a producer is misleading. He was an executive producer.
Right.
That means he's the money guy.
The money guy, yeah.
But he's not like, like he may have said, put a horn there or something like that. But he wasn't
like
the
that
guy
like
on
that.
He wasn't operating the equipment.
Yeah.
He was not.
Well,
an artist.
he may have had a great ear for music. None of that matters to me because I don't like. Man, I'm sorry. I am on my victory lap because I've hated this guy for so long. It's
Yeah,
so
I love
good.
this.
It's good. We need to revel in it and like not overlook all the awful stuff he's probably done. Like I'm sure a lot of people have been hurt. If there was all the sexual assault, if there was any human trafficking, like I'm not trying to gloss over that and just like be happy that he's getting his due. But we don't know everything yet. I just know that I've disliked this cat for so long, and I've known people who had stuff on him or knew stuff about him that were very careful not to ever kind of come into his eyesight because they knew and
Once
had
you get into
evidence.
his sphere, you're in danger, right?
Yes,
Like,
absolutely. Yeah, I think, I can't tell other people's stories, so I'll just wait for them to tell it. But he's had a
everyone
long
heard-
history of this.
Everyone heard this story. You probably heard the rumor, and like at the time, again, I've already said it. I said it before you got here, but like that he forced Mace to go down on him at a party in front of people in order to sign his $1 million contract, and I was just like, at the time, I was like, that just sounds so fucking ridiculous. It's like, how could that possibly be true? But then when you find out like all these things that actually came out that were from his security guard and his ex, and from like the Cuba Gooding Jr. thing and all of this stuff, you're just like, I still don't know if it's true. Obviously, I can't.
Yeah,
sit here
well,
and
look
say,
what
oh,
happened to
it's true.
Mace after working with Puff. What he ended up doing.
Did he blow up his car or something? Was that the
He
guy?
did that to Kid Cudi. I don't know.
Kid
if that
Cudi,
story's
that's
out
who it
there,
was. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Kid
sorry.
Cudi's dope.
No, but I'm saying Mace went and like got all evangelical and shit. Like, didn't he? Like, he
You gotta
escaped
find
the
Jesus
church?
after a moment like that, because it's probably not
or be like Shine and turn ultra like Orthodox Jewish. So Shine was another artist that went the same path
Yep.
Craig
in
Mack.
religion. Craig
Craig
Mack
Mack.
did the same thing.
And
So
now
there's
he's
a
dead.
there's a
Wow.
pattern there. There's
That's
a pattern
crazy.
there that is not typical in hip hop.
No,
it's not.
and we're gonna see, and I think that's like I was saying earlier about Cat Williams. Like Cat Williams came out, busted out against everybody, including comedians, rappers, everybody. And then all of a sudden, you start to see the chips fall, and you're like, okay, well, maybe I thought Cat Williams was just getting mad because he didn't have, maybe Netflix fucking declined a special or something. But then now all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, but because he's nuclear right now, because the shit that he knows is pissing off the guys that do have those money making deals with like places like Netflix and everything else, right? So it's like shit. But now you're seeing it all unfold. And guys like Cat Williams are going to come out on top at the end, going, "I fucking told you."
Kevin Hart is in that latest video with P Diddy, that resurfaced or whatever with Diddy and the worst rapper name ever, Lil Rod. I don't know why anyone would want to call that. Like,
That'd be my rap name.
Don't
Puff
worry
Daddy
about
named
it.
that kid. Yeah, no, your name's Lil Rod. Like,
Because I said so.
that's right.
I think Cat Williams is speaking loudly from whispers he's been privy to, and some of it is on point, some of it is conjecture.
Conjecture, yeah.
Yeah. And he's just saying it all out loud, and everyone who's also heard those whispers is like, oh my god, like stop, because you don't really know exactly what you're talking about, but he just kind of wants to blow people's cover, I guess. And it did him well for a moment. Well, he goes off the rails from time to time. Cat Williams is and I respect it. Like I love him. I don't trust him, but I enjoy it.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I
great
trust him because
entertainment.
He goes off the rails sometimes. Like it's like I don't trust people that are always pristine, because that's the Bill Cosby thing, you know. Like if you're always pristine, and then all of a sudden, like when the bottom falls out, it really fucking falls out. But if you already know that Cat Williams had an issue with like crack one day, or a firearm one day, or whatever, like, and then he says a bunch of shit, like I don't know, like you take the flaws with the truth sometimes.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both in there.
There you go.
That's right. That's right.
There's the next rap.
Big up to Alan Thicke, who I think probably wrote that jingle. Sage, on Casual Friday, I'll often do this. I'm going to go pour myself a drink, so I'm going to excuse myself for a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I've seen you on this show. I know your prowess and your expertise on this. Where are we heading? Like, what is this going to do to the actual, like, the genre? What's it going to do to the environment of the genre? Is it gonna shake anything up, or are we just gonna like just power on like we always have, or like what's your opinion there?
No, I see it just powering on as it always has, because Puff really in modern hip hop is not a driving force of it. He got himself involved in many other things, so it's not like he was a great pillar of the hip hop community. That's not really like, and the people who learn from Puffy will learn from this, you know, like the people who, when I say learn from, I mean his business tactics, and I mean those people will continue on and probably do devious stuff, but understand the pitfalls of it and try to avoid them in different ways. Like, but I look forward to seeing what the aftermath is of whatever footage or information gets out that's actual, and not just people, you know, spreading rumors. But if I can see that, like the rumor of him having secret cameras all throughout his house or mansion, where people were there to party and do illegal activity,
just to garner like dirt on people.
Yeah, I mean that's an old trick, you know. That's not a new trick. But people just thought maybe we were beyond that in this day and age, and people got too comfortable with. I mean, you got to always believe you're under surveillance, anyways, if you're carrying around a smartphone.
Someone's listening all the time. It was like I think about it as like a scorched earth, forest fire, like a cleaning of the decks. You know, like we're shit like this uncovers everybody's rock, you know, and now everybody is either going to, I think people that are connected to it that have nothing to hide are going to be like, here, my books are open. I'm going to let you see into whatever you want. Because I think it's going to enact like a protectionism sort of vibe throughout people. It's like, I don't know who to trust. I don't know what to do. So I hope it doesn't actually like affect the actual art. You know, like the art is still viable. The art is still thriving. The art is still awesome. It's just because some of the artists are a bit shitty, doesn't mean that it should look that way on the whole thing. But it's starting to like every key player, their names keep coming up and up and up, and it's like shit. Like, so what do they do? Like, what would you think somebody should do to ensure that you know? I wasn't involved. I didn't do this.
I don't know, but I don't think it would be
nothing.
I don't think it would be fair for anyone who was pictured with Puff Daddy to be implicated in anything, because it looks like he made sure to take as many pictures and be in as many parties as possible, and looked like he always had associations with all these people. I mean, there's pictures of him with LP. You know, there's pictures of him with Obama. There's pictures of him with Donald Trump.
Yeah. Last week, I heard a story on Howard Stern. Stern was talking about a party he got invited to out in the Hamptons at one of Diddy's places. And him and his wife, Beth Ostrowski, went. he didn't know Puff, but he was like, "Fuck, that sounds like a great party. I'm gonna do some like glad handing, and it's guests, right?" So for his show,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I saw a clip of I think it was Luke from Two Live Crew being like, whenever I went to, and Luke from Two Live Crew would have been like, that was the dirtiest hip hop ever when you were a kid. Like that was like
that was pornograph. That was a porn magazine being passed around class.
Like Al Gore's wife hated that shit. Like it was all like he was persona non grata for a long time among certain circles. He was like, when I went to P Diddy's parties, I left at like 9. It was gonna get too wild for me, Like, I want to flip this a little bit because Puff Daddy's not. I don't quantify him as even being a part of how I personally would define hip hop. So, I want to share it's 10-second positive thing about like a pioneer. I got to spit 16 bars with KRS-One at Pepper Jack's in Hamilton outside in the parking lot.
Great place.
And that to me is like what to me is quintessential hip hop vibes, that universal unity kind of thing. And Sage, I was wondering, you probably have a million stories, but can you give me something like this so we can offset some of this dirty P Diddy shit?
Oh yeah, since you brought up KRS.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of experiences with KRS and rocking on stage with KRS. And one of the funniest things was when he played in Boston, probably in 2008 or around that time, 2007 perhaps. But so while he was closing out his show, KRS has put on one of the best hip hop shows I've ever seen, hands down, and one of the worst hip hop shows I've ever seen, hands down. And it really depends on the circumstance.
Is that why?
No, he showed up without any records, and he was upset that there was no DJs in the crowd who had his instrumentals. Yeah. So he freestyled for most of it, and I mean, which is cool, but
he said when I'm on the mic 24 times. So.
Yeah, but no, it's just like 1, and then I got to run 2, and I got to crew. So it was that kind of freestyle.
Yeah. We should do that on this show one night.
No.
To wrap up his show, he kind of just disappeared from stage. He had a cordless mic and was walking, and he ended up just taking the exit without saying
3. I gotta pee.
And like a dude I was with who was working on some video stuff with him said, yeah, he does that at shows these days because I guess he owes a lot of people money, and he's never sure if they're going to try to get him after the show. So he just disappears. Yeah.
I didn't know KRS. Yeah. I always thought KRS had like this interesting, tragic existence because after like 2004 or something like that, maybe I don't know, whatever the year was, there was a big contingent of hip hop people that were like, oh, he's just so preachy all the time. And I'm like, that fucking guy has the right to be preachy. Like he's, you know what I mean? Like, it was, I can't remember who it was, but it was...
it's that attitude why he thinks he can get away without paying his debts.
Right? Yeah, exactly. He needs to get Puff Daddy to give him a loan, for sure.
Wait,
the interest is way too high.
Yo, this was the biggest disappointment when KRS did the song with Puffy. When he did the Intro World, that was in 97.
I must have missed this. What did he do?
Oh, God, let me get it.
It's not Step Into a World. That wasn't a Puff Daddy production, was it?
Yeah.
The Blondie fucking remake thing?
What was he, an EP or?
That one?
Puff Daddy, Step Into a World remix with Puff Daddy. That was a big...
I didn't
it was big. It was all over the radio. That was like his...
I remember the single,
the
but
song.
not the remix. I don't remember.
It was a great tune. It was a good tune.
So as the Backpack Kid and who held KRS up in the highest regard, that moment right there shattered me a little bit, and it made me rethink a lot of things that I thought were true, such as, I had to question the 4 elements, man. I had to question the 4 elements.
Wow, you have marks from your backpack, like permanent indentations.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. So do I. I didn't realize that Puff Daddy did. So you're saying the actual single was Puff Daddy, or there was a remix that came out after the single?
That was a single. It was a single, and it was
I like that song. I didn't know that Puff Daddy was part of that song.
I had no idea
so
either.
it didn't impact the way that I liked it.
No, he's on it.
It was haunting. From the same album. It was a haunting fucking beat.
That was from the same album that had MCs Act Like They Don't Know, right?
Yeah.
And you know what pissed me off about that video? It had Bud Bundy in it. I don't know why that pissed me off.
Grandmaster.
David
he
Faustino?
was a Grandmaster rapper. What was his name? Grandmaster
B.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave Faustino. Yeah. He's like all
Oh my
five
God, you
foot
remember
five
his
of
name?
them.
That's
Yeah,
adorable.
David Faustino. Yeah, I remember
Hey,
him.
there's nothing
Yeah,
wrong
he
with
wore
being
the-
5'5".
Sorry, James.
That was exciting. That was exciting seeing it on TV as a white kid living in the woods, and I had to use. Did you guys have UHF channels
yeah.
in Canada?
Yep.
I
So
remember
that's
the
the only
movie
way.
with Weird Al, UHF.
Yeah, that's the only way
VHF,
that I could.
UHF, yeah.
It's the only way I could get Fox at the time. So Simpsons
Mhm.
and Married with Children.
Fox
And then-
29 for us, yeah.
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 So
Oh,
when
Buffalo. Yeah.
when Grandmaster B came on the scene, I just was like, "There's my boy, the white people representing. He's got the same Raiders hat as me, man, and I live in Rhode Island."
I feel so
I
seen.
was
I feel seen, yeah.
I think there was Everlast and MC Search. I hate MC Search now because of personal reasons, because we had a falling out or whatever. But aside from a couple of rappers, I had this weird resentment for white rappers when I was like or white
course.
guys like Bud Bundy, like in the KRS-One video. I'm like, I deserve to be there more than he does. Fuck that. Or David Silver, remember from 90210?
Yeah,
Was
he had
a
a
rapper.
good. His first album's dope. It's good.
Can I
It's
I got
good, dog.
Is
It's
it
good.
really?
Yeah,
I
it's
never
good.
listened to it. See, I
It
was one of
sounds
those
like
purists.
Farside. It's like he's got Farside producers on it. It sounds like Farside.
Like, does
And
he sound like
raps
Fat
Far-
Lip?
No, it sounds like not Farside. Like Souls of Mischief
Oh, okay.
and Farside maybe. But it's a surprisingly a good album for
Wow.
a celebrity white guy.
I'm gonna write a blog tomorrow about how.
And I'm not waving his
St.
flag. I'm
Francis
not saying people
endorses-
should support, but I can say as a hip hop artist, I can objectively say I'm not the only person who thinks it's dope. And I'm not, actually, I shouldn't say it's dope, but like I can
See,
listen to it and not
if he
cringe.
wasn't David Silver from 90210, would you think it's dope?
Yes, that's what I'm
Doper?
saying. Maybe. I don't know, because a lot of stuff back then that I thought was dope, I don't think is dope anymore. So I'd say it really depends on when you're listening to it and what your experience is.
Yeah, Fat Boys is one of those for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We talked about that the last time, I know, but like, yeah, that was one of those ones where I was like, at the time, I was like, I listened in grade 5. I listened to Wipeout like a billion times in a row.
Same. Yeah.
And then now I'm like, oh god, what was I thinking?
It was for us. It was for the little kids. It seemed like.
So Ryan and Ashley aren't hip hop heads, but like, what kind of hip hop did you listen to when you were in high school? I'm just curious because I'm always curious what the non-purist listened to, so I can either mock you or praise you.
Seriously?
Actually, I have a funny feeling.
Ashley's
that
a
you
good
listen to
one.
Hip hop.
Yeah, well, because Ashley's got a decade on me, right? She's a decade younger than me, so
Oh, so
Yeah.
you grew up with like when 50 Cent was dope. You were like in grade 7, that kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe like a little younger, but yeah.
Oh fuck, makes me so depressed.
Yeah, right. I had a neighbor burn like an Eminem CD for me when I was like 12 that I should not have had. It was pretty vulgar. Honestly, like anything that was popular through the 2000s was pretty cool for me. Other than that,
Have anyone here
Ryan's the
seen
one that
Eminem
introduced
live?
me to like the 80s kind of, rap vibe, and I was like, that's some pretty good shit. I mean,
no, I never saw it. I had a chance for the Family Values thing. At one point, was that him? Was he a part of that Family Values tour?
I have
Who?
no idea.
Eminem.
Eminem.
No.
No.
Ice Cube. Ice Cube. was
Ice
on
Cube.
that.
That's right. Yeah, I had a chance to go to that, but I didn't go. But yeah,
I
we're
took
not-
my sister to that.
did you?
Yeah, it was Rammstein and
Yes.
Ice Cube. Limp Bizkit. They came
Limp
out
Bizkit.
to a UFO, and the UFO opened up, and the Rocksteady crew from New York City did a breakdance routine on the stage. It was incredible. I
What
like,
was
that would
what
be
was the
dope.
one that Snoop and everybody was on? What was that
the smoke,
tour?
what's that? The smoking.
It was Snoop. It was Dre. It was Eminem. Like everybody was in that
Oh
tour.
yeah.
And they had like Snoop's car would come out. Remember, like on the stage, like
don't
the
remember what
hydraulics
it's called.
caddy would come out.
Yeah,
I
I
can't
don't
remember what
know.
that tour was. I had a chance to go to that, and I lost out on it.
You know what's
I'm
funny?
pissed.
Like-
Still to this day, I'm pissed I didn't go.
The best hip hop concert I ever went to was Funk Dubious, House of Pain, and Cypress Hill. And I Funk Dubious was good. Like I like all those artists.
I love Cypress
liked
Hill,
I
too.
liked House. I thought House of Pain was actually kind of
They
like.
were okay.
I thought that the crazy stratospheric success of their single took away from the quality of some of their B-sides. I really did. I thought "Who's the Man" was a great track. Like
And it was that Boston vibe too. Like
They're not from
weird-
Boston. They're
And
not
that's
from
the best
Boston.
part, though.
I know.
didn't want you to say
Yeah.
that.
But they
They're from LA,
tried,
aren't they?
They tried to bleed it into like a Boston thing. It's like there's no rap in Boston, guys. What are you doing? But
What are you talking
it
about?
worked. Yeah. Well,
No,
there's
he
rap,
was-
but yeah.
Yeah.
But
Boston
then
had
the
an
worst
ill
concert,
scene.
the worst concert I ever went to, even though I like the artist better in the studio, but the worst concert ever was Jay-Z Common in L.A. It was just
Oh.
awful.
Really?
Like maybe it could have been just the sound and this, I don't know where it was. I don't know much about LA. I lived there for a short time, but I don't remember the name of the venue. But it was like it wasn't the Staples Center or wherever the Lakers play, or the Forum at the time. But
Yeah.
it was just like this kind of hip hop. Like it was just
Like
and
like
I
the
had
the mumble rap of today. I
no,
fucking
not
it drives
even
me
mumble
nuts.
rap, just bad sound, bad mic control, something. It just like that's why I was so impressed with Classified's acoustic tour, because it's like finally I get to sit
Yeah.
down and relax and hear lyrics.
That
you know,
is
like,
really cool.
You
actually.
like
I love
Classified, didn't you?
I love Classified. I think Schaefer
No,
like-
Ashley.
that. Just like his hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever I've heard is cool.
Hey, wait. Speaking of, because you dropped his name momentarily, but to get back on the topic of Puff, which is a swear word in Scotland, so that's why my posts keep get taken down.
Oh yeah,
on
Puff.
Facebook. You mentioned who would you mention? MC Search, and he always has stuff to talk about everybody. So I think now's his time to shine again and talk. I want to hear his P Diddy stories. I want to hear him let loose and talk his talk, because he always does that. And I think he should feel safe now. Unless
I
he's not.
find him fundamentally like. Listen, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm literally nothing. What's he gonna do? Sue me? Like, I was throwing. It was 2009, and I was throwing a couple events in Miami with my ex business partner or whatever, and we were doing Eat the Beat. And Eat the Beat was my project where I would get MCs to stand in front of a screen that would shoot off. Digital graphics, and the MC had to freestyle based on the graphics that he saw across the
that's
screen. So it was front proof was what I called it. And so I don't remember, I think he was working at a radio station in Buffalo or something like that, and I got a hold of him, and I was like, you know, I was wondering if you like, I think that White Rapper show was out around that time, and he was like the host or the producer or whatever of it.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was like, you know, can we forge some sort of like partnership where you can bring sponsors to the table? And so he was going to bring this sponsor to the table called Nouveau, and Nouveau was like this pink liquor. And so I'm still in Toronto before we even go to Miami, and he's like, and he's telling me that he can get me $5,000. And I was like, fuck, I'll take that's great. Like I can now pay Talib Kweli to host it if I have $5,000. Like, you know what I mean? Because I talked to him on the phone. That was my greatest conversation with a hip hop artist ever. And I'll talk about that later if you want. But like, I had a half an hour conversation with Talib Kweli from my balcony in Miami, and I got off the phone. And I was like, I could die right now and everything would be great. Like, you know. But I get to Miami and I meet the Nouveau rep, and the Nouveau rep is like, well, we were discussing it, and James, we don't want to do this event, but we will give you the $15,000 for the next event. And I was like, what? So I called Search, and I was like, so what was the sponsorship worth? He's like, $5,000, baby. And I was like, I just talked to your rep, and they said it was $15,000. He's like, well, I got to eat too. And I'm like, you got to eat 66% of my fucking, like, are you fucking kidding? Does your rep know that? And he's like, I got to go.
Yes, you do.
I got a question though, and this is it goes back to the Diddy thing, but where were all these motherfuckers with the stories? Why does everybody wait for it to break like this to actually come out and fucking like out people and like be like, this is wrong? Like if you're morally,
It's
if
a
you're
common tale, ain't it? I think
It is.
Absolutely.
They feel threatened, or they're trying to protect themselves or their finances. But like I said, in the cases of, you have to think it must be something very extreme to the lengths that certain artists went to get away from Puff Daddy. It had to be very extreme. So
All his ex-business partners are dead. Seriously, they are.
Yeah, you know, so that's proof in the pudding. I'd say, like, even if it's not, say that's just totally coincidence.
you think it's that fear? You think it's that fear? It's a fear because of that, right? Like,
You know what Puff Daddy was, Ryan? Puff Daddy was sort of like Suge Knight without the imposing figure and the cigar.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like,
no, he was
but
very
same
unassuming.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
physically unassuming when it came to shit like that. But I guess like
when you've got pull in a lot of places.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
You
this
can
is
make
why.
or break somebody's career.
What happened with J-Lo? Can she speak on it?
Yeah.
She just came out with a new album, tour that flopped, and I
Thanks,
think
Ben.
a movie. But
It's Ben Affleck's fault.
well, I don't know.
Or it's because she's my mom's age and she needs to just chill out.
You know what? The fact that she's your mom age and she's still sorry, I don't want to be.
She
crass,
does
but
look. She
she
looks
benefited-
fantastic.
the greatest.
she
mom
benefited
in
from
the
like
history of.
She did.
she benefited from certain relationships.
You're right.
In the business world. Puff
So
Daddy
is
was
it that-
one of those relationships.
Is it that balance? You think? You think it's I'm trying to balance my own shit, and I feel like a sack of shit. And now then they're going to come out, and the first thing I would say is like as somebody that if I was to interview one of them, it'd be like, I'm really fucking proud of you for you to take that step to say this. But where the fuck were you? Fucking 2 years, 10 years, 5 years? You know, like
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, like you said, it's a common theme with people who experience any type of like assault or abuse. It's like you're embarrassed and it's shitty, and you don't know who else has gone through it, and you just kind of hide it. And then once you hear that other people have had that experience, you're like, well, shit, you know what? If we're all coming together, let's do it together, right? Like,
yeah,
there's power.
It's that
in
Me Too,
numbers.
that Me Too
exactly.
kind of
There's-
thing when it comes to this stuff, right? So
Yeah.
Not to shoehorn Gaza into this, but even it doesn't even
What a hard pivot.
it doesn't even affect most people who are witnessing what's happening there. They're still afraid to speak about it because they don't know how it's going to affect their personal or business lives, professional lives, friendships. It's people are just scared to speak on things that you don't know what the outcome will be.
But
Yeah.
will you condemn Puff Daddy?
I will condemn Puff Daddy. I will condemn the shiny suit era and everything that came of it. My name is Sage Francis. I got to get out of here. Thank you for having me as part of this. I appreciate it.
All right,
dude,
buddy.
thank
Thanks
you
for
so much
joining
for
us.
coming by.
You can call, hey, when the album drops, Old Boy Rhymes is putting on a new album. When does that album drop?
We'll see. We're still waiting on the final master. I would say this summer.
Before
Expect
you go, did you link with my cousin? Is anything happening there?
who's your? Oh no. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna wait until we have the final version of the songs, and I'll
Okay.
share it with him. I'll share it with you too. But if we could get like animation work done for a couple of this, because he's living in Southeast Asia, that makes it very difficult
Yeah.
to do videos that include other people. So animation's the perfect option, but it's also very slow and expensive. So
Yeah.
it's good if someone can knock it out for us on the strength, and we'll see what's possible. But I might
Alright.
be in Canada this week. It was supposed to be confirmed, but I was supposed to do 10 dates in Canada, 5 on the West Coast, 5 on the East Coast. So
Well,
if that
you do
comes
Ottawa,
together,
I'll come see you.
yeah.
Yeah, we're GTA, so let us know. Like we're near Toronto and stuff, so I'd love to.
I'll
Yeah,
be there. Toronto,
Nice.
Toronto's my spot. So is
of
Vancouver.
course.
Yeah.
Sage
At-
Francis,
at-
ladies and gentlemen.
at-
Thanks,
at Sage
buddy. Really
Francis, yeah.
appreciate you making the time, and we'll see you next time.
Respect.
All right. Buddy.
Thanks, Sage.
Thanks.
Cheers.
At Sage Francis on Twitter. Fuck, what a great guy.
Yeah. he's
What a
guy.
great dude. Like
Have you
that
heard
was
his music?
Yeah, well, yeah, because of you though. I'm not to say anything like weird, but I had no idea that he was who he was, and he was so goddamn good.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah, he is really good.
Yeah, no,
And you know what's really nice?
Impressive
is that
dude.
I send him my shit sometimes, and I always warn him first. I'm like, I just recorded it with a cell phone leaning beside a speaker,
yeah,
and he's the right kind of audience, because he's like, James, go to the studio with this,
yeah,
because some of these lyrics are fucking dope. He doesn't have to say, like, he doesn't praise me like undue praise, like, wow, that's not amazing, or anything like
yeah,
that,
of course.
But just as an MC getting like props from another MC like that, like I'm not on his level. Like he's been on stage with KRS. I had to rhyme in the parking lot at Pepper Jack's with KRS. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, like I don't care. Like, I'm not
You keep
looking
bringing
for-
up Pepper Jack's. That's our hometown. Like I can't believe
know
you
it
were
is.
there. Like that's
Yeah.
funny. That's wild.
Dude, I
That's-
was
Around the
right
corner
in
from
the
there
front
today.
row at the
Yeah, we were.
KRS One concert.
Stop
with, like,
hitting the
6
desk. I
beers.
fixed my audio problems. Fix
I had
yours.
3.
It's fucking cold in here now because we shut our fan off. That sucks the air out.
Well, it sucks the fun out of the podcast.
Yeah.
Fan.
Just so you know.
This is. Can I?
Now I'm chilly
This
as
is
shit.
here. Listen. This is what we hear
That's what you're doing.
from you.
What? Because I do this?
Yeah, because of the springs on your mic
like a
arm.
whole metal,
The
like,
springs.
reverberation.
What you need to do is
be
you
like
need
this for the rest of the night. All right.
sit on your hands, but you need to mount your microphone off your desk. That's the problem.
That's what we tell preschoolers when we need them to cut their shit.
Yeah, that has
Hands
to
on top,
get
happy,
mounted
stop.
somewhere else.
Is
That's
that
all.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Because when you're touching this, it
figure that out.
resonates through your mic.
this happened last week when my headphones popped out. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I remember. Why can't I hear you guys?
Yeah. I know. What's going on, man?
But no, Sage was great. Said like, you know what? That's you and I had a conversation yesterday about. I had a bit of trepidation about this show. About I thought we were just gonna come on like just like trash Diddy and whatever, and it's like whatever. And you're like, I'm gonna have this expert. I'm like, fuck me. Like now I'm gonna feel like a fish out of water, right? Well, he is. He's an industry guy, right? So it's like that was fantastic. I'm so glad
You know
to
what?
have had
I-
a chance to talk to him because he was really really good.
You know what the cool part about my job is that like I never there was a brief time in my teenage years where I would daydream about being some sort of famous rapper.
Yeah.
Now I'm just comfortable. Like I'm like that painter that really likes like painting landscapes, and people come over and they're like, "Holy crap, that's a really good landscape," but no one knows who he is and he's not trying to be an artist. I feel like that guy because now in my sphere, like I know Chip Fu from the Fushnikins. Do you remember the Fushnikins?
No.
I'm a true what? I am a true Fushnik. Or like ring the alarm. Another sound is dying. Whoa, hey, you don't know these songs, really? Anyways, I know the DOC. I know the DOC now.
Yeah, well, you've had the DOC on
show.
a few times, yeah.
Right. So now we text each other about like his documentary. Like I know Sage Francis. Like, and I'm not saying it to be braggadocious. It's just I love my.
Here, let me just get the names you dropped. They're right here.
Pick those up for
You know what? I'll
them up.
drop all these names. You want to know?
No,
why?
you should.
Because these guys are my like. They're not my heroes or my peers. They're just people that I admire. And I'm so thankful that I get to like just know them. And eventually, fuck off. I'm Italian. Okay, I talk with my fucking hands. I'm Italian.
It is. It's a Di Fiore thing, right?
You know what the
It's
funny thing is that we used to freestyle.
Well,
Like,
when
on
you
the
when you
cafeteria
listen
desks.
when you listen to the replay of this podcast, you're gonna hear it because it has that it's like an almost like a chamber hum.
Yeah, it's very metallic.
It's very it's like a
Chamber hum.
but it's like a spring, but it's like echoey. It's not like it would be a cool sound, just not in a podcast when we're talking.
You guys know what? We're waiting for Leanne Schaefer to get here. I don't know why she's taking so long. But did you guys? I think I invented a new genre of covers.
Oh, okay.
So do you remember the cover? The song "Somebody" by Depeche Mode.
Of course.
All right. Do you remember the song? This is the one that is more what do you call it? Not
Mainstream.
random. No, the opposite of that.
Oh, more hipster.
Yeah, more hipster. There's another word for it too, though.
Indie.
Not random, hipster,
Obscure?
indie, obscure. That's the one.
Obscure. That's a good one. Yeah.
Hayden. Do you remember Hayden?
no,
The Toronto folk singer.
Hayden.
can't say
Yeah.
I do.
Girl
No.
of my dreams.
have a
Things are
cousin
as
named
bad
Hayden?
as
He's a
they
nice boy.
seem.
No, I don't remember that.
I squished two songs together, and I created a cover song. So I did the verses of Depeche Mode and then the hook of Hayden. And I got to tell you, I think it went pretty good. I sent it to.
Do you
my
have
next
it?
guest. I do. I'll play it in a bit. Well, actually,
That's what we need is music on this show.
I'll ask Leanne if it's worth playing.
Okay.
Because Leanne Schaefer, not my ex-girlfriend, but my ex-medicine woman, is here on the show. Leanne, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Now you got the headphones on.
Oh, we can
better
hear you
or
this
not
time.
better?
Oh, then last time for sure.
Nice to see
Yeah.
you again.
Good to see
Hi,
you.
baby.
How are
Do you
you?
want them
love?
off or on?
No, sounds good.
Were you watching when Sage Francis was here?
Yes, of course it was.
He's dope, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, really great dude. I got to pee.
All right. Well,
go pee.
welcome your guests and then go pee.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but it's not that, or I'm going to sit here like this and someone's going to accuse me of being on heroin like they did. I was on the show for like 3 minutes and someone's like, oh, James got coke jaw. And I'm like, no.
Oh, I'm gonna scroll while you go pee. I'm gonna scroll back into the comments. I saw something really funny while Sage was talking.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
hilarious.
Oh
I'll be
my
right back.
god.
Right there.
So there it is. All right. So someone just chimed in, and this is the world we live in now. And I think it used to make me mad, but now it just makes me laugh. It's like, okay, sometimes things happen at the same time. Okay. Like things will happen at the same time. You will, buy a house and a car at the same time, we'll say, or you will, win, $25 on the lottery ticket that you bought, and then you'll get a $50 fucking parking ticket. You know, there's just
Somebody will die and somebody will be born.
right. But some people live in a fucking world now that nothing can happen without it being a conspiracy. There's a reason for everything happening. So everybody that Diddy is accused of victimizing in what is now coming out and finally getting the light of day shone on it. You guys mean nothing, just so you know, because the U.S. is so focused on Diddy, the powers that be are sneaking behind their backs. 1 hour ago, the Biden administration authorized billions of dollars in bombs, warplanes for Israel. Multitasking is a myth, and they know it. That's the world we live in now, everybody. And you can't walk and chew gum in this world without them being connected now. The only reason why I can chew gum is because I can walk, and the only reason why I can walk is because I'm chewing gum to some of the soft brains in this fucking this world that we live in, and it drives me fucking nuts. And
no correlation, but carry on.
It amuses the fuck out of me at the same time, just so everybody's aware. Anyway, I didn't want to address that while Sage was here because we were talking about actual things, not fucking everybody living in that Tom Clancy novel that they all think they live in now.
Yeah.
Anyway, Leanne.
Yes, dear.
Are you in the same spot you were in last week when you joined us, or no?
No, I'm at my house.
Oh, you're at home.
I have a house, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know you. I didn't think you lived in a tent. I thought.
Well, I almost lived in a tent. I just didn't. I lasted 12 hours and then I went home.
That wasn't a tent. No, actually, it's James. James, it's you that I wanted I wanted your input on this, but I brought it up just to vamp while you went pee. There was a comment that came in while Sage was on, but it didn't fit because we were actually having a productive and constructive and nice conversation. But somebody literally commented that saying that the Diddy thing, it's not real. The U.S. is focused on Diddy because the powers that be are sneaking behind their backs. An hour ago, the Biden administration authorized billions of dollars in bombs and warplanes for Israel. Multitasking is a myth, just so you know.
That's just a Tuesday.
Yeah, and this is nobody realizes that two things can happen at the same time. And now when two things happen at the same time, it's automatically a conspiracy.
You know 100%. When 9/11 happened.
Yeah.
And listen, I would love to have a 9/11 discussion actually because it's
I would have a
Jesus
9/11
Christ.
I'm just saying it's been
here's the 90 degree.
It's been 23 years. Perhaps we can just speak about it and spitball. For example, I don't think a plane hit the Pentagon. I don't think we've seen any evidence that shows a plane hit
except for the dead people that were on the plane and their families that fucking mourn the loss of their
they didn't recover
relatives.
any bodies. And the only video footage that we have is this brief little flash that doesn't look like a plane.
But the people that were on the plane are still dead and their families are still alive. You're making this a Sandy Hook.
Wouldn't the bodies be on the scene? Listen, I'm not.
Where were they if they weren't on the scene?
Well, why? It's not my responsibility to find out where they were. I just know that the evidence doesn't show that a plane. Listen, remember that when they put out that footage? If you showed that footage to a person that didn't know 9/11 happened, the first 25 guesses would not be, oh, that's clearly a plane hitting the Pentagon.
Jet fuel don't melt steel beams.
No one said that.
I know. I'm saying, but this. Okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Okay.
Why? When you're gonna put a plane out of commission, and you need to demo a building like in Vegas or whatever, why wouldn't you just fly the plane into it? Because apparently it just makes it fall straight down.
No.
I'm just saying.
I don't think that's exactly.
You remind me of the two girls at the second cup.
Oh, shut up! See, you don't have any good answers, so you just mock.
No, you don't have a solid fucking theory, so you just get defensive.
We saw two planes hit two buildings. And for some reason, it made both those buildings fall straight down. The pancake theory, I read all the things. And then the next building, building 7, falls in the exact same way, but doesn't get hit by a plane. Like I didn't know buildings always fell
Almost
straight
like they
down.
were built the same way.
Building 7
almost
wasn't
like they
built
were-
the same way.
It's like they were
Exactly.
twin towers.
Yeah, she's talking about World Trade 7,
Oh, sorry.
the one that exploded. That one,
I think-
yeah,
I
I'll
think
give you
you've lost
7.
your mind a little bit on this.
No, I'll
one.
give him 7. 7 was a little weird.
7 was
Every-
very weird.
You
Yeah.
hit buildings with planes near the top,
No.
and it falls straight down. It's 100 stories.
Yeah, but how many stories were above where the plane hit?
I don't know, like
Do you know?
20 something. I don't know.
How heavy is 20 stories
Probably
of concrete
pretty
and
friggin'
steel
heavy.
I don't know.
crashing down
forget all the
floor by
people.
floor by floor?
Not
by
as
floor?
heavy as the remaining 80.
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. However, sorry, my
This is
voice
going to get
really
so
bad.
fun.
You know what? Let's do
wait.
each other some favors here before you go on, Leanne, and I'll throw it to
Yeah.
you in a second.
I know. I'm
Let's
interrupting.
just talk and not mock. Okay, let's just
Oh.
talk. And if
Get
I have a
bent.
point that you think is crazy, just be like, James, I can see where you're coming from. However, let's do it like that instead of like fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Like,
but
don't want any-
but if I can't see where you're coming from, I'm not going to say it.
I know, but just let's talk and not.
I will not
mock.
pat you on the back for
Let's
nonsense.
talk and not mock, Locke. Let's get Lachlan on the show.
Go ahead,
could go
Leanne.
either
What were you
way.
saying?
Well, because I spent a lot of time doing a whole lot of nothing when I'm not working, I've probably watched
My porn name is Whole Lot of Nothing. Go on.
a whole lot of nothing.
That's how I feel about myself. Plus,
Was it Little Knob? What was that other guy's name?
No, it was not.
Lil Rod.
Lil Rod.
Lil
There you go,
Rod.
Sorry.
But
not
Anyhow,
so I've watched everything with an open mind of both sides, because right, like I can't believe that it didn't happen because it did.
Okay, so
But-
open this with your engineering expertise and background first, though.
So the World Trade
Talk,
both
not
World-
mock.
World Trade Centers
It's not mock.
were built to
Yeah,
sustain everything.
It was.
Everything.
No, that's what they told you.
No, they showed the
No,
engineer.
They showed the engineering of these buildings were meant because they are big and they are could pop. You never know, right?
They
So-
were
They compared-
earthquake
you know
and
what they compared
hurricane
it to,
proof.
Ryan,
It
the
lit-
engineers when they built it said
Yeah.
that it was like throwing a pen. They literally used the plane flying into it as the example,
Yes, they did.
and they showed a pencil flying into like screen mesh on your window, and that it wasn't supposed to like impact the rest of the building. You got a
But-
smirk on your face, and I don't.
Where
like that
was
because-
P Diddy during the 9/11? That's what I want
Right?
to know.
Yeah,
That's
we
what
need
I
to
want to know too.
He's
Reminds
probably
me
in
that-
the other World Trade Center that didn't go because it's the
reminds me of that fucking that Dave Chappelle bit. You remember that?
Which one?
He's talking about how they interviewed some of the most ridiculous people after 9/11.
Yeah.
It was like, could somebody please get Ja Rule on the phone to make sense of all of this?
J. Rule.
Somebody call Ja.
That was the greatest, actually. Yeah. Good.
Someone
Actually, I
get
can't
Ja
believe you
Rule.
said it. Yeah. we need to know what Ja Rule thinks about this.
Somebody please get Ja on the phone.
This is what I mean, though, because you're right. Listen, I'm not saying don't think about the fucking weird shit that could have gone down. You're absolutely right. The U.S. government is totally fucking capable of exploding itself, but it doesn't mean that the minute that we come up with a neat theory, going, oh well, then that's definitely it. That's what happened. Like it's 23. Like it's 23 years. You said, James. If that was the
remember it
case-
like it was yesterday. I really do. Like
So do I.
I watched the second
remember
plane
it like
fly
yesterday.
live into the other building. I remember watching them collapse and going, like it was cataclysmic. I was like, what
You
the
know what I'm
fuck is
thinking
going
already.
on here?
You're bringing it up. I know.
What?
What?
We have a great story about the 9/11 because we
Where
all
were-
remember.
Where were
where
you
were
on
you?
9/11?
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay,
Ashley, go.
Go,
That's
Ash.
why
No,
this-
no, you got to pick
No,
her.
no.
No, pick her
I have
last.
to go
There's
last.
a
That's the
reason
point of
that she
this.
needs to be last.
Okay.
Okay,
Where were
so
you,
you-
James?
Yeah, James, you go first.
Okay. I was at my house, in my basement apartment in Toronto on Borden Street in the Annex, just above Kensington.
Yep.
Living with my ex girlfriend at the time, and I turned on the TV, and I whatever I was watching went into a plane hit the building. I called Nigel, my buddy from the Pocket Dwellers, and I was like, and we were on the phone, and Nigel still to this day reminds me of this. There was probably a span of like 20 minutes where we were watching the same channel and not saying anything. And then at one point, the second plane hit as we were on the phone with each other, and I was just like, "What the fuck is going on, dude?" He's like, "James, I don't know." He's like, and he said something so poignant. He's like, "I think the world just changed today," and I was like, "Yeah, I think so too." And this is like seconds after it happened. We got off the phone after one building collapsed. I watched the second one collapse, and for some reason, I had this weird urge to walk down to the American embassy, and I did. And no,
Sometimes, sometimes you get that.
well, no, because listen, the most powerful nation on earth just got attacked. I wanted to, I felt like a guerrilla journalist in a sense, almost like I wanted to go to the American embassy because that is where, in this country, activity would be seen that was based on that event. So I
Yeah.
went there, and sure enough, they had blocked off
Yeah.
on University Avenue, blocks south and north. There were guys with machine guns. There was all these like SUVs rolling in and out. But what I really noticed more than anything was like people walking around bewildered. Like it was one of those times in life. There's nothing like 9/11, right? Like, let's be honest. Like that was a singular event. There's nothing like that ever. And people were. It reminded me a little bit of the blackout. When the blackout happened, I think it was 2003.
Yeah.
And people kind of came together. It was weird. Like I lived near College Street, same apartment, and we were walking down, and all the bars had like coolers out in front with like ice in it because there was a blackout and like
It was
whatever.
so hot.
But people were getting
That's
along with
right,
each
it
other,
was so
genuinely like united because something terrible happened to our neighbor. And it didn't feel like no one was making fun of the Americans. No one was saying at that time, like, oh, the chickens came home to roost and America deserves it. There was none of that at this time. It was just like, how could something so horrific happen? And it was really interesting to see the dynamic between people on that day. Because I walked to university, then I walked down to Union Station. I walked back up through the Queen West and through the annex and stuff like that. And people were just bewildered. Like it was almost like people didn't really know what to say. Like it was kind of emotional, I thought, that day.
Very emotional the entire fucking time.
Absolutely was.
Yeah.
What about you, Leanne? Where were you?
Okay, so I was just thinking this because I can't do math. So if my son's going to be 25 in July, but it was October, and it was, so how old was he? 3,
2.
4, 2?
How old is he now?
He'll be, well, he's 24.
Okay, so
Sorry,
you-
yeah, it's 24.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he was 1.
Oh, he's only
He
1?
was almost 2. He was a month
Almost
away from
Yeah,
being
okay,
2.
yeah. So I've been working in my basement like that long. So one of my clients was in, and I don't even know why. I turned the TV on, weirdly, because I never do. Turned the TV on, and then I was like, you have to come see this. This is really weird. And she's like, what? And I'm like, I feel like that building in New York's on fire. So she comes out, and then we missed the first one, but you could hear everybody screaming, and then we kind of heard all the stuff. And then the second plane hit, and we both jumped and we both screamed, holy fuck, so loud. My kid started bawling, and she's like, I can't get my hair done. I need to go home. So she literally went home.
I can't do this.
No, I can't do this. So I was like holding my like little guy, thinking, holy shit, like what is happening here?
Mm-hmm.
And then quite a while later, I was like, oh, it was those stupid, I didn't know anything about politics. It was those stupid presidents in the United States who just want all the oil. That's what I said. And then I was like, no, it's
not far off.
but,
Easy.
yeah,
I don't
it was-
know. Look, none of us know.
Where is that oil now? Did we get it? Is it here?
We got
Did
some
we
of
just
it.
yeah, did we just get a pipeline that we built because we
That
took
was
down
actually-
9/11?
We're not good at those.
Yeah, you see, this is what that comment was
pipelines
all
I'm not
about.
good on.
Oil
big distraction.
commodities exchange
right,
in
right.
different places. Like you can, like,
Nothing can happen at the same time. I know.
dude. The weapons manufacturers were the ones that got paid for
Oh,
9/11.
absolutely.
They're the
And
ones.
there were
100%.
wars that should have never happened. And then I've been
We
watching.
They were all Saudis. It was funded by the Saudis, and we just invaded Afghanistan because they harbored.
It was
the
easy.
guy that
Well, it was
claimed-
easy.
Yeah.
It was
Like,
just
It was easier.
The shit that we don't know. Listen, I can muse about whether or not a plane hit the Pentagon, and we can all laugh and stuff like that. But the truth is, we don't know shit about the real. Like, I'm not saying that planes didn't hit the World Trade Center and that they didn't collapse and a bunch of people died. Like, obviously, all that shit happened. But all the nuanced, like, you know, details of how it happened, why it happened, if people let it happen, what happened after the fact, we don't know shit about that. Like, honestly, we don't
governments
know
do
anything.
shady shit, and look at
Of
all
course
this,
they
like
do.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
tapped everybody's phones and crap for like
Yeah, the
Patriot
Patriot Act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, like yeah, you guys
Yeah,
should
but-
actually
but-
watch that Netflix thing on the Cold War.
No,
it's
no,
it's actually really really good.
Turning
Yeah,
Point.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
so
that's
good.
it's a good documentary. Actually.
Not to get too far off.
Well, hold
on.
We got to do
Yeah,
Ryan.
so-
Ryan, where were you?
Ryan, where were you?
Well,
Ryan.
I was working nights. My brother and I worked together, and we were doing a private policing contract actually in Ancaster for Silver City. And we were up all like home by like 5 a.m. and it's like, oh, you know, whatever. And then my phone was ringing at like 8:30 in the morning, and it was my mom from work. And like she knew I was on night, so I'm like, this has to be something's wrong. Someone's dead, right? Meanwhile, there's lots of people dead, but I didn't realize what was going on. And she says, "Are you watching TV?" I'm like, "No, I'm in bed." And she said, "Turn the TV on." I'm like, well, "What channel?" She's like, "Any fucking channel. Just turn the TV on." So this was after plane one. And just as I turned the TV on, I was like, "Holy shit! Like, this is crazy! Like, what happened?" I was just, "Oh, you know, a plane hit this building," and we were still on the phone together when the second plane hit. And I said, "Okay," I said, "This is terrorist. Like, this is a terrorist attack. Like, guaranteed. Like, this is something's coordinated here. This is crazy." So now I'm up. So like you, James, you're like, what do I do? You actually feel like you're like, what the fuck do I? What you're. There's nothing you can do, but you still have that weird feeling of I need to do something.
Well, and
I
it's
need.
like, how do I just go back to bed?
I walked to
right?
the fucking embassy.
So they grounded all air traffic in North America. So it was like, and they were
Except
talking.
for the
well,
Bin Laden family. who
Well, yeah,
was
they,
able
they,
to-
they got to skip, right? But
which
they
is fine.
said,
nothing to see here.
let's figure out what the fuck is, and they're landing. Anything that's in the air is getting landed somewhere. So I talked to a friend of mine, and I said, "What? Let's go to Mount Hope. Let's go to the Hamilton Airport and just watch what's going on over there." Because there's like, if you go to it's not like Toronto. There's plane spotting places that you can park, but Hamilton is unique because right at the end of Glencaster Road is the main runway. So we got there at like, and again, I'm on like maybe an hour and a half of sleep at this point. We grabbed coffee and we just drove to the airport and we're listening to the radio. We got the scanners on because we did some stuff back in the day where we needed police scanners. So we had those going. So we're listening to air traffic control. We're listening to the police. We're listening to the RCMP. We're listening to everything. We pull up and it was a scene out of a fucking movie. Like, I've never seen that many flashing lights on a runway in my life. And it was, as soon as the plane landed, there was guys with submachine guns escorting people from the tarmac. They weren't even putting the tube, like that stair thing, like the normal thing on the big planes. Like, they actually had like this weird thing where you actually had to walk down open air. And there was guys with like snipers fucking trained on everybody coming off these planes. And they're just people that are like, where the fuck do we go? Like, I was in the air 10 minutes ago. I don't know. And they're in the
Supposed to be in Atlanta right now. What the
well,
fuck?
yeah, and they're in the air, so they don't know. It's 2001. They're not getting news live. They don't know what's happening on the ground. Pilots are not just like announcing, "Oh, well, there's planes hitting the fucking Pentagon and the fucking World Trade Center." So they're getting off the plane and they're shitting their pants. They're like, "What the fuck did we do?" So on and so forth. That night, I had to work again with my brother in Ancaster, and again, we were in an entertainment district zone of, if you want to call it that. It was crickets. Not one person was at the movies that night. Not one person was out at a restaurant having dinner. We were in an empty fucking parking lot going, what happened to the world? Like, did the world just shut down? Like, the world literally just shut down because everybody was at home watching TV.
But didn't
So-
Toronto close kind of? Like
Everything
know.
closed in North America.
barriers and parking garages
Yeah.
and all
It
sorts
was
of stuff.
wild. So we said, okay, like this is crazy. And then as the days unfolded and things started to sort of normalize, but we're still like, that's the top thing anybody's ever talking about. Things started to open back up and we were back at work and we were sitting on the patio. We were working, right? And sure enough, it's private policing. So where are we? We're in a coffee shop. So we're sitting in a second cup on the patio. And there's this is my favorite story to tell about 9/11. There's two girls that are probably about maybe 18, 19 years old sitting on the patio. And Ancaster, if anybody doesn't know, in the GTA, Ancaster is like the affluent.
It's the richy rich.
It's the richy riches, right? So these two girls are total fucking, I don't even know how to describe it, but they're sitting there, they're talking
like
about
Valley Girl vibe.
Yeah, Valley Girls. Yeah.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Preppy
Oh,
chicks.
dude. So this is I swear on my fucking dog's life, this was the conversation. My brother and I are sitting there and the girls are talking. They're like, can you believe what happened? Like, this is just crazy. Last time I went camping.
By the way, you sound like a gay guy, not a girl. Go on.
No, that's what. Well, anyways,
It sounds cool.
this is crazy. Now, like they're talking about you can't bring anything on planes. Like last time when I went camping, like they're not even gonna let me bring nail clippers on the plane. I'm like, who takes a fucking plane camping for one? And for two, is the next one. This is my favorite statement. It's a good.
Is it about
it's a-
hibachi?
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that the planes went or that the towers fell. And the girl's like, why would you say that? What do you mean? She goes, because of all the rocket fuel, it would have went down the elevator shaft and they could have taken off like spaceships. I swear to Christ. And she was dead serious.
Shut up.
You know what? If I was talking to my brother, I would phone him right now to fucking corroborate the story because it actually fucking happened. And yeah, you've been around, Ashley, when I've told the story with him in front of me. They would have taken off like spaceships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was she high or just
No, she was just dumb and rich and stupid and drinking coffee with her friends.
Can we unpack that for a second? Like, what do you think she meant?
Yeah. No, she meant that all the fuel would have went to the basement
To the moon.
and it would have exploded there and shot the tower into the air.
Straight.
Well, maybe there'd be more survivors if that happened. Like
And maybe we would have civilizations on
Crystal
Mars
or whatever the
something.
fuck your name was.
Oh my god, it was so fucking funny. Like it was I look at those pivotal like etched in, burnt in memories of 9/11, and the first thing I think of at 9/11 is that story. Just so you know.
Now I'm
Okay,
gonna have that. in my
now
brain
for the
forever.
built-up finale, Miss
Okay.
Ashley.
Dun, 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 dun.
This is my favorite. Remember, we're married, by the way. This is my wife.
You're married at the time?
No,
Is there
no,
nudity in
God.
this
No,
story?
no. No, this would
Oh,
be
God,
a P
no,
Diddy
not
story
the
if
time,
we
yeah.
were married at the time. But yeah.
I was in my grade 6 English class.
Oh God, she's a baby.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh my God, she's a baby.
It's my favorite
Okay,
part.
that's
It's
it.
my favorite part.
Oh,
It's my favorite part of
And
this.
that's it. That's all you had to say. That's it. It's over. It's over, people.
That
It's
is
like
the-
Vince Carter in 2000 dunk contest.
Thanks for coming
It's over.
out. Yeah.
I would have been like 11,
Yeah,
Seriously, how old are you?
yeah.
34.
Oh my God, you're a baby.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Before you continue.
34.
Wait,
How old
is
are
that the whole
you?
story? You were
44.
in grade 6?
Okay.
I'll be
That's the whole
44 in
story?
May.
So I was in grade 6.
You can never sleep with someone that's less than. So your oldest person is plus 7 years.
No,
If
it's half.
under
It's half.
that,
Your, it's half your age
plus
plus
7.
7.
No, it's
Yes.
your oldest child
No, it's-
plus 7.
Oh,
No, 'cause that'd be
okay.
dating
Ashley, who's your
16-year-olds.
oldest child? How
You
old
know?
is your
I
child?
don't have one of those.
Yeah, okay.
So
It's
you're
half
free.
your
You
age
can do
plus-
whatever you want.
It's half your. It's half your. If it's half your age.
No,
plus
it's
7.
not half your age plus 7.
When
That's the
Ryan
rule.
and I
My kid's
met-
9.
In our world, it's your
Whose
oldest
rule?
child, the chocolatey one.
Anyway, when Brian and I met,
The
we
P
were,
Diddy
we were
world?
25 and
This sounds like the
35.
P Diddy world to me.
Kind of the
And I
diddler
think
world,
that's
yeah.
okay.
We were 25 and 35 when we
Fine.
met.
Let's go.
Anyways, point is, my kid's 9, and I'm not dating 16-year-olds, so I don't know what to do about that.
That's,
but
but it doesn't pertain to you because you have little babies.
I think that you just have to understand that maybe that rule isn't a good rule.
It doesn't work.
It's a very good rule.
It
Works
doesn't
for
work.
me.
What if you have a
It works
2-year-old
for
and that's
adults.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
you
works
have
for-
to be an adult.
Oh,
Works
you
for
have to
adult
be-
children, maybe.
Oh,
to
for
be
an
old.
adult child?
No, well, that's what you're saying. You're saying it's your child plus how much?
7. Your oldest
Okay.
plus 7.
Okay, but
If-
what if your
if they're
oldest child
adult
is
children.
5?
Well, then that doesn't count. You can't date
Exactly.
older.
So
you
you
can't
why
need
it
date
doesn't
half your
work.
age plus 7.
No.
Leanne, Leanne,
Yeah.
I'm encouraging you to abandon that
All
theory
right.
Yeah.
and
Nope,
embrace the
it
half your
always-
age plus
it al-
7. Half your age plus. So you would date a 32-year-old. I would date. What's mine? 30-year-old. Although I don't want to date a 30-year-old. I want to date. You guys ever watch Mindhunter?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want.
So good.
I want to date the analyst, the lesbian analyst, the short-haired pencil skirt wearing analyst.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want her to be older than me. I want her to look at me and be like this, James, you're a good fucking podcaster. Why don't you try harder, you fuck? And I'd be like, yes, ma'am. Like that's what I want. I don't want.
I get
don't want
that.
some demure, like little wimpy little girly girl. I hate girly girls. I can't stand.
Yeah.
them.
I would have taken a round out of Betty White.
Damn.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
even when she was like 60.
Totally would. Totally would.
Who would be your
60.
crush, Ashley? If you had your one hall pass. One hall pass.
Oh, she has a few.
I only get one. That's
One hall
Yeah,
pass.
she has a
Your
few.
most
Ryan's
favorite.
is Nelly Furtado.
No, I
He
haven't.
already had it.
Ex-nay.
Actually, yes.
I don't know. That's a tough one. Like, I would say it changes like depending on what I'm watching. Honestly,
If
which
you
is
were gonna
kinda
be
weird.
funny, you should say James. Just to be funny. just to be funny. That's a
Nerd
Nelly
dad.
Furtado thing. Oh, I didn't say it.
Oh, I
said
did.
James.
That's fine. I own it. It's fine.
I don't know. Like Charlie Day's pretty cute. I've always thought he was adorable. Charlie Day,
I don't know who that is.
the guy from It's Always Sunny.
Always Sunny.
The guy from who?
It's
Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I don't think I've watched it.
Okay,
Oh, dude, you got to watch that show. We just got into it like not
Oh.
long ago either.
Robert Downey Jr., but like only once
When
he
he's
was
on
older.
coke.
Sober.
No,
Sober.
like
Oh,
older,
sober. Oh,
older
sober.
Robert Downey Jr. Like he's got to be salt and pepper. It's not a thing.
Oh, I get it. Iron Man.
She fucking loves Max Kerman from the
Guys,
Arkells too.
Everybody in the comments is a little disappointed. I didn't have a 9/11 story because I was 11
That
and
was-
I didn't remember
didn't
the
know.
day.
Yeah, that
'cause
was
I
the
didn't-
joke,
It didn't
everybody.
Yeah, that was the
register it
joke,
was important
everybody.
To me because I was a child. I don't have a
Baby
9/11
She was
story.
listening. She went home while her parents were fretting
And,
over
like,
the
listened to
TV, listening to
J-Lo.
Spice Girls
Yeah.
and J Lo.
I don't remember.
I don't even get dad jokes, and I got that one.
That was the whole joke. I don't have a story.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
And everyone's like,
Just I
finish
didn't want
your
anybody.
story.
I didn't want
Hello?
anybody to think I got steamrolled or something. It was like, no, I was done. I swear.
Yeah.
My hall pass, if I could go back in time, would be Jamie Lee Curtis in True Lies.
Ooh, nice.
Oh yeah, she was smoking back then.
Good choice. Good
Huge smoking. Oh yeah.
I love those like 40 to 52 year olds kind of things that can like that are like this, that are like, yeah, there's
That's
a
very
slight bit of
specific.
sag, but you fucking
Right?
like it, and it's just like, I do like it, ma'am. Yes, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
It's that. I think you're attracted to that.
I like strong women, man. I don't like fucking.
but
wimpy,
strength
girly
that
girls.
was earned, kind of thing.
Like if you have baggage, fine. But if you carry it like you're a hunchback, fuck off.
Yeah.
But if you make it roll with one of those carry-on luggages, then I'm cool with you. Like, let's do it.
She's walking around with a Virginia ham under her arm, crying because she's got no bread.
That's right.
Yeah, those
That's right.
people I don't want anything to do with either. You're
I'm
right.
gonna give her a pair of slippers and a dildo. Why? Because she doesn't like the slippers. She can go fuck herself.
Solid.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, that's what about you? Yeah, well, actually it doesn't matter now, James. You're single. Like, did you have what would your hall pass be if you were with say,
My
with
French
someone?
teacher from elementary school.
I
Okay.
hate that story. They can tell you the story.
Oh yeah.
I don't know,
Tell
I
us
don't
the
like
story.
I'm gonna tell the story because she might be watching. But like celebrity wise though, like I went through phases. So when I was really young, it was Samantha Fox.
Oh, yeah.
that was my thing. That was my jam. And as I got older, it was Demi Moore.
Okay.
And it was always older women, always, no matter what.
Was it that smoky horse voice thing?
It was
for Demi
yeah,
Moore?
and it was Ghost.
Ghost.
And
Yeah.
that's when I started getting into short hair. So ever since then, it was short hair. So if I were to pick if I had a holodeck, let's just say,
Okay.
and I could program it any way I wanted, I would be fucking Cersei Lannister all the time, and also
Who's that
Claire
Lord?
Underwood from House of Cards. Those would be
Oh.
my two. That would be my threesome.
Oh, that's what's her name? Reed.
Robin Wright.
Robin Wright. Yeah.
yeah. Like those two, like honestly, like I can't think of anything. Like Cersei Lannister, when the cathedral blew up and she sipped that wine, I was like, I'm going down on her right now, and I'd be happy to do it.
Robin Wright reminded me of
You
that.
can eat a peach for hours.
Pardon me?
So you could eat a peach for hours.
I can eat a peach for hours. Especially if it's Cersei Lannister's peach, I'm eating that shit for days. You know, otherwise she's
You wrote
gonna
a
stick the
song.
mountain on
We
me.
know.
Yeah.
Robin Wright reminds me of like the very feminine version of who's the lesbian coach from was it like one of those like
Dean Blundell.
no, not Ellen DeGeneres' tennis coach. It is no, the
Katie
lesbian
Lang's side piece, ladies.
the
and
lesbian from was it what was the not High School Musical, but what was that show that was about the kids
Glee.
that sung Glee? She was the remember she was like the gym teacher in Glee.
Jane Lynch.
Jane Lynch, yeah.
That's like James on cocaine version of a hall pass.
I'd still fuck
There was
yeah.
something a little bit too mean about her, or I was like, I don't know about that, you know.
Yeah.
She would fuck you up.
I love her, by the way.
That's hot.
Jane
Wrong
Lynch is a
woman.
fucking amazing actress. Like amazing.
Was she the voice of the woman who played? What was that? It was a kids show. Like
Yeah.
kids movie.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll find it. I'm gonna pull up her IMDb while we're talking here.
It was
I have to think of
Wreck-It Ralph.
Yes.
Yes.
I only
Yeah,
saw
I'm
that
pretty
once.
sure she
Yeah,
was.
it must have been that. It must have been the same one.
Yeah, she was on there. She was
Oh my God, Ellen Humphrey,
Sergeant
thank you.
Calhoun. She was Sergeant Calhoun, and she actually looked
I
like
love
Jane Lynch.
Yeah,
She looked like Jane Lynch.
Well, they do that often with characters and things.
They do.
Who was the wife of Ellen Humphrey? Says if he dies, he dies. That's from Rocky. Who was the wife in Rocky? Because that was one of
Adrian.
no, the Russian's wife, the
Oh,
one that
the
dated Flavor Flav and Flavor of Love or whatever.
Oh, what's her name? Not Bridget.
But Ellen, good call. That is the exact type that I like. Like Leanne, I love you and your long black hair, but there's something about
what's his
like
name?
When women
Dolph
tie their
Lundgren.
hair up or when their hair is short, there's something about like most men are like attracted to the contours of a woman's like torso and hips, which I am also attracted to. But there's a second curviness of a woman, and it starts at her ears and it goes to her neck, and it's the same type of silhouette.
Oh yeah,
And
when
when
you
I
get
can
that,
see
like,
yes, and when I can see that and when I can see that shit, I'm just like I feel like a vampire. Like I want to bite the shit out of that shit. You know? Like,
Yeah, I'm just looking.
Bridget Nielsen.
You talk. Oh, Bridget Nielsen. That's
Yeah.
it. Yes. Thank you.
yeah.
Shit.
Tank,
Okay.
Tank Girl, Pink, all them girls with the short hair. I'm just like I'm all over that shit.
you just said my crush.
Pink.
Oh, you wrecked it. Yes.
When
I would
Pink
sleep
did
with
the
Pink.
Grammys and she did that shit where she was on the ribbon with her short ass
yeah.
hair and her thick ass thighs, I was just like, this is the greatest fucking thing.
She
I've
does
ever seen in
that
my
like
life.
in concert. That's a thing for her.
Did you see that she actually hit the?
greatest.
She went sort of viral last week. Did you see what somebody did at one of her concerts?
No.
You want to
What
talk about like, and this kind of like, because you always think of Pink, you think she's like she's a badass, right? Like she's like,
Totally.
you know, she's totally like just a. Somebody made her just break down and fucking like almost weep on stage.
Really?
So she's very open about her life, obviously on like Instagram and stuff. So she went through she had a dog, and this dog, and it was I think it was a bulldog, and super sweet. She always talked about this dog, and and the dog died, and she made a post about the dog dying, and somebody showed up at her show and actually did a watercolor painting of her dog and was holding it up. While she's in the middle of singing the song, she just stopped, and she took you could hear her voice
That
break when
person's
she
a
saw
genius.
it.
That
'Cause
person's
she's-
like
Yeah, that's how you do it, right? So she stops, and you can see her looking, and then you just see her eyes just well up, and she's like, "Oh my god!" And it was because of the dog, and I was like, "Oh, that's really sweet." You know, it showed like a soft side of Pink, because Pink has always been, like I say, a badass, and I love.
dude, that's
Pink.
Andy Warhol level fan shit. Seriously.
Yeah,
what I mean?
I thought it was really cool though. Like how
People who
nice.
love their dogs, man. That would get me. Like, I'm teary just thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's so
Guys,
sweet.
I'd like to apologize because I gotta fucking go pee again.
All right,
I show
go.
you something. Look at
Let's
this.
go.
What?
I can spin this.
Is it your boobs?
No, see that?
Let me see if I can find the video.
Oh, that's
That's
Stella.
No,
Oh.
It's my dead dog Cooper.
Oh, is
Right.
Stella and Cooper look the same?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
sorry.
Stella.
Somebody.
Can you tell when I'm
She's
gone to
insane.
pee? Leanne, when I'm
Yep.
when I'm gone to pee, can you talk about Stella and I and how we bonded? I spooned with her dog for like 45 minutes, and it was the greatest
He
45 minutes.
spooned
of
with
my
her
life.
more than he did with me. It was weird. Yeah, he did.
I'm trying to find to see it. I'm looking. I know the video it surfaced
Pink
on.
is spelled with an exclamation point, not an I.
Oh Christ, is that really a thing?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm just trying to see if it.
Saying.
I gotta find this video. It was so good. It was just so nice. Anyway, sorry, Leanne, tell the story. What's he talking about? And he leaves the comments up so that we can't do anything. We're locked in with this comment on the screen now.
Very petty.
The tank girl and Point Break. Like we're off this topic, and we're gonna.
Just
Okay.
gonna sit with it.
Oh, he's.
Therapy moment. Just sit with that. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. So
It's Anxiety Friday. That's what I call this.
Yeah.
this
Comes to
there
technique.
was this like shit time in my life where like I hated my husband. I only had a dog, and then my
Okay.
dog got
Too?
sick.
No, I'm just, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
And he ended up being very sick. He had crap. It'll come to me. Stage 4 kidney failure.
Oh.
So and he
That
was 2.
sucks.
So it was sad.
Mm.
So I joined Instagram secretly because I wasn't allowed to be on anything when I was married. So I had no idea that he could like follow me and like,
Let's
watch
unpack
me and
that
stuff.
next.
Yeah, it was bad.
Okay.
And then so I was so sad because I was like, oh my God, like I don't even know what I'm going to do. And my dog dies. So this wonderful woman named Callie asks me for my favorite picture of my dog. So okay. And then she sent it to Australia to a oil she paints called Licks North. She did a numbered oil painting of Cooper and sent it to Washington. And then it came Washington to here. And they knocked at the door one night and I was like, what the hell is this? And it's like a beautiful oil painting of my dog.
Mm.
And then right before my dad passed away, like 2 days before he died, I got Stella, like adoption, and she looks exactly like my dog, my other dog.
Oh.
Cooper. Yeah, it was kind of weird. So, yeah,
That's
like
sweet, though.
who does that though? Like a commissioned oil painting.
That's so sweet.
That is really
Yeah.
sweet.
That's
I
funny.
still
My
talk to
neighbors, the neighbors I spent the last
Nope.
like I don't know
No thank you.
handful of years when I was living with my parents. They were like our next door neighbors, and they were really really nice people, super great family. And I moved out, and my parents were working, and the next door neighbors just kind of like I don't know asked one day, do you mind if we like start bringing the dog over? And like they just really liked our dog, so it was like, yeah, you know what, he's an old guy, you want to hang out with him while he's not doing anything, like go ahead. So for the last like 4 or 5 years of my parents' dog's life and my teenage dog's life, they just took really good care of him during the day. And then he passed away, and she got this like a whole needlepoint setup thing, and like did this giant portrait of the dog's like whole bust, like chest and
Oh, I
head.
thought you were gonna stop at hole. I was like, why would they do that? Big
And I'm
portrait
telling
of
you,
dog's
like,
hole.
when I saw that shit, I sobbed. I was like, what a beautiful human being you are.
I'm so sorry.
Like,
I shouldn't have made a joke there. I
oh, that's
apologize.
okay. I just plowed right over your bullshit.
That's why I love you, Ashley.
Oh, it's funny.
Can I
That's
just
so
say something?
awesome.
Do you guys know that protester that Karima covers named Deanna?
Yeah.
I don't know how to do this, but I just got a message from her. It was a really friendly message.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Okay.
Her?
Yeah. Wait till you see it. You're going to love it. Da, 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 da. Share. Over there. So I wrote to her. Hey, Deanna. I host a popular podcast called Blackballed and was hoping to have you on the show. Been following you and your protest appearances for a while and love seeing someone who believes in something remain so consistent. And she said, oh, I'd love to comment, but it would be a short interview. So I'll say what I have to say here. Eat shit and choke on it. Tell all your friends.
Sorry, I had to let the dog out. What's going on?
You know that Deanna girl
Okay.
that goes to protests? Hold on, let me just like. Can you
get rid of that comment that's on the screen so we can actually see it?
Yeah. Hold on. I don't know how to like make it so that you can just see the comment because it's one of those things. Anyways, whatever. It says, "Hi Deanna, I host a popular podcast called Blackballed. I lied a little bit there because it's not popular anymore. But anyways, I was hoping to have you on the show. Been following your protest appearances for a while and would love seeing someone who believes in something remain so consistent." And she said, "Oh, I'd love to comment, but it would be a short interview.
It would
So
be
I'll
a
say what I
shirt
wanna s-
interview. A shirt interview.
a shirt interview.
Not a short, a shirt.
You
Yeah,
got
Please
so I'll
merch?
your
say what I
shirt.
want to say here. Eat shit and choke on it. Tell all your friends." And
Oh.
I guess I just told all my friends.
Oh,
So
wow.
Shame.
Nice.
wow.
Wow.
I what am I gonna do now?
But the guy that she
You're gonna
does
eat
all
your
her
shirt.
bullshit with,
How did we go from sweet dog stories to this?
quite polite to all of us. It's
I
really
literally
confusing.
just got the. I'm sorry. I actually shat all over Ashley's dog story by making a joke about the dog's bumhole.
It really wasn't as bad as you think it was.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
You're okay.
Good.
I had to
gotta
let our
accuse
dog
him- I
out
gotta-
for a pee.
I gotta listen. I've worked hard not doing drugs for like 3 months, and I got accused within seconds of being on this podcast of, "Oh, look at James and his cocaine jaw," and I'm like,
You know why your jaw does that? Because your
Yeah.
shoulders are so tight.
Oh,
Honestly,
you always say that, but I don't know.
no,
how to
but because you're
fix
like
it.
this, so and then your jaw gets sore when you.
How do we fix this,
You
Leanne?
need
Tell
some
us.
yoga.
Let's all do it
massage.
together.
And Leanne, by the
Oh.
way, the only reason I spooned with the dog more than you is because the dog wasn't telling me things in my ear like, "Why don't you like? Do you just not want to be around me?" Like the dog was like, you know. I love you. I'm sorry I said that.
What?
Anyway, I'm sorry you got
Nope.
that shitty DM. That was really rude.
Oh, that's okay.
I got a shitty DM today too.
I would hate to see fucking James's inbox, to tell you the truth. It's got to be a fucking dumpster fire.
It used to be. It used to be. Not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. It used to be. It used to be like a serious dumpster fire. Like, I'm waiting for my ex to like revenge porn me. You know.
Why do you guys have actual like?
Well, she had
recorded
access to my Google Drive for like years. I found out recently,
Okay.
Oh,
and so
dear.
my Google Drive contains content that has nothing to do with her, but it has something to do with me and possibly others, possibly on this podcast.
P Diddy.
Shut
No.
up!
Is it P Diddy?
Why do you have to out me for everything?
Is there a video of you and P Diddy?
I never called Leanne P Diddy. Sorry, just kidding. Just kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke. What are you talking about? It was like there's nothing.
Well,
Anyways.
okay, hang on. I want to unpack that for a second.
No, don't
Um,
unpack it because they won't get mad.
No, I won't get mad.
Leanne,
Okay, go ahead,
yeah,
unpack
don't, yeah. And if I'm stepping, you tell me shut the fuck up. It's fine.
I'm okay.
I don't take it personally. But, how long were you guys fucking?
It was very.
It's not about how long. We
No. Shut up, James. I asked a question. I'm not
right.
talking to you.
But-
How long were you guys How long were you together? Like a very short little window, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And there
But
was
we still love each other
recorded-
as human beings.
Yeah, of course, but there was recorded evidence of this.
Have you
What are
met me?
Kinky like, have
Wow.
you met me?
You kinky
Like,
fucks.
worlds
That's
collided.
That's hot as fuck. Good for
Worlds
you.
collided, Ryan. You know.
I just know that it wasn't a very prolonged
Every
thing.
guy,
but-
I think every
Pretty
guy I've
long.
been with has a video of me somewhere. It's pretty.
Hey.
Is
way
that
to
your
fucking make
thing?
it seem
Oh, is that
like
your
it's not a
thing?
big thing.
Leanne, is that your
Still love
thing?
Leanne.
Do you like that? Yeah.
special.
There
Now
now
I'm
we're
just one of
opening. Now we're opening it up. Let me just tuck in here.
Actually,
Okay.
we used to look at those. Well, no, never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
See?
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna fucking say shit, I'm.
I didn't say any shit about you. That's the thing.
You sort of did by being like, James is just one of many. So I was
And
like,
this is
I
the
didn't
point
say
where
one of many. I don't.
this is when
have-
Ryan and Ashley mute their mics
no,
and let it
just
go.
Ryan,
No.
just
Yeah.
Ryan.
It's gonna be a fight.
You know what though? Leanne and I are good sports. Like we understand what's going on. But anyways, the revenge porn. I'm a little
Yeah.
worried about that.
That's
I,
weird.
don't know, I think that's her next step in her like, oh, I'm a woman scorned and I need to like lash out. And I feel like that's the next thing.
Because you slept with somebody else and it was recorded?
Because I have like, you know, lots and lots of footage of me doing things. You know?
Oh, let's unpack
just-
that.
Let's not.
Let's unpack that.
Let's just burn the suitcase.
It's Hunter
instead.
Biden.
It would take 4 hands to unpack that, Leanne.
The Hunter Biden laptop has got nothing on the James D. Fiore Google Drive.
It's probably similar. It's probably a little bit. It's probably about the same. Hunter James, right? Like
Yeah.
Hunter
Jimmy Biden.
But who would, you know what I mean? But I'm kind of prepared for it. Like it's 2024, and I'm just like, first of all, I don't have any active memory other than Hunter Biden, who's famous, or whatever, of anyone ever being publicly embarrassed like that. So I feel good in the sense that like I don't feel like I'm going to be. But then if I was, I have 2 good responses. One, for certain videos, I'd be like, that was like 4 kinks ago. That's all I got, right? And the other one would be, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a porn contract. Like, what else? What else are you going to say? Like, when someone invades your privacy, like this is actually like just to pivot to something not so jokey. I'm worried that someone is I know that someone has invaded my privacy and has been doing it for a long time. And I'm just like sitting there thinking, like, if someone invades your privacy and then exposes private moments of yourself, who is she exposing? Is she exposing you or is she exposing herself? Like at the end of the day, I kind of don't give a fuck.
You would only do that if you're only the one getting something out of it.
Yep.
What do you mean?
It's kind
When
of
you do shitty things to people, the
Okay.
only person that gets anything out of it is the person doing the shitty thing.
Yep.
Why can't people just fuck and like just not have to record? Like why is everybody going to record it?
Why don't you?
Because
why don't you?
because I live it, like it's live.
So,
Yeah,
like
but
it's
I
there.
like watching myself have sex.
But
but why not?
I don't know.
Who
Maybe it's
do you
because we
judge?
live together.
Kink
is
shit.
it? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Maybe
Nah.
that's it.
No,
we don't
no.
we don't really need a lot of fuel.
I'm not being
because we're
judgy. I'm
living
like
with each other.
I don't need
yeah.
fuel either. It's just
No,
an
I'm
interesting process of watching. Like, actually, you know what? It's more like watching how beautiful human bodies just can be. Like in your, I don't know. It's like it's not porn. It's kind of.
I'll tell you something, and I'm sorry, Leanne. Listen, I'm going to be very delicate about this. I'm not going to be like nasty and jokey about this.
Mm-hmm.
When you and I were together, and we had filmed a couple of things, it actually made me feel like I was worth something because someone was there and I was doing that and we were partaking in filming and then maybe watching later or whatever. And for the first time in a long time, because of my previous relationship, I didn't feel insecure. So I think the
That's what I
allure
mean.
was
Like, it's
don't
not-
feel bad about being yourself.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
I know Ryan has a shit-eating grin on, but like
No,
really,
no, it's kind of sorry. It's not you guys.
not to do with
We're
this.
actually it's a side thing
We're
going
having a
on.
married moment.
Well, you have to say it then, because I don't want any Ray Routh shit. Ray Routh,
well,
I love
okay.
you, but I don't want any of this shit. Like,
I'll throw it
like
out
you're
there, I
a fucking.
don't care.
All right, then
like,
shut.
Like you're
then
a
you got to
pitching
shut the
coach.
fuck up. Then you got to stop. Everybody else, stop talking. Ashley, you're the only one that gets to talk now. According to the comments, Ashley doesn't get enough time, so
Yeah,
Ashley's the only one that's allowed to talk.
With that. I think we have like different nights and different vibes where people have like their things they want to talk about, and frankly, tonight we were talking about hip hop, and that's really not my forte. So, I was happy.
No, but please
back
tell
and-
us a story from
But fucking on film.
1997.
And I was-
Tell us a story from 1997 about a time you heard a hip hop song, and it makes no relevance to the show. But I'd like you to please expand on it for 45 fucking minutes.
What are you talking about? What are you referencing when you say that?
I see a lot of like poor Ashley and like he needs.
Ashley
more-
doesn't talk
more
enough on the
airtime, and
podcast,
I'm like,
apparently,
I'm doing
according to
good.
some
I'm
people in the
happy.
comments. So
Ashley
we're gonna let
talks as
him.
much as she wants. She could
I'm
like
very
run the
happy.
show. If she
No,
wanted.
no. She's not talking enough. Shut up, James. Everybody, shut up.
Oh, this is the portion of the show where Ryan lashes out at the chat. Right?
I just don't want anybody feeling bad for me because it's like I said. I
Her microphone's on, and she can talk anytime she wants. Don't tell her when
like
she
I
needs to
said,
talk. Thank
tonight
you.
I was happy to sit back and learn a little bit because
Yeah.
it wasn't really my thing.
Anyway, Go back to recording yourself having sex.
I said,
Which
learn
I
more
also
about this.
I think I said
don't
enough.
do, so I don't have a lot of input on. I'm
Yeah.
also learning about it.
That's kind of it. Like we don't have anything to add. We're asking questions, and then we stop to hear the answers from the people that actually are
Okay, let me add something.
enjoying that. So
Anybody feeling bad for me? That's all.
no, and there's no shame. Like I'm not shaming anybody. I just want to know.
And
like,
nor
like,
should you.
No, of
Part
course
of
not.
part of it is
Don't feel
midlife
slighted.
for me. Seriously,
Hmm?
you know what the worst I don't know trend or buzzword or whatever the fuck you want to call it, midlife crisis. Sure, the comb over and the Camaro, that's a very generalized idea of a male midlife crisis, but to me, I take a Japanese route, and it's more like a midlife opportunity.
We can't comb anything over. By the way, James, our beards don't reach.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to comb over. I like my bald head. I don't give a fuck. I shaved
You never
today.
let
Like
it
it was,
grow.
I'm fine with my bald head.
I embrace it.
But midlife crisis is really for people that like have hope and dreams. It's
Yeah.
more like a midlife opportunity. A midlife opportunity is not a comb over in a Camaro. A midlife opportunity is like, working on your rhyming and filming yourself having sex and trying to relaunch your podcast after a long hiatus. Like that to me is the same ingredients. Like it's a midlife crisis, but it's not a crisis. It's an opportunity.
All right, yeah. Never stop working on you.
Yeah. Well, am I the only one that feels that way?
no,
I don't know. Are you happy?
I'm getting there.
Well, and that's just it. Like,
Leanne and I are
It's-
scheduled for another shoot, I think, in a couple weeks.
it's one of those, like, if you're at peace
Some
with who
behind-
you are here, you're good.
yeah, some behind the green door shit, James, or what's going on there? What were those brothers? What was that movie about? They were the porn brothers, the bald guys. Charlie Sheen was in it. It was called Behind the Green Door. It was
Sorry.
they filmed it at the Tivoli before they ruined it here in Hamilton. But it was about the like Deep Throat, like the original porn in the 60s and 70s. It was they were nuts. The fuck were their names? They were brothers. They were
Sorry.
like porn producers. They were brothers.
I'm useless here.
So I got nothing.
Okay.
remember what-
I just sent a link to one person to invite them onto the show because I've gotten now several messages and emails. So,
What?
yeah,
Who?
you'll see.
Several messages and emails while we're on the show for somebody that wants to be on this show?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They must have something very important to say.
They must.
Okay.
We in fact, I have a bone to pick with her, and we're gonna get into it. Actually, this is gonna be Ryan.
I'm grabbing a drink. Hang on.
Yes, you're gonna
A
need one.
second.
Yeah. Everyone, go. Yes, Ashley, stay the fuck there.
Yeah.
Ashley, you look like frumpy hot right now. You know?
Yeah, I have a couple of very comfy shirts on.
Are you wearing a skirt or is that a blanket again?
No, it's a blanket. I'm wearing leggings.
Oh, right. Can
Did
do
you,
the 20-minute workout shit like you were gonna do before?
Yeah, I'm wearing the exact same outfit.
Oh, okay.
Do you want? Are you good? By the way, you haven't moved. Do you need like a tea or a drink or a pee?
I would love all of the above, yeah,
Okay,
but
I'm gonna take
people
Ashley
keep
out then, so
moving,
she can
so-
give a she can
Okay,
give
you got to take her out, right? Because if I take her out, then you get muted for some fucking reason.
Yeah, see, I can do it like that. All right, there. Did you hear? I left her audio going.
Oh, that's so nice.
They can still hear you.
She sounds like
old
Auntie
stretch.
Selma.
It's one of those they don't realize when they're still on the air and they just like fart and burp and
Is she gonna pee now? Are we gonna
I've
hear
been
her pee?
farting the
That'd be
whole time.
hilarious.
What are you talking about?
get her the wireless. Get her the wireless. Okay, so while everybody's having a little intermission, you and I will obviously take back what's going on here. But I want to say I got a whole newfound respect for that Sage Francis.
Oh,
That
but
dude
yeah.
knows his shit, eh? Like
Yeah,
that
man.
I was so happy. Like and I'll be honest, we were talking. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to talk to this guy about. I wish he would have stayed for another hour.
I know. I wish you would have stayed too.
Yeah, no, he was really
But he's got a couple of young kids,
engaging.
so I understand. I get
yeah, I get it too.
it. Yeah.
That's cool. And he was informative. But he didn't. I was expecting somebody to come on here and either take one extreme side or another, because that's the world we live in now. And he didn't. He was just, it was very balanced, and I'm happy to have learned what I learned from him. So thanks, Sage. I wanted to say that.
Thank you, Sage.
I don't know what you're reading, so I'm trying to vamp. You're not helping. So
Well, I'm about to put on our next guest.
is this the one that, like, the breaking news?
Listen, I want you to promise me something, Ryan.
Yeah. Okay.
That this will be an epic next half hour of Casual Friday. I'm letting you know that you are out of your cage, my friend.
Okay.
But choose your outage wisely. Okay.
I gotta wait. My wife just finally came down and got her mug back. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
She's
Now-
taking forever.
Now we're gonna start. And I'm gonna be a little bit confrontational here, but we're gonna start like this. Bridget Mallon, Mademoiselle Fox,
Oh,
welcome to the show.
Bridget.
How are you?
Thank you, James. I'm good. And
Good.
you can come at me. I'll come at you.
Your audio is
Hot.
really hot.
That's very
Thank you.
squirty of you. Yes.
No one's ever told me that before. And also,
it's-
I'm not.
no,
I'm at Paul's apartment. Just so
No,
you know.
hot means loud.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know what the rules are.
So you were grumpy with me. I noticed in the chat this morning you said you were grumpy with me. I would like to know why you were grumpy with me, and I would like to preface this by saying I need you to understand that we are only talking, and we need to talk at a pace that remains consistent with the vibe, which is about the pace that I'm doing right now.
That's
No
all
slow
right.
talking.
And this is casual.
Yeah, casual but not slow.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Why were you grumpy with me?
What did he do?
Yeah, what I do now?
Tell us all.
Why didn't you block me like everyone else does?
I've done it on occasion, just so
You're like-
everybody's aware.
Well, listen, man. I love you, and I love.
I don't believe you.
I do.
I think you only like me a lot. I only like you a lot. Just to let you know.
I like you a lot. And you were like, anytime you want to come on the show, you're welcome. Love to do more podcasts with you. And I was like, I texted you. I'm like, can I come on? And you just ghosted me. This was a week ago. And I'm like, all right, well,
If it makes you feel any better,
that's
I
fine.
don't really
And-
care about my cell phone. Like, I honestly don't care about my cell
Oh,
phone. I
okay.
It's
barely
true.
look at it.
I'll text him, and we talk a lot. And I'll text him, and
Okay.
I'll get a reply 2 days later. But I do the same to him.
Thank you,
He
Ryan.
does,
So
he
it's
does
not
the same thing.
personal.
Ryan does the
Yeah.
same thing with to me with
Okay.
Messenger.
I
Like, I'll
do.
Messenger
It's-
him like
Today.
I messaged
What?
him like a week ago. I was like, how do you download YouTube videos and MP3s? And today he was like, don't know. And I was like, I did it like 7
We were talking about something else, and I saw the message. I'm like, and I replied to it, and I'm like,
Hold on.
oh, by the
Hold
way,
on.
I just read this. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Hold on.
Mama Lee,
Before we continue,
let's
I
break
would
up
just
this
like to know, I would just like
party.
to point out that Leanne heard my comment on the hair being tied up, and
No,
now
no, no.
she's here.
No,
You know what?
No.
You can say no,
no,
but I literally just fucking said it.
You know what? You stand down and you let Mama Lee speak.
Look how hot she is.
No,
Look, I'm
it's-
calling you hot.
it was
very
down all
teacher-like.
day I worked today on Good
Holy
Friday,
fuck! Look at you. Fucking
and I
just wanna
can't
fucking ravage you.
literally I can't handle my hair down at night.
I would fucking
It's like, take your bra
annihilate
off
you
your-
right now if you were in front of me. I would just
Stop.
fucking destroy you.
James says inappropriate.
That's right. You want to get destroyed by Big Daddy?
Find that.
Okay, wait, hold on.
James is
Honestly,
asking me why I
Leanne,
was
I think you
grumpy
look
with
so hot
them.
right now. Like, I really do. But we have to get back
Oh, wait,
to why
okay.
Bridget's mad at Daddy. I mean, James.
Why you mad?
So, go ahead,
why
Bridget.
You mad at James?
I'm over it. It doesn't matter.
No.
that's why
Fuck
you're
off.
here.
You were grumpy with me this morning. You literally you took time out of your busy chat schedule to be like, I'm grumpy
chat
with you right now,
schedule.
James.
Yeah, because I'm like, I texted you a week ago and you haven't texted
That's
me
it?
back.
That's it?
Yeah, I'm like, did we break up? Like, I'm like, may I please come on your podcast?
Listen, you can
And
come
you're
anywhere
like-
you want. And
that's why
Okay.
I was like, tonight in the chat, I was like, you know what? So I'm gonna go raw. Mama Lee's with me. I'm
yeah,
pretty
you're
sure.
gonna go raw. That's right.
And like,
I got
you
you.
know
Let's make
what?
Paul jealous. Can we make Paul jealous for this podcast? Just a
Oh,
little
he's
bit.
he's falling asleep on the couch, but I'm just
That's
like,
right. Good.
I am not waiting for fucking permission anymore to be invited on screen to a dude podcast. I'm like, fuck
Dude,
you.
you got the hottest chick in the game right now. Like,
Mm.
look at.
And so I'm starting my own, and Paul's going to set me up. And with respect to you and your show, with respect to Paul and Douglas, I'm like, there are all these fucking rules. Don't look at the chat. Yes, you can come on. No, you can't. I'm just like, no. I have my own voice,
Yeah, it's your
and
show. When it's your show, you make the rules.
yeah,
That's the rule.
hmm
That's why I don't want you to talk to the fucking chat. It's not your show.
I'm sorry.
Right now.
You do not want me to
I
participate.
don't want
in
you
the
to do
chat?
this. Watch this. Watch this. A little too needy, island girl? What do you mean? Like, you can't do that on my show, but you can do that on your show. Right? You get it?
I would like Mama Lee to take over because I don't really understand what you're saying right now.
All right.
I got you.
How the fuck do you not understand? Okay, Ryan, please help a brother out. Do it. Just fucking do it. Don't leave me. If you leave me hanging here,
I'm not
because I know
leaving you
know what I
hanging.
mean.
I'm trying to think of. I get what you're saying about having your own podcast. I like that. That's a great idea. You should. Anybody that wants a podcast can have a podcast. Is the nice thing about podcasts now. But I don't get the it's a dude podcast.
I'm sorry.
Leanne and my wife are here. Like,
I'm
is
sorry.
it's 50-50.
I'm responding to Ashley. Like, I'm a huge supporter of you, and I respect the need to be invited. I'm just like, it's.
But you said you wanted to be on this podcast. You were saying that you were messaging James because you wanted to be on this podcast. What did you want to be on here for?
It was a week ago.
Okay, but for this, like for Casual Friday, or for like a pointed podcast.
Well, so Paul and I were out and enjoying a nice meal, and he's like, "Oh, we have to go because you're invited to the podcast." And he's like, he just did that to get us out of there because somebody was talking too much to us. And I was just like, "Oh, okay, well." So there was a miscommunication. It's not your fault, James, but
Yeah, because I didn't invite you to this one because I had Sage Francis on.
mhm.
Like, it wasn't like listen, so no one gets all sensitive, and I'm not talking about you, Bridget, but just in general.
That's okay. I can
Just in
handle
general.
it. You can say whatever you
No.
want. It's not going to bother me.
Just in general, my regulars, my co-hosts for Casual Friday are
Mhm.
3 people: Douglas Connors, Ryan Lindley, and Ashley Lindley. Those are my co-hosts.
I'm not the new.
And then I invite guests
And-
onto that show, and sometimes it's Spenny, sometimes it's
Leanne, yeah.
you know, sometimes it's Bridget, sometimes it's Paul. But I
No,
have to make that decision without hurting any feelings. So I have to rely on other people not to get their feelings hurt.
I respect that. All I'm going to say is I am a very sensitive person, and I don't know the rules of the podcast world. So
Well, I'm not the podcast world. I just
It's
told
not
you the
really a
rules of my
rule.
podcast.
It's just what it is. Like, if you had something, did you have something to contribute about hip hop and about P Diddy?
yep.
Okay.
Okay, go for it.
Spit.
Tell us.
Do it.
Now's your
Welcome.
chance.
Okay. Well, I don't believe that it's a distraction maneuver by the U.S. government. I think that he was.
Well, brave.
Yay! That was a good one.
Wow. Really?
It's true. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I was-
That's
I mean,
accurate. That's accurate.
I work for the Canadian government, and if you think that they're that organized that they could pull that off,
No one thinks that. Only
No,
like
we're talking about
some-
the U.S. government, but okay.
yeah, I mean, no, they can organize stuff. But and the whole thing about the Pentagon, I'm like,
What?
people are dead. You know, like
What about the Pentagon?
it's not a
What
conspiracy.
about the
Well, you
Pentagon?
said that the Pentagon thing didn't happen. You know,
I
like,
said
oh,
that there is no physical evidence that shows a plane hitting the Pentagon. I didn't say a plane didn't hit the Pentagon. I said
plane
that
did hit the
everything we've seen.
Thank you, Mama.
I think.
Yeah, I said the
I'm
same
just
thing.
like-
It's like there's dead people that were on that flight. That's a
They didn't recover
recorded-
any bodies
but it's a
from the-
recorded flight.
They didn't recover
Okay.
a lot of things. I think it was too hot.
Okay, guys, for those listening at home, just so everyone is clear, the clip that they showed of the bang did not. If someone did not know 9/11 existed and they saw that clip, nobody would say, "Oh, that's clearly a plane hitting a wall." No one would say that. They would say a bomb went off or a missile went off or whatever, but they wouldn't say a plane hit the Pentagon. That's all I said. Can
Okay.
you Can you counter that with like, and send me video of a plane hitting the Pentagon?
Obviously not. I can sometimes barely
Then
turn on my
that was my only
computer.
point. I didn't say
So
plane didn't
American
hit it.
Airlines Flight 77 never existed. Is what you're telling us.
Actually,
No,
can I
but
ask
what
a
about
question?
what about flight M370 or whatever it was that just disappeared off radar?
That's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about
Planes
we're
have
talking about that
disappeared
one.
before.
We're talking about
Planes
the
have
one that
dis-
hit. We're talking about the one that they say. And I'll say it as you say
No,
it.
but
The one that they
but
say.
your counterpoint was where
There was
did they
58
go?
passengers on the plane.
Your counterpoint was where did they go? And I'm saying to you that there was that plane that took off. Was it from Korea or wherever it was that just disappeared and no one could find it forever? So planes do disappear sometimes.
Yeah, of course they do.
And I'm
But-
not saying anything other than the video evidence has not shown a plane hitting the Pentagon. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
I didn't say
like, I'm
plane
looking
never
at
hit.
pictures of flight debris. Like I'm looking at plane debris on the lawn of the Pentagon right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you are.
Well, I think Mama Lee has something important to say.
I was just wondering because
Fuck.
I've watched a lot of.
Is that
TikTok.
wait?
Don't.
What is that?
Hang on, wait,
That-
wait.
That was feminist shit. Okay, go
Is
ahead.
there has there ever been a video where the plane is actually hits the Pentagon?
No,
I don't think there is.
Yeah.
there isn't. That's
Is
all I'm
Yes,
saying.
yes, there is. There's a.
Oh, there
there's a-
is where
not.
the plane comes in and hits.
Where
Oh no,
you
not
can
from
see
not
a plane.
other than the surveillance. You got to remember, this is 2001. Everybody's
Dude, there
thinking
was
in
surveillance
2024.
cameras. Dude,
But when
if
there's
you look
cameras
this up,
all around the Pentagon?
this isn't conspiracy shit. If you
No,
look
I'm just
this up,
asking a question.
there are gas stations. There's other cameras around that area that those tapes were confiscated. So they exist. Other surveillance like video exists of apparently the plane hitting the Pentagon, but they were confiscated. So
Right.
the public has never seen a plane
never
hit the
seen it.
Pentagon. That's
But
all I'm
why
saying.
do we need to see it? Why do you need to see it? Why do I, as a
because I'm
public,
an atheist and I require evidence.
I'm an
in order to,
atheist.
like, that's right. That's right. Because as an I have an atheistic mind, and I
So
need
put-
evidence in order to prove what people are telling me. That's
so
all.
put
I'm
a
sorry.
freedom of information act request in and get your.
I don't know.
I'm an atheist.
You know what? All I know is I was married to a first responder who was not a first responder when that happened. And he was into the conspiracy theories, and then he became a firefighter.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, no,
just a
I'm not saying
skeptic.
that you are. I'm just saying, like, it's not worth going down the rabbit hole. Like,
I'm not going down a
people,
rabbit hole.
people died. You know,
They did.
people,
They might have died in
people
the
for
ocean,
real
though.
died.
They
I
might
don't
have died
know.
in the ocean.
I'm not. I don't. Obviously, cannot. I can't out fact you. I just know people died. And Ashley, I'm so sorry if I offended you. I
Oh,
really
fuck it. Stop
apologize.
saying you're sorry. This is not a CBC podcast. You don't have to say that
Yeah,
shit.
I know, but I'm like, people died, and that's what matters.
It was 23 years ago. Do you know that, like, in
Can't be
2001, do you know any tragedies that happened in 1978? Because that was as far away from 2001 as we are from 9/11. So, like, if we're not going to pay homage to 1978, then I don't know why I have to think of the dead people of 2001.
Will you tell me about it?
I was
I
6
don't-
years old.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
I
you're
wasn't
so
even
young.
alive.
I was 6.
I was
Well,
minus.
I lied, I was
I was
4.
-2.
No, I was 6.
I was 2. You know.
I was
Well-
-2.
But the
Oh, no.
murder rate in New York was, like,
Mm,
crazy. It was like
mhm.
3,000 people a year got killed in New York.
That's wild. On a lighter note, and I'm sending this out to Jen Waddell, and I'm redirecting, and then I'm gonna get off. But I got my eyelashes done today because
Oh,
Jen
that's
and I-
me.
We were
I
just
know,
talking
I
about
think-
9/11.
Is that why? Is
Oh, sexy.
and I
that
did it
why we had to
because-
get on this podcast?
yeah,
Is that what the emails and the DMs were all about?
yeah. It's all
Nice
about my
mascara.
eyelashes.
Nice.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm so stupid dumb tired because of this dog that we've got, and I'm just like,
She's so
I
cute.
just- I put mascara on and it's just gone in an hour. She's so cute. She's so naughty.
Do not fear me, Gypsy. All I want from you is your tears.
So I'm like, I didn't do this out of vanity. I was just like, I look so friggin' tired
What?
that I'm like,
something
I'm just
else,
gonna get
recently
some
spent 2 weeks on the
eyelashes.
streets dressed in a full body lobster suit to attract
I
young
hate
men.
him. Turn him off. Oh,
I don't know who that is. It sounds
Jordan
gross.
Peterson.
I've been masturbating to pornography for the past 6 to 8 hours. There is nothing in life more meaningful than pornography and masturbation.
You know what's funny? To Jordan's point. For real, to Jordan's point, I am guilty of, and there's a lot of people in the rave scene like that have shared this same experience. If you went to a rave or an after party or whatever, and you felt like you weren't going to get laid, you would do a hit of ecstasy just before you left to go home early, so
I
your
want the
masturbation
speedo
would be
picture.
that much more enjoyable because you knew you weren't going to get laid.
What the fuck?
I just saying. That's the way it was. So, what were you saying about raves, Bridget?
I've never
Back
been
to you, Bridget.
Okay, I have been to one rave. I will tell you that one story, and then I'm gonna go. And thank you for having me on. I appreciate.
You're welcome. I appreciate that you were on tonight, and I just want to let you know that your feminist ways are accepted here. This is
I'll be back. My
All pussies matter.
my
Wait, look at the back of my shirt.
That's
Hang on.
racist.
Oh my God, she's got a tattoo of a cat. That's a tattoo.
that is
That's pussy.
all pussy all the time. It's very
Right?
I had that once.
I was all right. This is a Kitchener Waterloo story. My ex-husband rented he rented a space to make climbing holds. He was gonna do that as
What?
like for rock climbing. So
I'll add some music just to.
yeah. And he's
this
like,
Green Day?
I think we should have a rave in Kitchener Waterloo at this industrial space and put a swing up and get a DJ. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds great. So I swing on the swing.
Okay, Ryan.
I did not do ecstasy.
Ryan. Ryan.
You ever watch people on the Oscars get played off?
Why are you so
Yeah.
quiet now, Ryan?
I'm played off.
Turn
All
your
right.
mic up.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
here.
Have
Bye.
a good night, everybody.
Oh,
Take
good
care.
night.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, you got to stop being so girl power-ish.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Why? By the way, why are you out of focus right now?
Why? What? I am?
Yeah, a little bit. Can I tell you something, Leanne?
No.
Just to bring it back to politeness. Fuck, you look great with your hair up like that. Oh my God, you look so good. You look like the teacher that I want a detention from. Right this
Guys, Ashley hasn't talked yet. Please.
Oh my God, Ashley. Oh, what are we gonna do?
Promise I'm okay.
What is that on your lap?
That's the dog.
Show his face.
His
Oh.
bubbers.
Aw,
Yeah. I know. I'm on the podcast, he says.
that's so cute. Leanne, you look hot.
Sorry.
Just zip it. Okay, good. I hear you.
Why do I have to zip it?
I don't know. It's just weird. Not weird. Just okay. It's good.
All right, how's it going, guys?
What's weird is,
Fuck, I'm just calling someone hot and they get mad at me. Like, what the fuck?
well, that.
No, don't you
Don't you leave me hanging, he says.
Charlie.
don't you do it.
Anyway, I just, yeah. Okay.
How are we doing?
What a way to, like that. Like, I wish I had like screeching brakes soundtrack. I should get that sound.
There's no screeching
effect.
brakes. Listen.
Well, that's what it was.
I made
Like
a
that-
mistake. All right.
No, that was fine. No, that was actually necessary. It was therapeutic.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I called Leanne hot right there, and she's like, don't be weird.
Oh, not you, not you, not
What did I
that.
do wrong? Like,
James, not be
why?
weird.
How come no one accepts me for who I am? Like, I'm being complimentary, and like people are like,
He's never
Fuck you.
changed. Everybody, I've known James for almost 3 years now. He's never changed.
I am who I am, and that's
James
all that I
tells me
am.
I'm
I'm
hot in
James
front of
E.
my
the
husband.
Sailor Man.
It's fine.
Yeah, we need.
Why won't Ashley talk more? You guys are misogynists.
I know, and that's
I brought
kind
a
of
snack.
what.
Because I brought a snack.
That's it. Like she's
now
eating,
Ashley
she's
put
drinking.
her-
crumbs.
Wait,
She's
hold on,
having
hold
a
on.
good time.
Now Ashley put her hair up too. So now I'm going to be like, Ashley, you look really hot right now with your hair up. And she's not going
Stop
to be
being
like,
so
Thanks, James.
misogynist.
"Fuck you." Like, stop it. Like, that's enough. That's time out. Like, fuck. What is going on here?
Love you, bud.
I feel like thank you. I love
Unreal.
you too. I feel like it was like back in the day when I used to kick people off for fun, and people would
Yeah.
be like, "I'm so offended. How could you? Oh my god, how dare you? I'm a supporter."
I got kicked off of the show for fun, and I laughed at it. I thought, I get that. I
Me too.
totally deserve it, right?
I kicked you off too, Ashley, once, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah, of course you did. That's kind of
not-
that was
it's
the
not-
I
gist.
loved it.
Oh my god, people don't understand the difference between like a bit and a insult. Like
Yeah.
just fucking.
We've
like,
lost
was-
humor. We've
Was it
lost.
Louis C.K. That's like, was it Louis C.K. or Ricky? It was Ricky Gervais, where he was like, people don't understand the target of the joke versus the subject of the joke.
Yes.
The
yeah.
subject leads to the target, or vice versa. But it's not like you're not dissing like black people when you say that
Oh, God.
I'm really surprised that Lil Nas didn't make it as a gay person in hip hop.
Yeah.
it's not a joke against gay people or black people. It's a joke against the idea.
Lil Nas.
Yes, right. Like it's just like come on, guys.
No, I get it. Like I listen, and I actually just had this conversation with Lachlan actually this week. We chatted about comedians and about how there's a light at the end of the tunnel of like the ultra woke bullshit, and I'm not using the word woke as a pejorative here because I don't think it's. I'm on the fence about that, but we talked about.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
No, it's not bad to be aware of,
Oh,
like
you're not an asshole?
yeah, right.
Oh,
like
it's a terrible
so
thing.
that is fine, but at the same time, I'm not gonna give you a pass on treating people like shit just because you don't agree with the joke that they told or the viewpoint that they have. They're allowed to have that, just like you are. So we were talking about
Leanne is my ex. Okay, she might have been a short time ex. It might have been a very unique situation or whatever. But all I did was be like, you put your hair up and you look really fucking hot. Like, if you know James, you know that I'm not saying, hey slut, I want to fuck you. So don't just when I say something like you look hot, just be like, oh, thank you.
it was like the Lee what's her name? Andy Lee and the knee. Like you just made a fucking offhanded, off-colored, funny joke about the knee being exposed. And everybody's like, I can't believe that's all you were focusing on was her body. It's like, that's not what he made a fucking joke about your knee because it looked like it was your boob.
From being on the Dean Blundell show where everyone is very left wing.
It's fucking nuts. Like it's crazy now. And it makes it drives me a bit fucking batty. But anyway, sorry, let me get back. I was talking with Locke about comedians, and we were talking about guys like Shane Gillis. Okay, Shane Gillis has that.
I love Shane Gillis.
Oh, and he's got the uncle that has Down syndrome, right? And he talks about him, and he talks about how if you look at Shane Gillis, looks like he goes, it just missed me.
He looks like 16% Down
Well,
syndrome.
he says it
Just
just missed me.
me.
It grazed me, but it missed me, right? But he talks about his uncle, and he talks about
Who he obviously loves very much.
absolutely, and you know that he loves his uncle, and he's
his niece
talking
too, right?
and he's talking about I don't know, maybe, but he was
he's got,
talking about
2
his
or 3
funny.
people in his family that has Down syndrome. Yeah,
He was
sorry.
talking about
Go on, Ryan.
the funny shit that happens with his uncle. And yes, he happens to have Down syndrome while this funny shit happens.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden becomes this fucking he's a piece of shit. He's making fun of fucking disabled people. Meanwhile, that
Midnight-
uncle's not disabled.
Meanwhile, midnight grilled cheese is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and he's making grilled cheeses at night.
He's making them at night.
Like that's the joke. And it's like chill the fuck out. Like nobody's saying that Down syndrome people are horrible fucking people and we should make fun of them to the point where they should feel like fucking less of whatever. No, that uncle, what's his name? Anyway.
Uncle Danny.
Uncle Danny is living the fucking prime of his life right now
Get
because
that cheese, Danny.
because Shane Gillis is talking about him, right? Like it's and he's now part of the conversation rather than the butt of a joke.
Oh, he even said he's like the happiest guy he knows.
Oh, and it fucking drives me nuts when people that aren't even involved in that fucking community of things the virtue signaling is so fucking horrible.
I know.
And so fucking viral. Like, it's like my favorite person said that they don't like that, so I'm going to say that now. And that's my cause. Like,
I'm gonna
shut
go
the fuck
and pour.
up.
I'm gonna go pour a drink. But when I go, I'm gonna play something, and I'm gonna do it like this.
Well, you got to let Ashley talk first, though.
Jesus Christ.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna play while I'm gone. Because
Why am I on here?
This speaks. No, you're gonna be replaced in a second. But this speaks to what we're talking about right now. So, hold on.
Just want to check in really quick. I don't have a penis. Am I allowed to be here?
When they eat their own.
Yeah.
Like, and that's broad spectrum, by the way. That goes for not color. That's got nothing to do with race. I mean, when people just eat their own, when someone's trying to do a good thing, drives me fucking bananas.
If you're not like militant left in Canada, Canadian media will not put you on the air.
No.
Ever. Coleman Hughes, by the way, is a centrist. He seems like he's a conservative or a right winger because you don't hear a black person talking like him. All he's saying is like, he doesn't want. He says that people should be. He's basically echoing Martin Luther King, and he's saying
judged by their character and not by their race.
Yeah, and now everyone, and this is why this is really the fundamental reason why. People that don't like woke people, that are sensible people that don't like woke people.
Yeah, we fucked up. By the way, we're off. I think we're off YouTube. Just reading the comments. That went too long.
Oh, because of the.
Yeah, it's a copyright thing.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Okay. But anyway, like the idea that you're, forced to agree with this, like. I hate it because people are going to think Jordan Peterson or whatever. This Marxist idea that we have to only be like placed into racial baskets and then proceed in life because of our racial baskets. It's so stupid. Here we have a black man, an intellectual, like a public, like academic, saying to people, listen, like when I grew up, I just had friends. And then in like 2013, I don't know if it said it in the clip or if it said it later on in the clip, but he mentions that in 2013, when smartphones and social media came out, all of a sudden we had to be like, no, our blackness is the thing we need to lead with, and we need to like show everyone that we're oppressed, and we need to tell white people that they're bad because they're white. And that is not sustainable, and that is why I truly believe that's why there's more racism now, because racists were just more like, down to be racist because of that, because it sounds weird, and people that were like not racist were like, well, what the fuck? Like, why does everything have to be measured by race? Like, why can't I just love my neighbor Leroy the same way I love my neighbor Brad? Like why can't I just love them both? Like, why do I have to like favor Leroy because of his skin color? What if Leroy's a bad person? Like you can't even like, bring those hypotheticals up because they'll like tell you that you're a racist. I don't know.
It makes me laugh because and when it comes to people that balk at what he said and what he's talking about and the ideology behind his statement, the people that balk against it are white people.
Yeah.
That are literally virtue signaling. Against you're literally telling a black man to shut the fuck up about what he thinks should fix the problem. And if that's you need to do some real fucking deep introspection, I should say, into what your motives are, into why you're angry. And I don't understand why
are you angry, Leanne?
No, let me finish this. Why are you angry? And then you're losing the plot. Like, this is where people say you've lost the plot. This is literally a fucking perfect example of white people losing the plot when a black person is trying to speak and you're telling him to shut up because No, you're. I just saw a comment. I saw a comment fly through there. That's the whitest black man I've ever seen.
Oh my god.
Well, who's the fucking racist now?
Yeah,
That's not
totally.
passing the vibe check, y'all.
Yeah.
Who said that?
I don't know. Somebody in the comments.
Whoever said that, say it again so I know what your name is, so I can put your comment up so we can chastise you, because, like people lose sight, and you know what? Maybe it's not exactly their fault because we live in such a polarized world. Like, it is their fault, but it's not. Black people are not a monolith. There's a diversity of opinion within black communities. Believe
just
it
like
or not,
whites.
Oh my
just
God,
like us
just
honkies.
like whites.
Yeah.
Right? And some black people, I know this is going to sound crazy, don't like the idea of being forced to like toe the line with a very left-wing idea that they are oppressed and they are being like abused. Some black people, I know this is going to come to a shock to a lot of people, live really great lives and do their thing and raise their families and don't have a vendetta against quote unquote white supremacy because they've been able to finagle a way to like live a life the same way white people do and the same way Hispanics and Asians do. Like, we have to stop. Like, what is that? What is that phrase? The soft bigotry of low expectations. If you expect black people to be like, oh, we need to like give you a leg up because you don't have one right now, that's condescending to a lot of black people. And I know a lot of black people. And I'm saying, like
I know a black guy, so I can say that joke. That's what it sounds like.
If you don't accept that there's a diversity of opinions within black communities, then you're either a racist or you're ignorant.
And that's exactly it. I get Whoopi's, and it was a generational thing that we just watched, right? So you saw generational experience speaking. And Whoopi, yeah, you can call her a fucking, she's whatever she is now. Like, if people don't like the way she is, that's fine. But she has a point. When she was in school, she did have to deal with that.
But she ain't in school anymore.
But and that's what I mean. So this dude shows up and starts talking about his experience. Yeah. And so they compare experiences, and it was very polite. It was a very polite conversation. And
the last lady was a little bit condescending.
She was a bit she was trying to like, well, this is, and then wouldn't let him answer when he said, I've never voted conservative. He's only voted twice and he voted Democrat. Wouldn't let him answer because she knew she was owned and she knew she was wrong. And that's the problem with, and I'm not talking about just that conversation. I'm talking about, this is what white people do too, when they're virtue signaling the fuck out of somebody trying to get a message out. Just shut the biggest part is shut the fuck up. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, this is the shit I'm talking about.
Ellen Humphrey, why are two white cis men deciding what's right for the black community?
Nobody is. I'm not deciding fuck all, just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, that entire comment
it's not cool when white people do this shit.
That entire comment is bullshit. What two white men are talking about right now is what a black man was saying on a panel and how we agree with that black man. That's all I'm saying. And it's hilarious because it's like that's an automatic setting for some people. It's
that's what I'm saying.
If white people talk about what a black man is saying and they don't toe a left-wing line, then they're obviously
racist.
White men who are experiencing white supremacy moments or whatever the fuck it is. It's like, no, dude. Like, that's not
what this is.
Like, you just heard a black man say that he doesn't want people to be judged by their skin color, and you're, as a white person, that's more racist.
They also said he was the whitest black guy. So
if you're a white person saying that like that black man was wrong, then who's the racist? Like, honestly, like,
yeah, you can't. You have to check yourself.
That means, like, what does whitest black guy mean? Like,
whitest black guy? Who said that?
I would love to know what.
What is that? Yeah, you know what?
I would love for somebody to actually explain
clarify
what they
that.
mean, like
the
when they say shit like that.
People, it's anything. It is the dumbest comment I've ever heard in my life.
Well, and that's just it. And it's like, sometimes if people would stop and think, and it's like, would you say that shit out loud, in a crowd of people? You know what I mean? Because if you wouldn't, then
don't do it online.
Don't.
Yeah.
Coleman Hughes, by the way, I've read his book. I talked to him on the phone once. I was going to have him on the show. It didn't
don't
work
know.
Ashley,
out.
you're hammered, by the way, just so you
I'm
know.
not hammered.
And so is Leanne.
I'm drinking tea all night.
I know.
I have mostly
The only ones drinking alcohol are James and I, just so everybody's aware.
Who said I was drunk?
To be fair, DQ says we're hammered, so we can't have this conversation.
Oh well, whatever.
Thanks,
I-
Tetley.
I talked to Coleman. He was once on the phone. We tried to set up a date for him to come on. It didn't work out. But
Yeah.
what we talked about was I was like, you should run for president. And he was like, why would I want to do that? I was like,
Yeah, no shit though.
good point. But
He's a nice guy.
What we talked about was like, first of all, I wrote a piece for the Huffington Post once that was critical against Black Lives Matter, and David Duke retweeted it.
Jesus.
And he was like,
David Duke. Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about fucking racists. Okay.
and then he goes, oh my God. He's like, I wrote a piece for Quillette once, and David Duke retweeted it. So we bonded on the fact that a guy that doesn't share our beliefs retweeted our tweet. And
Yeah,
what was
because
it- and
it's
what
a
wa-
cherry
and what-
pick.
But what was the articles that we wrote? We
Yeah.
wrote articles that was critical against the race activism of the left. That was all. We weren't agreeing with the race activism of the right. We were just criticizing the race activism of the left.
Yeah.
But we both experienced the same shit, which is what Ellen just demonstrated, which was this like rush to judgment of who we are and what we're representing. But I'm a white guy and he's a black guy and we're representing the same thing. You know what? That's a symptom of polarization. You can't like everyone can be criticized, and if you criticize somebody, that doesn't mean that you're coming from the political opposite side of
No.
where they're coming from.
No, you're just checking somebody. You're checking it, right? So,
Yeah.
and this is where we get that weird notion that we're all just out to I lost my train of thought. I fucking like I'm actually shook by this. Like I'm actually kind of like pissed.
So
That
am I off YouTube right now?
no, we're
we're
back.
And
No,
also,
we're-
I didn't know that you guys had the power to decide anything for anybody. Though.
that's what I'm saying. Like
Right?
I didn't know you were in that
Fuck am I?
position. I thought we were just having a
I'm a
discussion.
drunk bald guy that Leanne likes to diss when I call her hot. Like what
no,
the fuck am I?
no, but you know what?
Over to you, Leanne.
There's something to be said about guys like Andrew Tate or like about Jordan Peterson, where those are ultra fucking conservative, weird cis white male, if you want to say it.
But he's not always
values.
wrong either. Though.
What does this stand for again? I'm
What is
always
cis?
So cis means that you are
I know what it means,
like
but what
you
is it?
identify as the gender that you were assigned at birth.
It means
Uh,
default setting.
the
Okay,
acronym.
Ellen.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Acronym have a meaning.
Yeah, what is that?
That's what I mean.
Cisgender. I don't
It
even
means
know.
default setting. is
Oh,
what it
okay.
means.
So it's supposed to be like the norm, right?
It
I
is
don't
Like-
know.
listen,
the
people get
societal
all upset
norm,
about
we'll
this,
say.
and I'm gonna get canceled. I know it, but like honestly, if you're
love
born
when you
with
cancel
the
yourself.
penis, the default setting is that your gender is male, and sometimes there are anomalies. And by the way, anomalies aren't always bad. Sometimes a genius is an anomaly. So you can't say that trans as an anomaly is like somehow insulting. But if you're born male, your gender is probably male, and if it isn't, then that is a deviation from what is default. And if people say that, they get all upset. Oh, what gender were you assigned at birth? Are you fucking kidding?
Okay, I need us to all take a step here. You and me, James, we're going to shut the fuck up because the two people that aren't drinking on the podcast.
Okay.
So I'm just going to disprove. I'm going to disprove something in the comments right now.
What's your issue?
Please. You guys talk about it.
I was looking at that myself, and all I can
Yeah.
say is like, apparently I am on a drunk dude podcast, and I am neither drunk nor a dude, so I don't know what show everybody else is watching, but I don't think it's this one. I don't know.
Are we out of line? Like, are we being out of line?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we're online.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that we.
No, I said out of line. Are we out of line?
Yeah, no.
No.
Like, because I'm all about learning. Because again, I'm a white fucking male that's
Fuck
straight.
Fuck you,
Okay, my
oppressor.
friend April said, stand
Also
with
like to
your
add you're not
morals and
drunk.
values,
I'm
integrity,
not
and
wasted
principle.
either.
Remember at represents no color. I love that you're able to look at things from another point of view. I struggle with color. I just don't see it. I don't even like talk about it because I don't get it. A human's a human. Like to me, I just don't even talk about the subject because
Well,
I don't know.
of course, people are people, and I think that that golden rule that like you treat everybody the way that you would like to be treated should just kind of stand no matter who you're talking to, right? But like, but people have like like rich cultures and backgrounds and like cool stories,
I love,
and it's like
yeah,
we absolutely have to like celebrate that stuff and explore that stuff, and everybody needs. I think that it's cool to have an understanding of like every freaking holiday on the calendar. I'm one of those people. I'm like, okay, so what is this day?
Yeah.
What is it for? What do you do? How do you celebrate it? Like, I love knowing stuff like that about people. And it's like, I think the more that we share stuff like that and the more that we celebrate other cultures, like, the best off that we could possibly be. Like, what a lovely world it would be in if we all just like thought each other's shit was cool. Right. So I don't know when it's,
I feel like, I know.
When stuff like this comes up, it's like, as a white person, I don't get to speak for other communities. We get to shut the fuck up and listen, and we get to hear from them. And it's like, okay, like obviously you've got some things that you'd like to say. It's our time to like maybe get a little bit of an education from you. And if there's something that you do deserve or that you're not getting, then like absolutely the playing field should be equal for everybody. Like that's where the equality comes in, where like that's where color shouldn't be, is where everybody, should have the same opportunities kind of thing. But like we still need to celebrate the differences. I don't know. I just want that balance in the world. That's where I
see what you're saying. It's hard when you really honestly just I don't. Even with my kids, like when they were little, like junior kindergarten would come and I would say, hey, you're going to school. So they go to school. And then he comes home and he said, why are different kids different colors? And I said, because they just are. And he went, okay. Yeah. And that was it. We never really talked about it after that.
Yeah, well, critical race theory now in the States, anyways, in some states, in the United States, will separate kids in the class by their race, and will literally like it'll be like Hispanics were oppressed, blacks were oppressed, and they'll point to white kids, innocent white kids that are like 5, 6, 7 years old, who don't know shit about what the fuck history like taught them or whatever, or like their responsibility for history, and we'll tell them that you're the oppressors of the Hispanic and the black kids over there.
That's not true. That's not what CRT does. That is absolutely not what CRT does, though.
Coleman Hughes, the guy that you just saw, says that in the second half of that clip.
No, but in actual reality, yes, maybe there's some fucking like virtue signaling white people that are teachers that do that, but that's not what CRT. That's not the basis of CRT.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the curriculum itself is designed to be that way.
No, because it's not.
That's how it's presented by a lot of teachers.
Well, because we have people like the people that are in these fucking comments that fucking run that shit. They take it and then they fucking distill it through their own fucking stupid percolator and make it that.
But
and
critical race theory is problematic even like when you read it. Like you're just like, if you have a starting position that one race is evil and the other races are innocent, you're never going to get to a place that's like a good place for everybody. Like you have to be able to get to a place where it's like this. Okay, look, like I'm Italian and Dutch. Okay, my ancestors were literal slave traders and Nazis. I'm a rapper. Clearly, it didn't take. Okay, whatever it was that was supposed to infect me with my bloodline didn't take. It is not about your history. We are not slaves and slave masters. We are just people. Okay? And like systemic racism, does it exist? I'm sure it does. But does it always exist in every single thing ever? No,
Do you know
it
what,
doesn't.
Do you know what critical race theory was developed to do, though?
It was a legal theory.
It was to teach our kids what not to do again. It was
Actually,
to learn from history.
It was a legal theory before it was anything else. And the legal theory was the disparity between sentences between white races and other races. That's actually how it started. Critical race theory started as a legal theory of fairness in the justice system. And then it got broad-banded into, like curriculum for high school and elementary school. But where it fails is that all it has to do, like if you're in grade 5 and you're a white kid and you're a black kid and you're best friends, how is critical race theory going to like benefit either of you?
It's going to teach that 5-year-old white kid what not to do as he grows up. And I'm talking about 5-year-olds. I'm talking about when they become 10 and when they become 20 and when they become 30 and their grandparents' fucking values get instilled in them about fucking like, yeah, well, black people are less than us because their grandparents are still fucking putting that into their heads. And that's why it's generational. It's literally just fucking, it's passed down. The only reason why people hate other people is because of their parents. And because of whoever raised them. That's why hate thrives. And that's why hate still lives. It's because your parents taught you to hate that person because their parents taught them to hate them. Critical race theory was supposed to come in to put that stopgap in for kids and go, listen, I know what your mom and dad said, but it's not true. None of that's true. This is what we're trying to do. You know what I mean? Like, so I understand it from that aspect, but you're not wrong where some people take it overboard. And they fucking take the spirit of critical race theory or CRT, and they fucking delve into that weird fucking where, like I say, like we saw as a social experiment in the fucking right side of my screen all night long since we started talking about this, about white people that just know better than black people to tell us all about fucking how we were supposed to act.
Yeah.
We all just got to shut the fuck up.
It's totally true. There is a weird like. Funny enough, my ex, who I do not enjoy the company of,
we're making progress there. Congratulations on that. Seriously, that was beautifully said, James.
I'm just trying to be polite.
That's
well
true.
done.
It's good for you.
I'm fucking proud of you right now.
One said something so profound that I have to repeat it now, and I'll credit her with the quote.
Sure.
She's like, eventually reparations became retribution. And when it becomes retribution, it's no longer legit. Reparations needs to be something that like rights a wrong, while retribution is more like vengeance.
Sorry, what's the word again?
But it's revenge. It's
What's the first
You
word?
you look handsome.
Reparation.
I guess, Leanne. I guess I don't know.
I get it, and I get it, and you know what? At the same time, I can't fault somebody of a certain like of any sect of we'll say black, white, Asian, Hispanic. We won't say white, but black, Hispanic, whatever, or okay, Irish, whatever. People that were oppressed by whoever. I can understand that fury and that fucking anger. So yeah, so there's some of them, but there's some of them that want to move forward into trying to make it a better, like just okay. Bygones are bygones. Let's just fucking move forward and everybody just treat me the same way you treat your fucking white neighbor. Like that's kind of it, right? So, and that's, I think, and I don't know, I can't say I don't have a stat, but I think that is the overwhelming sentiment when it comes to society is let's just fucking be decent to each other, right? But
rule.
So yes, there might be some people looking for not reparation, but what did you say?
What does reparation?
Retribution. Reparation is it's paying what you're owed. You're being paid what you
Reparation
owed.
is paying what you're owed. Retribution is revenge. Basically.
So yes, I can't fault I couldn't fault an old black lady who knew that her mother was a slave. I can't fault that person for wanting justice or vengeance for that person. I can't fault them. Absolutely not. But at the same time, that's not what I don't think. Again, I'm speaking from a point of privilege, and I'm speaking from a point of
stop preambling.
No, I am. No, I'm serious. I'm speaking. You have to preamble this, James, or else it sounds like either I'm being a virtue signaler or I'm being a racist. So I'm going to say, I want us to all just fucking get along. Speaking of Martin Luther King, everybody keeps invoking the kings.
Yeah.
And one of the kings that hasn't been invoked here is why can't we all just fucking get along?
Yeah.
Can I say
As he was getting beaten by a bunch of white cops, you know, like, so yes, we have to do some work. And if that means, we have to have these difficult conversations, we have to have fucking that's fine. We need to do that.
You know what? I'm going to say something. And a lot of people are not going to like this because we live in such a weird polarized landscape. Sometimes, not all the time, maybe not even half the time. Sometimes Candace Owens makes sense to me.
I gotta go. She doesn't make any sense ever. I've never heard her say anything that made sense. Tell me one thing. Give me one, please.
She was talking. She was on like, I don't know. It was a clip from some talk show. I can't remember what it was, but she was saying like, she was talking to another guy who was half white and half black. And Candace Owens has a white husband and a half white, half black kid.
Yeah.
And she said to him, she's like, when my kid gets to the age where he's applying for colleges, he's going to check the box that says black, not because he's not half white, but because he knows he has a better chance of getting into the university if he checks the black box.
So then you raised your kid wrong.
No, you don't.
What?
You raise your kids. What are you talking about?
No, then you raised your kid.
The point that she's making is that guy that she was talking to, the half white, half black guy that was all into like racial, justice or whatever.
Yeah.
If he was in charge of the university, would see that she checked the right box for him to say, we got to give this person a leg up. Even though it has nothing to do with their socioeconomic conditions, and this goes back to what Coleman Hughes was saying, is that if you just give more opportunities to poor communities and don't mention race at all, it will still disproportionately positively impact Black and Hispanic communities in the States.
Of course.
But you don't have to actually say it. You just go for the socioeconomic part, and just by default, it will impact positively Black and Hispanic communities. But if you say, I'm only going to go after Black and Hispanic communities, then all these poor white kids are going to be left in the dust. And you know what people are going to say? Oh, they're privileged. Oh, they're poor white kids. They're still poor, dude. They're not privileged if they're poor. They're not. If you're white and poor, you're still not privileged. Like, and the idea that you are is like such a fallacy.
So but you know that like the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that you can't ask somebody their race on a college application, right?
Oh, they still ask.
No, they don't. It's against the law. It's against federal.
You got to look at it. No, you got to.
I'm looking at the Supreme Court ended race-conscious admissions at colleges and universities. In other words, colleges can no longer take race into account when they're deciding whether or not to admit a student.
That's a state law. That's not a federal law.
No, that's a law. That's the U.S. Supreme Court.
Send it to me because I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it was
affirmative action doesn't exist anymore. Is that what you're saying?
Not in college administration. No. You see, this is the thing. We're all sitting here. You're making an argument that doesn't exist anymore in law.
Listen, I just went off a clip, so I'm perfectly fine with saying that you're right. But I went off a clip, and Douglas Connors is here. Douglas.
Oh, still in his makeup, isn't he? Look it. Oh, we just talked about you. By the way, my wife and I, we've been following your entire theater thing that's going on. By the way, you have the biggest fans in Hamilton, Ontario right now, just so you know. Like, fuck yeah. Even Ashley was like, I liked it better when he did the dress rehearsal and had the yellow under the eyes rather than now. You know what I mean? Like, welcome.
Hi.
How you doing, buddy? How was your show
How are
tonight?
you?
How was your show tonight, Douglas?
Bitchin'.
Yeah. Oh my God, you got the blue fucking.
Oh, yeah, he
AirPods.
does.
Oh yeah, I committed to the bit, man. I committed to the bit.
You look awesome.
Thanks.
Douglas,
no,
tell me
it
why I
fun.
was
I knew
wrong
this
about
was
what
gonna
I
be
just
fun.
said.
It's just factually incorrect.
Yeah,
Ryan is right.
that's
The
fine.
Supreme Court did
I'm
rule
happy.
that it was a case having to do with Harvard University.
That's
that went to
right.
The Supreme Court.
Okay.
And
okay.
they ruled that.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong.
That's why I said Candace Owens is a fucking idiot. Because she's a fucking
not,
idiot.
Listen, like Candace Owens can be right twice a day, like a
Okay,
broken
give
clock.
us another example then. You had one.
I'm not the Candace Owens bibliography.
Well, you said, yeah, but that's what you based your opinion on her on, was that. And so now that's gone.
So all I was saying was that in that particular discussion, it seemed like she was making a point that was correct, and you corrected me on it. So in that particular case,
all right.
I'm
just do a deeper dive on that.
I don't
lady,
think Candace
because
Owens
she's
is
a
wrong every single time she speaks. I don't think any human being.
Pretty
is
close.
wrong. Yeah.
It's pretty close. Maybe not in like regular speak, but when she's on a camera, when she's on a camera,
but let's remember she's paid to be wrong.
That's right.
Well, Ryan, to be honest with you, like I feel like it's actually an indication of your bias if you say that like one individual is wrong no matter what she says anytime. I'm saying that
that's because she's a cunt. She's a cunt. She's a fucking cunt.
I'm saying she might be right.
I'm sorry, but
I'm saying she might be right 1 out of 10 times, and you're saying she's wrong 10 out of 10 times. Probability says that I have a better chance of being right than you.
If you want to be statistical about it and say that she can walk outside and say that the sun is shining, then yes, she's right.
I want to say that she's a black woman, and I don't want to speak for her as a white man.
Okay. But you just did, and you were wrong. So let's stop speaking for other people.
I was repeating what she said. I wasn't speaking for her. I was just parroting what she said.
All right. Let's talk about Douglas's musical. I'd like to hear about it.
All right. Well, this was yesterday was opening night, so our second official show. Full house. The whole run is sold out. 9 shows sold out.
That's amazing.
I
Good
know.
for you guys.
Listen, a community theater, 1 show sold out is freaking amazing out of an entire run.
No shit.
Having an entire run sold out. That's a freaking privilege.
Wow.
That's a privilege. So every night, and I mean, it's We Will Rock You. Right? I was at the audition and it was like, would you be prepared to take a smaller role? It's like, yeah, hell yeah. I just want to be invited to the damn party.
They ended up being the fucking star.
No, not even close. No, I'm just chorus in this one. But no, having a total blast. The theater company itself is fantastic. The theater that we're doing it at is fantastic. The cast is fantastic. The crew is fantastic. It's total loving, total joy. We every show we're just getting better and better. The pacing, the timing, the audience is laughing at all the right spots. Now we're playing with each other a bit. We're even like milking the laughs and a little bit and all that kind of stuff. So we're literally
we do that on this show too, right, James?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
So we're literally just having fun. And I got some photos there. If
can you pull it up?
That was today. That James would have to put them up there.
You? What am I looking at here?
There it is.
Nice.
Oh
It's
yeah.
my makeup for today.
Look at you.
Wow.
Look at the hair.
Wow. You look like fucking the guy from like 9 Inch Nails or something.
Yes, he does. Oh my God.
Oh, that looks good.
So that was today. That was today. But yes, as Ashley noted, that was underneath for dress opening night, whatnot.
Was the yellow?
Instead of putting the green, I put the yellow.
Yeah.
So
No,
I'll look for some of those too.
She loved it. Somebody in the comments asked, "What was your favorite number to perform?"
And the ones that I'm in, it's a toss up between Crazy Little Thing Called Love and I Want It All.
Crazy little thing.
Because Crazy Little Thing Like Love, we're doing a little bit of this like swingy style dancing to it. It's the big production number in terms of dancing, and I'm a dancer in my soul, so that's where it is. But I Want It All is just bitching.
Heavy metal fever.
It's just bitching like this, we're like I take the hair down, like this, and we're like at one point they're singing, I'm like,
That's wild.
I love it. So much fun. It's so
That's
much
wild.
fun.
That's wild.
It's the first time I've grown my hair. Well, it's the first time that my long hair has actually served me in a roll. Because normally I'll have to tie it and I'll bun it up and put it under stuff and whatnot. And now it's like, I could actually just let it all hang out, and I don't have to take out my earrings. This is like
Are they doing any sort of recording of it, Douglas, or no?
I believe that yes. I have a feeling that they are doing one recording. They would do a recording for archives, and I guess the cast gets to have it, but there isn't any for broadcast because we don't have broadcast rights.
You're not allowed to share that with us. Can you share it? Can you share it with your friends?
I could do it like a house party, whatnot, but I couldn't broadcast it over,
like on the show. But you
no,
can.
Yeah, but like if everybody wanted to come over and watch it one night, or if I go and visit and bring it with me, I can.
What if we had a private viewing party on YouTube?
I don't know what it would be. It would have to. Yeah, it would have to be very private.
Could you do it
I guess.
Zoom?
I'd love to see it.
Could you do it Zoom?
Well, we have to wait till the run is over and then we get it. So I believe we get it about a month after the run is over.
I'd love to see it
illegal on a Zoom, or is Zoom considered just like a telephone, like a video telephone, or is that illegal?
I think it's like for broadcast,
yeah, like
or
commercial
pay,
broadcast, yeah.
So yeah, if we were just a group of people watching, I think that would be okay.
Yeah, but if it was on YouTube with ads and stuff, they would get a little pissy. I understand that.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Because we didn't pay for that part.
I'm so fucking proud of you.
Thanks. It's a blast, man. It really hey, put it this way, right? I'm 50. This is the closest to a rock star experience I'm going to get. We have a 7-piece band, including the conductor. It's live.
50 is the new 30. You're fine.
We have an audience of 164 every single night. We're a cast of over 20. I think we're like 25 or something. I mean, it's just, we have costumes, we have sets, we have lights, we have. It's so fucking cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. And I'm so used to doing like musical theater. It's like, when I was a boy, I had a pretty story. And now it's like, I want it all. It's like I never get to go into the rah of my voice, so it's just like, it's so much fun.
That's awesome.
It's
That's so
fun.
awesome. Yeah, I wish we lived closer. We would totally have gone. Like we would totally go. How long is the run? How long does the run go?
We go till April 6th.
And
so tomorrow we have 2 shows.
Okay.
We have a 2 o'clock and the 7:30.
And where are you? Where's this going down?
Domino Theater in Kingston on Church.
So if you're in the area,
the pizza place,
we're sold out.
Yeah. Never mind. Sorry, you're right.
We are completely sold out. All 9 shows. We were sold out for 5 days before the run opened.
Crazy.
Shit.
I know that has never happened to any show I've ever been. I've had a couple of sold out nights. I've never had a complete sold out run.
I want to go see your show.
So do I.
So do I.
If you want to see it, the only absolute way I believe that somebody freed up 2 tickets for tomorrow for 7 o'clock.
Are you fucking kidding? I'm gonna show up at that place. I'm gonna talk to the guy at the door. I'm gonna get in.
Well, Kingston's only like 3.5 from here, so I think. I don't know. Ashley, are you watching?
But if you do want to come like this, I have to send
Douglas, let me ask you something.
A message saying that the 2 tickets are taken.
Can I audition for the next show that you do?
Sure.
Okay. I would like.
I actually got an offer for it.
Did you?
Oh.
Yes, somebody that's hoping to direct a certain show in Domino season next year, whom I've worked with a couple of times before, said, I put my name in, and if I get it, I want you to play the villain.
Oh, did you read my summary yet, Douglas?
Yay. Of? Your summary of what?
The shit that I sent, the play that I sent you, the summary.
No, not yet. Sorry.
You know what? Fuck you, Douglas.
He's a busy guy.
No, sorry.
Very busy,
No. I was producing As You Like It for Domino
right.
Theater, which closed on Saturday, and this one opened Thursday.
Okay,
since December 20th of last year, I have had no life. It's literally been all theater. And I still got one more. We have Arsenic and Old Lace in May.
Does that mean that I can like audition right now for you?
Oh, I'd love to see this. No, right now. Like,
right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
I'd love to see
Sure.
it. Yes, please. Oh God, please. Yes, please.
I'm not the one doing the casting though, but sure.
Shh. No, you're in charge. You're in charge now.
Why
I'm in
won't you?
charge now.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Look at me. I'm the captain now. I'm the director now.
Oh, my wife did chime in. She said we've got plans with her parents and her brother tomorrow. We're going. Yeah, oh, that's right. We're going to Long and McQuaid tomorrow. I forgot. Shit, we did make. I'm sorry. I want to see it. I do want to see it.
Oh, darn. No, we truly are having a blast. Oh, there we go. Here's the yellow.
No.
Oh, do you have it?
Yeah, I have the yellow. There we go.
Play it.
You have to. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's up there. You have to bring the picture up.
Oh, there it is. It's Jaundice Joplin.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah! You look so like, it's like you. I saw this picture when I was scrolling, right, and I saw it, and I'm like, oh, that's who is? And then I went, oh my God, that's fucking Douglas. Like, it took me a minute. You are so out of your normal element, right? Like I would not think that I'm going to learn about the insides of Canadian politics from this guy. I think I'm going to get a really like rip my face apart rock show from that guy. And the fact that you can delineate between the two is my favorite thing about you. You're my favorite guy.
He's smiling with the really big dimples. I've never seen him go.
Yeah, he's got that attitude, the rock attitude. Fuck yeah. So cool.
No, we listen. This thing has been a blast from beginning to end. Everybody is super professional. We actually lost our lead 1 month in, so we had a new lead come in.
She died?
No.
Oh,
she didn't die.
sorry.
We just didn't see the show through to the.
I lost her. I was like, oh my God, where'd she go?
Whoa!
No, we didn't lose our. Where did we put the lead? It was behind the sofa the whole time.
She wrecked her Harley at Bike Week. That was it.
Okay,
Great.
Douglas, do you know, I sent this track to you a long time ago. This is my okay. I'm gonna audition now to be in Douglas's next play. It's not
All
gonna
right.
work.
Oh,
I know
love it.
that,
Oh, I
but
can't
I'm
wait.
gonna still do it anyways. Douglas,
Yes,
you know who Depeche Mode is, right?
absolutely.
Do you know who Hayden
My
is?
favorite band. What?
Oh, so you know somebody?
Of course, that's one of my
Oh, this is a
standard audition
callback. We
songs.
talked about this earlier tonight. That's
do,
right.
Do you know who Hayden is?
Hayden.
Hayden. He's a folk
the
singer
artist
from Toronto.
Yes.
Okay. So I did a cover song where I smushed together.
Yes, you sent me that.
Oh,
It was great. I told you it was kick-ass.
you didn't tell me shit.
I did so.
No,
I
you
listened
didn't
to it.
send that
I
shit.
listened. Yes, when you sent it to me, I listened to it immediately, and I wrote you back like 6 minutes later saying, "This is kick-ass."
No.
Are we gonna hear it?
We're gonna hear it only because I gotta go pee.
I gotta go pee.
I do. I gotta go pee.
All right. Let's hear
Does
it.
work? How do I make it work?
You gotta press play.
Can you
Trying.
work it? Let me work it. Find out how hard I gotta work it. It's worth it to work yet.
All right. Okay.
It's worth
I'll be
it
right
to
back.
right yet. If
We
you
can't
gotta
hear
take
anything, just so
one,
you know.
let me work it.
Can you hear it
Find
now?
out how
No.
hard I gotta work it. It's worth it to work yet.
I liked Douglas's version though. That was pretty cool.
Wait, you can't hear anything?
No.
No.
Okay,
Nope.
hold on.
No, and you know what? Someone in the comments does have a good point. If this has an actual licensed track behind it, you should probably be careful.
It doesn't.
Okay, good. Oh, what are you are you playing this from like a Windows media player?
Yeah.
Yeah,
why?
we won't hear it. It has to be from like your browser window. You have to open it in Chrome
How do I do that?
as a new tab. Like if you go to the actual file and right click it,
Okay.
it'll say open with, and then just go to like Chrome and you can open it in a tab.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's a pain,
Okay. Hold on.
but it'll work.
Right click.
Right click
what?
the file, then open with, And then it should be like Google Chrome. Should be a thing in there. Everybody, if you're just joining us, this is a
choose
tutorial.
another app. Choose another.
Yeah, just choose another app, and it should be in there.
Chrome's not there.
Oh,
I'm gonna send it to you, Ryan. Okay.
I can try. I can give it a shot. Yeah. You want to send it an email? I can give it a go. Can you put us back on the screen though?
Yeah.
Tall and young and dark and handsome, the girl from Ipanema goes walking in. Everyone she passes,
that whole broke the
passes
seal
says,
thing. Whoever coined the phrase "broke the seal."
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
No, they were right? Like,
Oh my god.
they nailed that one. I know. I've peed like 4 times on this podcast tonight. Because
Oh no, he's going. Okay.
yeah, it's just you and me, man.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Oh,
So what does this do for you? Like how busy are you now? Because you are the busiest. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry, excuse it, but you are the busiest beaver I know. Normally, and then this on top of it, like you must be like, just is it the adrenaline that just keeps you pumping and whatever? Like this is totally not work, is it?
No. This was 2-ounce passion and 3 ounces of pure stupidity. To be totally honest.
3 ounces of stupidity. Are you coming back? My wife is standing next to me, and I know she loves you. You're missing Douglas.
Hello, gorgeous.
She says hello, gorgeous. But yeah, no, it's all passion, right? Like that's what fuels this.
It's all passion. Yeah. So I had I volunteer for Domino Theater, which is our local community theater. I'm on the board for it, and all board members produce a play every year. So I was producing As You Like It, which was a Shakespeare, and I was supposed to be in it, a small part, but I got really sick in 2 of the last 3 weeks before we went live, so I had to pull out of doing the show as an actor because I still had production and marketing duties, and I couldn't do all 3. And I was still rehearsing for this one because I'd fallen behind 2 weeks on this one as well.
Yeah.
And while this had happened, I had an offer last year to do Arsenic and Old Lace, and we couldn't stage it last year for some reason. We couldn't get the venue at the time we needed.
Okay.
So while we were rehearsing for these 2, I got the call from Christine. Says, "Hey, you know that Arsenic Old Lace thing?" I said, "Yeah, we're doing it in May." So we're starting rehearsing. So I was like, all of a sudden, I'm rehearsing 3 plays all at once while doing marketing for a theater. And then I was working with a board of a charity as well. And then I'm helping on a democracy initiative, and then there's our show, which is part of our business, and then we're doing renovations at home, and then I curl 4 times a week, and our doubles curling team was an A division going for the club championship. So it's my life has been scheduled since, like I said, about December 12th last year, has been scheduled to the millisecond. As You Like It closed Saturday. This one opened and will close on the 6th. And after the 6th, I will actually get to be somewhat of a normal human being. I will have just 1 play on the go.
Are you like me? Are you like me when it comes to that though? Like, do you take solace in that scheduling? Like to know where you need to be at every moment of your day.
A little bit, he does.
Yeah, I'm a planner.
I'm a weirdo that likes that. I like to be, because when I'm given free reign of my day, I'm that guy that just has an issue with trying to prioritize that, like what I have to do. So when there's like, this is what you need to do. You need to be here, motherfucker. Go here, go here, go here, go here. I'm a happy camper in that environment, to tell you the truth. And even if it's self-imposed, like if I'm the one that's like you, like with your extracurriculars, I like that. I kind of like that.
Yep.
What about you?
I like it too, but I can only do it for a certain amount of time, and then it has to stop. So about like 3 or 4 months is about my max, and then my body starts to give out.
Take a break. Yeah.
So this was a little over. What I'm doing right now is, even for me, is particularly over ambitious.
Yeah.
But to be totally honest, though, I only auditioned for We Will Rock You. So it was really, so I auditioned for We Will Rock You, and the director had COVID at the time, and her daughter was very, very sick, was going into the hospital, had been in and out of the hospital 3 or 4 times. So she didn't have time to look at the audition tapes right away, because normally we get an answer within 3 or 4 days of having auditioned. But this took about 3 weeks. In the meantime, we had a production meeting for As You Like It, and the director from As You Like It says, "Hey, wait a minute, I saw you in something last June." Says, "I want you to be in my play." So he offered me a role, no audition. When a director offers you a role, no audition, you take it.
Mhm.
But I hadn't heard from We Will Rock You yet. So 2 weeks later, We Will Rock You calls me and says, "Hey, we want you." I also don't audition for things if I'm not going to take the role if given. Like this, if I don't have the opportunity to take the role, then I just don't audition. Right?
Yeah.
Sort of like, yeah, I'm kind of sort of like this. I won't. So if I don't get it, that's fine. But if I do get it, it's like you went through all that process. You see your play with me in it. Hey, we got you. You know what? I don't want to do it. I got a better offer instead. Right?
Yeah.
I don't. So if I'm not going to take it, I don't audition. So what happened is I got the offer for As You Like It after I auditioned for We Will Rock You, but before I got the offer,
Yeah.
which put me in a weird situation. So I was able to accept both. We talked to both directors, and we organized schedules, and things were going well. And it's when those two things happened, we were underway. We were in it for about a month and a half. That's when Christine called me and said, "Hey, by the way, that play we were going to do last year, we're doing it now." And I'm thinking, crap. Now I'm like really stuck. So I actually had to drop out of choir.
Douglas, can I ask you how you
Because
think
I couldn't-
Leanne
I
looks
couldn't
with
keep
her
it all
hair up?
Gorgeous.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I mean, I'm just saying.
I like hair up.
Leanne, you were gone for a
I'm
long
a big
time. Were you
fan of hair up.
pooping, or was that a poop? I always like to ask people when they go. For
I would just like to point out that I thought I thought that Leanne also looked attractive with her hair up, and I got a cold shoulder. But
Yeah.
Douglas, because he is a disposition of a man who is, I guess, better than I am, was allowed to say gorgeous, and she was like, "Yeah, thanks, it's great." Yeah.
Well, I mean, she is gorgeous.
What's this? Are we still sharing this?
Yeah,
No.
this is yesterday, before and after. So that's in makeup, and this is literally 25 minutes later.
Wow.
Same guy. Same guy.
Wow.
Boom.
You know what? You look better as you than as the other guy. The other guy looks a little sleazy.
He just might be.
Love it. Absolutely fabulous.
So yeah,
I did not hit the bong.
Pardon?
I did. Somebody said Leanne hit the bong. I'm like, I did not. I should hit the bong, but I did not.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, look, when do you ever get a chance to sing with a 7-piece band, singing Queen songs for over 150 people who are all really into it?
Mm-hmm.
Like that
Sounds
never
pretty
happens.
rad.
That never happens. So yeah, when they turn around, this is, we're doing this. Please, do you want to come? And it's like, yeah, just tell me where to stand and what to wear.
Right? May I? Like, come on. Threaten me with a good time.
Shut up. Take my money. I'll pay to be in this
my
one.
dream to be able to just sing for like 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. I would get
Go to karaoke. What are you doing?
Oh, I can't.
Nope. My
Nobody at
dream,
karaoke can sing. That's the fun part.
I really can't sing.
yes. My dream one would be, though, however, if I like the rock stuff is all great like this, but my mother was a lounge singer, jazz lounge singer, and
Was she
all
a
the
smoker?
standards. Yes, she was. My mom, when she sang in the choir, she sang with the tenors.
Really?
She had that smoky low voice. She could sing Old Man River down low.
Wow.
All right. But all the standards of the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, those were all my lullabies. As a
Fuck, I
kid.
love you, Douglas. I love
So
you.
it's like, but it's when I was like 13 or 14 that I realized that maybe singing Love for Sale to a 3-year-old might have been a little inappropriate. It's like, how do you know all these songs? Love for Sale. If you want to buy my wares, follow me and climb the stairs. No 6-year-old should be singing that. So, but yeah, that's the music I was weaned on. So if I could have like a 3 or 4-piece jazz band, like for 2 hours. Oh,
What would your
Yeah.
favorite?
that would be my
Do-
ideal
do-
little concert, just like spread out on the piano.
Do you have a good relationship with your mom?
I did. Fantastic. My mom was my best friend. loved her. She's no longer with us, unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But everything, love of music, love of arts, love of everything, just that's all from her. All the values that you know me to have, they're all hers. They're like, I'm definitely my mother's son. Definitely my mother's son.
Did you like your dad?
Didn't get to know him all that much. I did meet him. My parents were separated before I was born.
Okay.
So I met my dad when I was 6. Yes. Tried to form a relationship with him. There was really nothing there. It was kind of weird. Like there was no real, like it's not that he was mean or anything. It was just, but we would be in the same room together and there'd be like nothing. Just we just didn't. There was no vibe. There was no connection. There was nothing in common. There was no particular interest. I thought he was a little weird every now and then. I remember one time I was like, it was Saturday morning, and I think I was like 6 or 7. It was like Saturday morning cartoons. He didn't do that. You didn't do that, and it's like, I couldn't understand why you couldn't watch Saturday morning cartoons, but go outside.
I love watching kids movies with my kids.
Yeah.
Like I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. And then there were
A weird
moments every
thing.
now and then we'd be like all laughing like this, and all of a sudden like the laughing would just like stop on a dime. It's like, okay, there's a time to laugh, there's a time to be serious, and there's a time to be serious. And like he would just like unilaterally decide when that moment was.
Is he still alive?
That's been this podcast all night, just so everybody's aware.
So I remember going back home and like saying to my mom, it's like, it's a little weird.
Well done, Ryan.
But there's a couple times in my life that I actually needed him for something, and he actually was there and he actually was present, but we didn't really, there was no connection. Then there was I think around the time I was 21, I'm not sure if he had a problem with me being gay or anything, but knew that I was, and we were corresponding, and I would write him and say,
Wait, you're
listen,
gay?
Yeah.
Wait,
Turns out,
what?
yeah.
No.
Yeah, it turns out I got
No.
the genetic lottery. I scratched it and it said fabulous.
Shocked.
Word.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off in a serious thought there.
Yeah, but it's we were corresponding by mail, and I would always like end like the letter saying, I'd like to see you, and then he would answer to all the letter except that part. Yes, and then I would notice that after like the 4th or 5th letter, then I read, so I've been asking the last 4 times to see you. You never answer that, so I'm guessing maybe you don't want to. So I'll ask one more time, and if you don't answer that part, then I'll take the hint. And then he wrote another letter and didn't answer that part, so I took the hint. So I didn't talk to him much until about the time that he had end of life, and around then he had to be put in a home because he was losing his mind a little bit. And I remember there was a competency hearing, and I went, and when I walked through the room, he just like, I guess he wasn't expecting me there, and he just like broke into tears like he was like a 6-year-old child.
Oh, wow.
That I showed up.
Wow.
So I made a point to visit him a couple of times before he passed away, and we settled everything.
Good for you. Like
terms of
that's
that,
all
like,
you though, right? You know that. Like
Yeah,
deep down, that's all
yeah.
you.
But it was the sort of when I saw that moment, it's sort of like, let's at least have one visit. You missed a lot. Clearly, I don't know what the reason was, but you missed a lot. But here I am. This is what's been going on. Your kid's all right, and don't worry about it. Whatever it is, just
From my
go with peace.
Yeah,
we're good.
From my, and you know what, that's the biggest move you could have, anybody can pull for anybody. Like you didn't have to do that. You didn't owe anybody that. You know what I mean? Like that just shows where your heart is.
Talking, right? So I mean, it was that I could have just left it at that. We made our peace, and that's the decision we made for ourselves, and we were going on. But
see,
I like good endings.
How old? Oh, sorry, you didn't know. Like he wasn't around at all, right? Like in the beginning.
He didn't raise me one day.
So I had my dad until I was like 7 or 8, and then he disappeared for 10 years. And then I reconnected once. He just showed up at a family party once, and everybody, like, it was almost like I was the sideshow. I showed up to this party late because I was working. I was working at a gas station. I was like 17, right? And my mom said, "You really should probably come to this Christmas party your uncle's having." I'm like, "All right, well, I guess I'll just take a cab and get there." And it was almost like I was being set up because my dad was there. The first time in 10 years I've seen my dad, and it was like one of those weird things. So whatever, I didn't put much thought into that, but years and years. Like we stayed connected for a bit, very superficial, very fucking, like it was, and then we lost again. And then just when Ashley and I first started dating, I found him on LinkedIn for like the first time in, again, at that point, 20 years.
Okay.
I'm like, holy shit. Like, what is going on? That's crazy. I'm going to send him a message. So I sent him a message. I'm like, hey, looking great. Cause he had a profile picture. He's older, obviously at that point, very, very older. And, I was polite. I'm like, I hope you're well. You ever want to catch up? Let me know. I'd love to have a chat. We have a storied past, my dad and I. Like he's a career criminal, right? And he was in and out of jail. That's why I didn't see him a lot. And then the reply I got was all capital letters, so boomer, right? And it was, hi, nice to see you, bye. And that was it.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh.
it was literally it could have been a bot. And actually I probably would have got more emotion out of a bot, right? So I was like, okay. And then I realized after that, I felt bad about myself, going, why the fuck did you even bother, you idiot? Like he treated my mom like shit, never got any money, but I'm sorry, honey, what?
Because you're a better person than he is. So
Yeah.
the dog's harassing me.
I know, that's why I muted you, because he was losing his shit.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I was, yeah. So I get it, because everybody knows, like, I'm the guy that's pretty straight to the point and cold. I wouldn't say cold, but like more, I try to leave everything in a factual, this is how A and B, black and white.
Yep.
That's the one where I tried to put it aside like you did, and it failed, and you did it. And for you, I hope it succeeded,
Yep. I didn't expect to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
I was really doing it more for him when I went.
Good for you.
You know,
Like, good for you.
But I got a lot out of it. I was
Yeah.
surprised when I left. It's like, wow, I'm really glad I did this.
And that's just and that's why it's a reflection of you and not that person.
That's right. And you're allowed to take some positivity out of that credit for yourself.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
you
yeah.
should.
But I really, really did not think, there's part of it's like, well, you probably should do this. I mean, when's the last time, this is the whole thing, you need to make peace. And I was like, but I made peace. I made peace when we wrote the letter. I said, if you don't respond to me saying for the 5th time, I would like to see you. I said, I would like to see you back or anything, or no, I don't want to see you. But if you just give me nothing, I'm going to interpret that as you do not want to see me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he gave me nothing. So I thought, okay, I respect that. And I did respect that. Up until that my sister called me to say to come to the competence hearing. We had not had exchanged any word, any card, anything in like 10, 12 something years.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden it's like, I guess he thought that I'd gone on my way and I had written him off. And when he saw that I came for the competence hearing, and it's like, oh my God, he cares. But like you just saw, my dad is a black man who's a little shorter than me, but super thick.
Yeah.
Like his hands are like paws, like huge fingers. He was a professional boxer.
Oh shit.
Back in the day. My sister said that he was Superman. He was so strong he could, so you have this like really, really strong man, a little older, a little frailer, like this, just like convulsing, right? Just like, oh my God, my son came back, right? Type
Yeah.
thing. So it's like, how can you not be moved?
You have to be.
Right?
Yeah, you have to be inhuman not to be.
So, but that was sort of my sign that, okay, probably not a total bastard, and probably maybe the gay thing wasn't the reason.
The gay thing.
Specifically. No, because I wrote him and it says, I
That
don't know
whole
if you know,
thing.
but I'm gay. It says, yeah, I figured that out. I'm not blind. I've been around the block a few times, right? So my dad had figured it out before I told him, and he had, so it may not have been that. It may have been something else. It may have been guilt. It may have been, who knows?
Yeah.
My mom passed away before my dad. So who knows what it was, but
Yeah.
in that moment when I went there to visit him the last time, we spent the whole day together. We talked about a whole bunch of stuff, fed him,
Yeah.
laughed, we like this, but it really was the situation of, we're good now. And that's something I actually learned from my mom, because my dad was not great to my mom as well.
Yeah.
If I believe my mom's version of the story, because I wasn't there for it. I wasn't born yet
Right.
when the stuff happened. And when I was 6, my mom is the one that took me to meet him, even though she didn't have a great experience with him. She wanted me to form my own opinion of him,
Of course.
not influenced by her
you have a
and
good
her
mom.
experience.
That's a good mom move.
So
Yeah,
she
for
had
sure.
that level of forgiveness. So I mean,
My
again,
mom tried the same with me and my dad. And then on my 8th birthday, my dad was at my he was barbecuing for the birthday party, and it started to rain, and we all went into the basement, like into the rec room, the kids, just to like continue the party while dad cooked. And then we're like, where the hell's all the food? Like everybody's kind of getting hungry. Turns out that he was arrested by the Hamilton Police Service and was taken away, and nobody told anybody in the house that he was being arrested, and all of our burgers and hot dogs got burnt on the grill.
oh no!
Yeah, that literally. I think that's why I'm a barbecue guy now.
I was about to say, is that why you're a barbecue guy? Yeah.
It's a true story, and we ended up my evening of my 8th birthday. I was at the Hamilton Police Central Station booking with my mom and my grandmother, his mother, to bail him out. So I get that, but my mom at the same time, when they finally did decide this is enough, never said that I shouldn't hang out with my dad. Never said that I shouldn't, even if I wanted to live with my dad. I didn't. Now that I'm older, it wasn't a very responsible thing as a parent to sit and say to your kid, who do you want to live with at 8 years old? But it happened. Luckily, I was smart enough to stay with my mom, but it was at the same time, it was that freedom of choice that my mom gave me, and everybody loves that freedom of choice statement. So, it was, I get it. And it's one of those, but you still, and I saw it for like years and years, my entire life, of that, just, you're a deadbeat, fall down piece of shit. But I still wanted to find that weird connection where I could relate to you and I could talk to you and I could maybe even somehow find out why you are who you are, so that I don't be that guy. And I kind of did learn some lessons to not be the dad that I am now from him. Like, I am now a different dad because of my dad. In spite of my father, I'm the father I am. And I actually owe him. I owe him for that, though, right? Like, I do in a weird, fucking convoluted way owe my father for that lesson. So I get it, and it's a tough one. It's something that we'll never, I don't think, ever be able to figure out. Even if you're a sociopath, I think that's still kind of in there, like that weird.
I know.
Sorry, James. Yeah.
No, I know how you feel.
I know.
I can't like.
Yeah, right,
it's
bud?
tough. It's choky. I know.
I can't divulge too much because.
Yeah, you're in a different situation. Yeah, no, and you're in a situation right now.
But if you have let's just say this: if you have a parent that does something to you that they shouldn't do, you still have a weird reverence for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they did something that they should have done to you, and I
100%.
have that experience, right? So it's like,
Same.
I totally get that. Like I haven't immortalized my father. He was my baseball coach. He was my, my strategist when it came to like, jobs and stuff like that. But he was also my molester, right? So like,
Yeah.
like it becomes this thing and by the way, there are different tiers of sexual abuse when you're a kid. Like there's the low end, which is like touching and groping, and then there's the far end, which is like violence,
Penetration,
and
yeah.
And I'm on the low end. And there's still
it's still just as fucking bad, really.
But the main point is that, and I'm not trying to get it into a dark place. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of weird that there's still. I have a lot of good memories. Of
I know.
father, despite all that shit, right?
Yeah.
Like, so, like fathers, like parents are just so important. Like they shape a kid's benefits and the way that they like handle relationships and the way that they are
Everything.
able to
You're right.
navigate life
100%.
through the good and the bad. Like, and you know, like I I like the joke that like you know saying that my dad was good for my fatherhood is like saying that like my ex-girlfriend who had an uncle who had boundary issues made her good at giving head. It's not like a compliment.
It's still a lesson.
Yeah, but there's a cause and effect there, right? Like you know what I mean? Like
No, I get it. I
all
get
joking
it.
aside, but like you know, like that's just the way life is weird like that. Like, and it's funny because like Brian, I know you're like this to your daughter, and Leanne, I know like this you're like this to your kids. When you want your kids to take something from you that's good, you know that there's a whole bunch of bad shit that they may or may not have been exposed to that is still impacting them, whether or not they knew that those things existed, because you emanate that.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
like no matter what, you're gonna emanate the good and bad. of what you've
100%.
experienced.
No, and I do have those. I have those bad traits, right? Like I know, and I can see it, and I just try to check myself now when it happens. And when she was really little, I'll never forget this. My ex, luckily, we have a very open communication relationship. We're okay with each other. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't there was no animosity when we split up. And my ex called me once and said, Kaylee's really mad. No, she's very upset. I'm like, about what? And she said you were being kind of mean about something, and it was something very innocuous. But the fact that she was able to say that and voiced it to somebody else made me take a step and go, oh, maybe I'm being too hard about that. Maybe I'm too harsh on that. Maybe I should watch my tone. It was unnecessarily I guess disciplinary or whatever the fuck it was. It was very innocuous, but it was still enough to jar me that I still hold that. That was over 10 years ago. And it still makes me think of how I talk to my kid now. And like even when it's something controversial or something that's you know, a little whatever. And it's one of those, okay, careful. Don't go over the line here. Check your speech. You're instilling something here. You're programming a core memory. This entire conversation is going to be a core memory. So careful how you approach it. And this is where I say I'm glad that I had a shitty deal to become the dad that I became. You know, like I like there is a bit of that. That's the silver lining of that shitty cloud. You know what I mean? Like that gray storm cloud that had that silver lining of you can be a better dad now. I was raised by my mom, right? So I became. That's where I just became a better man. I think by being raised by a lady.
Yeah.
If anything,
I feel that way about having two older sisters.
Yeah.
You know,
that's huge.
I knew like, dude, I was like this, like fucking, like.
And I'm not perfect, by the way, everybody. I'm not saying I am.
but I was
Far from it.
I was a savant in like grade 7 and 8 when it came to dealing with girls. Because I had two older sisters, so all these guys that I knew that were the oldest in their family would be like, why doesn't this bitch think I like her? Like, and it's like, well, dude, like, first of all, you're calling her a bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
and you could have used it as a villain or a superhero, right? That power that you were given by being raised by older sisters or a mom or whatever. You have the choice to take that, and you can either use it to manipulate or you can use it to empower, right?
And I
like,
used it. I used it for both, to be honest with you. But like,
so did I. 100%. That's why I got a wife that's 10 years younger than me, everybody.
Well, I had a widow's
breaking news.
I had a widow's peak when I was like 12. I was shaving when I was 12. So I was like dating like 15, 16-year-olds when I was like 12, but I was telling them that I was like
Casanova.
No, well, yeah, because he was a fraud, and so was I.
That's what I'm saying. That's the joke.
Like I'm like 12, 13, dating 15-year-olds, and they were like, "Oh, what high school do you go to?" And I'm like, "St. John's Elementary School." Like, I didn't know what to tell them. But
You want to see my Hot Wheels?
But at the same time, like there was like a respect that I like. Listen, I'm not. I was a mischievous kid, a mischievous teenager, and all that kind
Shocked.
of stuff.
I'm shocked.
No.
But because I had two older sisters, when it came to women, my friends would see like the dickhead James.
Yeah.
But when my friends were gone, the girls would see the James with two older sisters. Like I was fine with them.
Yeah, we're
And
performative. We're
it made-
performative people by
Well,
nature.
it made
You and
me-
I
it
both.
just- it made me learn a lot about women, like having two older sisters. Women, when they want their space, they don't want you to question why they want their space. They just want.
They just
you to
want
be
it.
like,
Yeah.
They just
Leave
want
them
you to be
alone.
like,
Just fuck
yeah,
off.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. When Ashley's having a day. Oh, sorry, Leanne. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, if you're just having one of those days, you can say, "Hey, just having a moment." I always tell my kids, "Having a moment. Mommy needs a moment." They're like, "Okay."
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that because we all do it.
Must be a girl thing. I don't know.
No, we all do it. We like. There's times where I want to just. I don't want anything to do with anybody, including my own fucking wife, including my own kid. Like there's times where I need some me time.
Well, we've done a pretty good job, I think, in the house of like making our own spaces. You know what I mean? Like we've got spaces where we hang out together and we do stuff.
Yeah,
And then like I have kind of like my own.
your little plant room upstairs.
We don't even share a washroom.
No.
Like,
Oh, that's
We're-
good though. That's good.
I have to share a
like-
washroom with my brother. It's weird.
we've got a pretty good thing going here.
Yeah, we don't. I don't like. I'm crazy about like order and things.
Ryan's
You know.
Ryan's
I'm a
very neat.
germaphobe.
I'm very neat. Oh, no, I'm not even germaphobe, but I'm just very neat. And if I was to walk into Ashley's bathroom, I would become apoplectic because of like.
Really?
But she knows how it is. Like she knows where everything is she needs,
Yeah.
and that's her space. I
Well, you-
won't
are you
violate it.
neat- Are you neater than Ashley?
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Big time.
Oh,
I love
shit,
you. I love
yeah.
you so much more, Ashley.
Oh.
I know. No, and I love that.
I
I
am
do love.
Hurricane Ashley.
I do love that about her. I do, and I hate it at the same time. You know what I mean? Like,
When-
there's,
Oh, I
when-
drive Ryan
when-
absolutely fucking bonkers.
I'm so nitpicky.
Bonkers.
I drive people.
what about you?
No,
What about
when,
you?
when we went to Creemore, Leanne.
Don't even. Oh God.
I don't want you to get too into detail, but
No.
like
Why?
but
Pop
she
the
was like-
popcorn,
she was-
Douglas. This is gonna be good.
She was like, our bedroom is down there, and I was like, okay. And I had an IKEA bag of clothes, and all I did was just like dump the clothes out on the bed.
That was your luggage.
But that was what I did. And then Leanne walks in, and there's like clothes all over the bed, and she's like, "Is this like?"
It would've
your-
drove me nuts.
Your clothes, and I was like, "Yeah," and I would just pick. At
Preach,
the clothes.
Leanne. That's me.
I would just pick at them, and then wear those
no.
things for the next day or whatever. You know.
Although during COVID, I think I had a mental cleaning breakdown because I'm a Virgo, so I like things very ordered and stuff.
It's got nothing to do with it.
I know,
But
it's kind of
anyway,
a-
that's just how you are.
It just
Yeah.
And I just
Also, her trunk was filthy.
Don't blame your personality on the way the planets are aligned. Fucking 2,000 years ago.
I'm an aquarium.
I'm a
That
Virgo.
sounds
with,
a little fishy.
Mercury is in retrograde. That's why I'm a piece of shit human being. Like I
Yeah.
hate that. I'm sorry. I fucking hate that.
Jupiter's in microwave right now.
Something circling Uranus.
I can't be blamed. I can't be blamed for my outbursts currently.
Right. No, I
Oh.
like things like ordered and orderly and stuff, and I think I got so tired by the time COVID came of my own head that I went so backward that if you, oh my God, like my kids were like, "What is wrong with you?" You're not washing your clothes. You're not like folding your clothes. I washed them, but they never folded them. And there was piles everywhere. I'm like, I know where everything is, so I don't even know what you're complaining about.
I was the opposite.
I couldn't do it anymore. I literally was so exhausted from my whole entire life of having to be perfect that I was like, fuck it. And I'm not doing it anymore. So I decided not to be perfect anymore.
I was the opposite. I fucking went nuts. I was washing groceries. I was asking Ashley to make sure that she left her fucking shoes at work.
COVID?
When we first
I
didn't
was
know,
showering at work.
When we didn't know,
Showering
when,
at work.
when we didn't know,
I was so
okay.
scared. My brother
we
had
didn't-
an artificial heart valve. There was no fucking way I was bringing COVID in this house and being responsible if something happened to him.
Okay, so we're the same in that aspect, but when it came to like the being clean and tidy and fastidious, I know I got militantly fucking crazy about it.
Yep, you did.
And at first, to the point where I was like I was, I'll admit it, I was afraid of it because I didn't know what was going on. Right, we didn't know what we know now. There was no vaccine. I fed into what we were told, right? And it was.
We were also having massive outbreaks where I was working.
Yeah, and that was a different story, right? I had a more hands-on.
Yeah, so we had a bit more
view.
of an increased chance of bringing it home because I was literally like feeding people that had COVID.
Yeah.
So and when you didn't
Without
know
a
what it
vaccine or
was,
anything.
and I'm thinking it's this is the next
My
fucking.
daughter worked in a daycare. I didn't think it was much cleaner, to be fair.
Yeah, it's it
can
was
actually tell
Ebola
you
to me.
right now, because I've switched from long-term care to childcare. That I've
Childcare is cleaner.
no, I've been never been so sick in my life.
Yeah, no, Ashley's been sick every day since January 1st. Everybody.
My kids got chicken pox on the very first. The lockdown happened.
We lost
March
James.
11th, and then
No.
both of my kids got chicken pox because they never had it, and then from daycare, like chicken pox.
I've had pink eye twice in the last month.
I know.
Yeah.
I've heard. Those
Twice.
kids just
Fucking twice.
stick their fingers up their bums, and then
Ashley had friends over here from work last night, which was really funny. And you know what they did? They literally had like a communal drunken lice check in my kitchen because there's a lice outbreak at their school. And so she's
Funny combs.
yeah, no, and they're all looking at each other's head like they were picking each other like chimpanzees. It was
That's not
fucking
how that
amazing.
happened.
Oh yeah, I did. I have video of it. You want to see it?
Don't.
I do.
where do you work, Ashley? Like, do you work?
I want to see it.
like,
She works for the schools. Like she works for the school board. So
Yeah, there's like a Catholic school in
Not
the hood
where
where I am.
you work, but
You know what's funny?
the story?
I have to change my mom's diabetes thing like right now.
Well, you should do that then.
go.
She's asleep on the couch in front of me.
Well, help a
Mom,
lady out.
Go.
Gotta change the diabetes thing.
How do you do it?
Wake up.
Sister, man.
So I do like
Wake up,
She
lady.
just woke up in a shock.
All
I do
right.
before and after school care with like a kindergarten class.
Nice.
And then in the middle of the day, there's a daycare that's attached to our school
Yeah.
that's got like a toddler room and a preschool room.
Oh, I would do that so. Oh God, I would.
So
do
they're
that.
from like two.
So do it. Go.
2 to 6 essentially
Good
are
job.
the nuggets that I get to see. So the hands are very gummy.
Yes.
And we're always washing their hands, right? It's like, okay, guys, every time we do something, we go and we wash our hands.
Damn big guy.
But like, I picked up a cute little nugget the other day, and he literally coughed in my eyeballs, and then I got sick. And I was like, it's like how you can't get mad at a 2-year-old.
They
Like, what
tell
do
you
do,
secrets
right?
in your mouth.
Yeah, I was just like,
I have to tell you
love
a secret.
And you know what?
Right in your mouth.
When I go back after the holiday, I'm gonna pick him up again. Like he's he's adorable. What do you want?
My daughter Paige used to say, "I swear he farted in my eye."
They're horrendous. I love them. But
Swear he
like,
farted in my eye.
Douglas, what's the dynamic? What's the dynamic, Douglas, at your house when it comes to? Is there somebody that's fastidious and somebody that isn't? Like, do you guys have that that dynamic,
I judge. Ian.
or are you both the same?
We're both similar in a way. I'm not. I tend to be a little more strewn. So if you're at my place, you know everywhere I've been. You see the trail,
that's
Yeah.
and then the trail gets cleaned up, and then
Ashley's
there's a new
explosions.
trail, and then the trail gets cleaned up, and then there's a
I
new
try
trail,
to
and then the
find
trail
them.
gets cleaned up.
Never put them back.
Who do
Yeah.
you clean it up, or does he clean it up, Douglas?
We're both pretty good. at that. But Alex is more. Alex is much more the. He'll eat breakfast and just leave the bowl on the table and leave for the day. I like this, or
That
like,
drives
and it's
me
like,
fucking nuts.
dude, like, come on.
No.
Now, like, I'm not. I'm far from perfect on it, but
Of course, we all are.
but
Yeah.
he's more the just sort of drop it there, and eventually. Whereas I'm sort of like I'll come home like this, and like the jacket goes there, and the scarf goes there,
That's
and the mitts
me.
go there, and it's a whole trail rather than put him on the hook. And then at some point, I cut back to the living room. Says, "Yeah, I should probably hang those up." And then
I'm the biggest hypocrite when shit like that. Like I'll go nuts when like right now, like yesterday we had company over, right? So it's like, okay, let's clean the house. So we clean the house. Ashley and I both fucking like spent the day. I stayed home.
People come too.
Yeah, I stayed home.
Ryan did 10
And then
times more than I did.
It's dirty.
Whatever,
Oh, wow.
but I stayed home for the entire day. Like I worked from home to be able to clean the house because I knew we were having guests. So it's like, okay. And Ashley works her schedule because she literally works across the road from us. Like we can
It's
see
a 35-second commute on phone.
we can see her classroom from our bedroom window. Like that's how far away she is, right? So it's perfect. But she works a split day. So she came home and we both kind of like tackled it together. She did the upstairs, I did the downstairs, I did the vacuum, blah, 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 blah. We knew we were having company. So when the house is in the state that it's in right now, I'm the happiest guy on the fucking planet. And what drives me nuts is when like Ashley will come home and she'll just like everything gets dumped on the kitchen counter. Everything.
Love you, Ashley.
Purses, mail,
You're so hot
things
right now.
from like her daycare, like her kids will give her things and those go on the table, garbage, notes, whatever.
I always
And
have pocket rocks.
And I get it. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Can
So
we
many
just
fucking
fucking
pocket
find a
rocks.
home for all this shit? We know where the home is for all this shit. But
Miss, can you hold this? Fine, I can, but
then I'll come home and I'll drop my fucking laptop bag on the chair. I'll put my coat on the back of the chair. I'll do all that kind of shit. And then I realize that halfway through and I look and I'm like,
nope.
Why am I the asshole that's yelling at my wife and saying, what the fuck? Why? Like this place is a disaster and I'm part of the problem, right? So it's like, I try to like keep it going. And I do understand that I'm a little better at it than my wife. And I need to get better at understanding that
Being
that's
really nice.
just, no, I am. I'm trying to be.
Do you want to hear a funny story?
She's a fucking mess, everybody. Just so.
Oh, it's the ADHD though. Like I'm not even trying
It
to be
really
a dick,
is.
but I'm just my brain just doesn't I'd like to say it doesn't work the same way as most people.
It doesn't.
But it just doesn't fucking work.
No, just not like most people. It does work. It's just you don't pay attention the way that I do. And that clashes and I need to be better at realizing
funny,
it
though.
doesn't work that way.
Actually,
right?
I've done a little bit of reading about this just because we've had clashes about this, and it's super common for couples like us to get together where one person is a little neurospicy,
Yeah.
and the other person
Neurospicy.
is just completely fucking.
I like
Zero.
that.
Good.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
And then the other person's just average as all hell, like Ryan
Yeah.
is, right? It's just like a nice, neat, orderly person. It's like this odd couple thing just occurs, right?
Yeah.
But then it's this high rate of spouse burnout from mitigating the other.
I get that
person's-
sometimes.
From mitigating
Actually-
the other person's untreated ADHD symptoms.
I'm that guy.
So you're walking around, and it's actually, and it's really shitty, but it's one of the things that's actually listed as a part of the symptoms. Somebody like you that deals with somebody like me is feeling like you're fucking parenting the person that you live with.
Yeah.
Actually, can I give you
Our
not
whole-
Oh, wait. Let Douglas has his hand up. Hang on, James.
Hello?
I'm sorry.
I haven't
No,
spoken
no,
in
I feel you.
45 minutes, but go
It's
ahead.
the exact same
Fuck
thing.
your show.
With
Your show.
with my sweetie, it's the same thing. It's not so much there's two things. One, he's an engineer, right? So he's always looking for maximum efficiency. The kitchen,
I'm a logistics
mine.
analyst. I get
the,
it.
ki- the kitchen is mine,
The kitchen is Ryan's here.
right? See, the kitchen's supposed to be mine. So when we moved in here about 3 years ago, it'll be 3 years in August, he says, the kitchen's yours. I'm going to let you organize it. So I organized it.
Mhm.
And then a day and a half later, he went around and reorganized it. The way it says, this doesn't look like it should be there. Like this, I think it should be over here. But I'm the one who's doing the cooking. Leave the measuring cup where the frick I put it.
Oh,
'Cause
I
know
go
where
nuts.
it is.
The cheese grater. Every fucking
Where's-
time she puts the cheese grater away, I
It's
can't find it.
somewhere
You know
else.
why? Because I put it where I can reach it, you jackass.
we literally have somewhere in the house 4 mashed potato mashers.
Yeah.
I've only managed to find one. We keep on going and buying another one because I was like, I just brought it back from the freaking dollar store last week. Where is it? I don't know.
It's dollar store. You throw it out.
You know what we've
Totally
wanted?
disposable. It's fine.
You know what we've
No,
wanted
but
for
it's like,
3 years?
and then at one point you look in the dishwasher and there's 3 all of a sudden in
right.
there. It's like, where did you find the other 2? It's, I don't know. They just popped up. It's like, God damn
And
it.
apparently needed washing.
Yeah.
It's like, I just bought. So I feel like I'm like constantly going to the dollar store buying potato mashers.
Sorry, James. I didn't mean to do that. It is your show. That's my bad.
It's
But
totally fine.
But with
I
me
was
and
ju- I was
Alex,
just gonna
it's,
say that-
it's- hold on a second. With me and Alex, it's not where we put stuff.
Yeah.
Our main thing is not an organization of the space, but organization of time. I am very much a planner, so it's like, and we do
Like
morning
we just
show
said, the rigid thing. The rigid
but
thing.
exactly,
That we
and
like.
that's where
Yeah.
I'm rigid. So I do a morning show every morning at 7.
Yeah.
So I'm up at a certain hour and planning stuff. This, and then after I plan, I'm up for the day. So I go, okay, after I do my morning show, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, and he'll get up like at 10, waltz out like this. My day is over. Everything that as soon as he emerges from the bedroom, everything I've got planned for the day gets torched.
Toast.
Totally tore. I have to get my entire day done between 6:30 in the morning and 10 a.m. because then Hurricane Alex passes and my day is done. I don't know how I don't know how I wound up with such a high maintenance chick. But I love him to bits, so.
All right, James, you go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I understand exactly where Ashley is coming from. It might require you to break up with Ryan to experience what I've experienced, and I'm not advising that.
This is my favorite part about the James show. Is
However,
when he tries to like co-opt everybody's spouse.
no, I'm not trying to co-opt Ashley at all. I'm trying.
You can't
Alright.
have my sweetie, he's
I'm
mine.
trying to
But
maybe.
you can have me though.
maybe save your marriage
take
from
you.
a future departure of ideals because
Okay. All right. I like this.
because I was a slob when my wife and I were together. Like
You
a
were
slob in the
slobbing
sense that
primordial.
like if I cooked the spaghetti sauce, you would know because even if all the pots were gone, you'd be like, there
would be
clearly
on the
was a
ceiling.
spaghetti sauce made
Yeah,
here
of
earlier
course.
today, right?
Yep.
Now, ever since January, and this is very new, I have like, so I was one of those slobs that like there was a few things I was OCD about. One of those things is like the grocery, the aisle or whatever when not the self checkout because I don't use those, but like the people checkout.
Yeah.
It's like Tetris for me. Everything
Yes.
is perfect. I fucking need it to be perfect. Yet I'm a fucking slob in real life. Like it doesn't make any sense. When I do dishes though, all the bowls go where the bowls go, and the plates go where the plates go,
Yep.
and the glasses go on those side hooks. And
That's
it's like-
OCD.
like, yeah.
Yep.
But I'm a slob in real life. Like
That's
I really
OCD.
am.
But
Yeah.
but see that
But
there's
hold on,
something to that.
hold on. But since my wife has been gone, sorry, not since my wife has been gone. My wife has been gone since last April. Since January, I cannot not have a spotless kitchen. A spotless kitchen. I'm talking like shit that I never did before, which is like clean the stove. Clean the stove. What the fuck is
Makes
that
my
even
dick
mean?
hard, just so everybody's aware.
Ryan does
But-
really like a clean stove.
But I'm a slob.
I'm with
But
you.
but nonetheless, I go in the kitchen now. If there's a spoon there, I'm like, what the fuck is that fucking?
Yeah, why is this
spoon
here?
doing there?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and I put it in the thing. But I'm an Ashley. I'm not a Ryan. I'm an Ashley. Right? Like, and
But
so
you know what that is? That's exerting control over something, because you
Well,
don't
you-
have control over something else, and
You know
that's what we
you're
do.
You're exactly right. But let me tell you specifically what your definition means. I am becoming the man, and this is so hard for me to say, but I am becoming the man that my ex wanted me to be.
What's that?
Outside of it, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I did,
It's weird,
dude. I
It's-
did the same thing. I did
Yeah.
the same
Yep.
thing.
Yeah, and I would hate to have to end my marriage to become a better fucking person. So
Yep.
like I'm
No,
really,
and
really trying to work on
we're
that
not
for
doing
our
that.
benefit.
We're not doing that.
I'm now the man that my second and fourth boyfriends wanted me to be.
That's what I'm saying. And that's it. My ex,
Yeah.
I know my ex looks at us because again, we get along. And I swear to God,
Oh, and I do laundry all the time too.
Oh my
No
God,
laundry piles. Sorry.
if we wrote a book, if my ex and I decided to actually sit down and write a book about relationships with like broken families with a child, I guarantee you we would be a New York Times bestseller because I would be incredibly honest. Like she'd never do a podcast like this. She would not be on a. I want her to though, because if we did a podcast about, hey, so we got together, and we fucked and we had a kid, and then we just realized that we're not the same people, and then all of a sudden it's like, this is why we're still buddies, and we are. Like my ex and I are still buddies, and there's a lot of animosity in the background on shit in 100% that just happens. She says shit about me. I say shit about her. It's one of those, but at the end of the day, there was always that we talked about that. We touched this on the last, I'm not going to do this again because it's going to be a fucking 8-hour podcast.
No, we're wrapping up soon.
I know. And that's why I'm trying not to, I'm not trying to make this longer. You're right. James, you just nailed it so hard. You told me all the things that were wrong with me, and then I went and fixed them when we weren't together.
Yes.
And it's almost like I did it in spite of you, but I thank you for doing that for me at the same time. You know what I mean? Like it's so weird.
Dude, I'm doing laundry. I never do laundry.
Wouldn't you say that's personal growth and that from each
it is. Yeah, 100%.
You learn personal growth.
100%. 100%.
You can have the worst of the situation and be like, I had a worse situation, like a super worse situation. I was fiscally, emotionally,
physically
abused for 25 years.
Yep.
So I poured myself into work because that was the one thing I could control. And my kids.
Yep.
I had a house that was so regimented that my kids were like, oh, don't worry, nothing's out of place, everything's straightened. And and then because of that, like instead of I was mad for a little while. We always say have our angry things. But then it kind of dawned on
Dog
me.
has to pee. Excuse me.
Well, guess what? I learned something.
Mm-hmm.
So not every situation is a bad thing to do. Learn from something.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like because of the shit that we go through, like you all end up having strengths because of it, right? And it's maybe not like the way you wanted to acquire that ability, but now you have it, and that's what you got, right? Like I'm a spicy mess at home, and I'm messy, and like I'm forgetful. I am the worst. Like I will say I'm gonna do like 7 things the next day, and then I will like just not do the things. I will start 7 projects and finish like 1.5 of them, and then be like, that's going in a closet somewhere. Yeah. Like it's just. I have total time blindness. Like I will set 17 fucking alarms so I'm not late for something. Just because I am mortified to be late for something.
Yep.
But I will be late. So it's like I've got to keep on top of myself for shit like that.
Yep.
Like I am annoying as hell to live with. I really am. I just like I don't. He's a really nice guy. I swear to God, I'd be dead if I didn't live with Ryan.
This is one day.
Oh Lord.
Oh, stop it!
It's all your alarms.
Yeah, one day.
Okay, I'm wrapping up. I have to wrap up because as Jay Kirk said,
James is passing out.
James is passing out.
Are you passing out, James?
Well, I'm getting to the point where I'm.
James,
just
wake up.
Yeah, I need to go.
Give him mouth to mouth.
No.
Oh no, sorry, that's drowning. Matt passing.
My poor name is now mouth to mouth.
Oh, I like that. Thought you were more of an ass to mouth guy, but that's whatever.
No. Well, sometimes depends on a lot of things.
Whatever. There's videos. We'll find out.
Yeah, that's right.
Apparently,
well,
allegedly.
Apparently, the revenge porn is coming. I just like to reiterate that my ex is probably going to nail me with revenge porn, and if it comes out, I'll do autographs on Saturday. So
I want a copy.
You want a what?
I want a copy.
I'll do autographs on Saturday.
Oh,
Well, I hope everybody has a really nice weekend. And if you do the Easter thing, then do the Easter thing. And if you just do the chocolate thing, just do that shit.
I've got my son told me that I had to do an Easter egg hunt based on the episode of Bluey, Easter.
Bluey's the shit.
Bluey is the shit. I love Bluey.
Yeah. Some good stuff.
That's the father in Bluey is like the best dad in cartoon land ever.
Do you know about the long dogs?
I might.
Okay, so there's like, when you watch the show, there's these like little tiny sausage dogs that they'll hide in different frames of the show.
What?
And it's like an Easter egg. You can watch Bluey and you can try to find these little tiny sausage
really?
dogs that are like hidden in the scenery. Yeah, it's
Really?
freaking awesome. Yeah, I'll send you a picture of like a couple of them just to give you an idea.
My kids would love that.
Yeah, so that way when you guys are watching, you can start spotting long dogs together. You'll have a great time.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to add a game to your Bluey watching.
My big thanks to Sage Francis for joining us tonight.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was a lot of vodkas ago, but
Yeah.
it was dope.
Super informative.
I'm not going to say goodbye to Ryan because I just think it's cool that I don't have to say goodbye to him. before
Yeah,
he
he's
dies.
letting the dog out. He's being a good dog dad right now.
bye, Stella.
I love you guys, Leanne, Douglas,
Oh,
Ashley. I
look at
love
the
you.
puppy.
Come
And we'll
see,
see you next time on
come
Blackballed.
see my horse.
Blackballed. 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 Black.